guess you could sit there. You're purring up a storm kitten. I'll take that as a sign that you're happy. Alright. So. I have a cat in my lap where I normally have the tablet, so this is going to be a little difficult, but I'm going to try this. Okay, just kidding. Alright, kitty, you're going to have to move a little bit. Like, a little bit. Or, okay, fine. Or I can move around you like I normally do. Alright. Walk west. Oh, well that didn't take long. Oh, hey Tommy, how are you doing? Is that unusual for there to be sewers? Doing good? That's good, Tommy. I'm doing good. I'm good. Giz is sitting on my lap, so it's making it a little difficult to play, but it's okay. At least I don't have to aim in this game. He's being very adamant, though. Normally, he only does this when it's cold, and it's definitely not cold right now, but he just felt like sitting in my lap, damn it. So I'm in the sewers, being a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Well, not really, but... Oh, you're gonna say... Yeah, he's... So, my cats are funny because they're like... They'll snuggle up when they're cold. But then, like, they generate so much heat that eventually they get hot and then they... they get up because they get too hot. And I'm like, you're the one who's generating all the heat. Okay. Yeah, I don't know about this plan that Shun has. I wasn't aware that gladiators actually made money per se. I mean, they do, but... Oh, too late. It's kind of funny because Shun is like one of the first recruitable people that you meet early on, and then he's like the last person you actually recruit. And if I remember, he kind of sucks too. But it's like you get him like literally, I think, maybe a couple hours before the last dungeon or something like that. It's real pretty damn late in the game. Maybe that's... It's okay. Maybe I'm being too hard on him. Maybe I didn't give him a chance. Maybe I didn't give him a chance, but I don't remember him being super useful. That being said, he's probably gonna wreck me in the duel. I kind of forgot how to duel in this game. Sort of. That's okay. Yeah, in general, choosing to be a gladiator is not good, but, you know, circumstances, I guess. He's cheerful, though. Yeah, plus we're in the sewers. I don't want to stay down here. I mean, I hate to be a royal like that, but... Actually, I think most people just don't like being in the sewers. Walk west, the switch on the floor. Thank God they made these pink, because otherwise... Loop back to the east. Can I... Oh. Can I loop back this way, or do I have to go... No. It's like I have to go back the other way. Halt! Someone's there. Oh, yes. Yes, you do meet somebody down here. Oddly enough. And no, it's not a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Oh my god. I forgot. This guy talks really funny. How indubitably rare. I can't say it. How indubitably rare to run into visitors here beneath the earth. This guy really, later on, is a little bit annoying to recruit. I would love to extend to you the warmest of hospitality, but I'm afraid our guest facilities here are lacking. God, look at that mustache. I'm not judging. I am judging, but... Oh my. Ah, he recognizes me. That's good. Are boots in America song day? That's good, Tommy. I mean, usually, not always, but usually two cats will eventually, or cats in the same household will eventually at least tolerate each other. It's very rare when you just get two of them and they just like absolutely will not do anything, have anything to do with each other. Despite common popular belief, domesticated cats are actually quite social compared to other cats. I notice how I said domesticated cats. Feral cats are different, even though they were domesticated. But, I mean, historically, people have raised cats to get rid of rodents, and they usually had more than one cat, right? You can't have one cat on a farm and expect them to get all the rats, right? So, of course, there would be a whole bunch of cats on the property, so they're kind of used to seeing each other. And the same thing with, like, cats and dogs not getting along. Like, usually farmers also had dogs, in addition to cats. So, if your pets are not getting along with each other, it's because they were not socialized, not because they were not supposed to be living together. Yeah, I wouldn't expect to meet the royal family in the sewers either. My name is Egbert Aethelbald. I probably didn't say that right. Oh. Oh yeah, I think he's about to go into rant mode. Sonotori! So later on, you talk to this dude, and he rants for... I'm not even kidding. He rants for, like... probably, like, 10 or 15 text boxes, and it scrolls, like, super duper slow. Even if you have it, like, on the fastest speed, it will just slow down. And if you fast forward at all, you can't recruit them. So you just have to literally, like, put the controller down and not touch it. It's one of those things, like, is not super obvious. Uh-oh, rant mode coming. So, basically, his family's, city got taken by the Godwins, and he's not happy about it. Grudge, grudge. Pilfered everything we had. The scumbag. Sounds familiar. And yeah, that's good, Tommy. I have heard, and I'm not sure how true this is, but I have heard that male and female, like, if you have a male and a female cat, they tend to get along better than having two cats at the same... Well, that's not true. Sometimes two male cats are also fine, but I hear two females can be kind of difficult because... I don't know. In the wild, usually the males are more territorial, but for some reason with domesticated cats, the females tend to be a little more testy, at least in my experience. Well, that's good. At least they're teaching each other. Do you like to play the character? That's good. That's good. That's a long time to hold a grudge. Well, you know what, George? If you you had your castle stolen, you'd be a little salty too. And he's still here. I hope he hasn't been in the sewers the whole time. Maybe he hasn't had much else to do. Yeah, right, Silence. You're right, Silence. A mere insect, a hairball. That's not something I would call my dearest enemy, but a zombie snail. The sun's justice shall be brought down upon the filthy devil. A zombie snail, though. That one's new. Shun is learning a very valuable life lesson right here. Try not to try not to get near crazy people. Noble personages. Personages? I actually don't know how to pronounce that one. Persons. It's a fancy way of saying persons. He's just like, yeah, I don't care. You keep going. I mean, he's not wrong, but at the same time, he probably blamed them for everything. Oh my god. Conspiracy theorist right here. I forgot how he actually is as a recruit, because he doesn't fight. I think he's one of your support characters. I think. Clearly I didn't use him a lot. See, this is when you start to wonder if there's something in the water. North then west. We just somehow managed to leave him, but that's okay. We're not gonna worry about the details. Are these bats? Yeah, they are. Okay. I wasn't sure if they were bats or moths. Like, really big moths. Really, really big moths. I definitely should have scrolled the other way. Okay, so smart, Esther. Yeah, this man's practically naked. Here, you can have that because I actually have stuff from other people. Oh, okay. Apparently, I'm supposed to. Advise taking that off. This man is like naked. You know what? Here, have some other stuff since you ain't got none. Retrace your steps east, then north. Oh, I think you need to step on those. I'm not really sure why there's locked doors down here, since apparently nobody knew about it. And if these were locked, how the hell did Shun get through? But anyway, we're not going to ask these questions. It's always mysterious how the NPCs get through these areas with the puzzles in them, but they all magically reset after they go through. The biggest freaking land snails you'll ever see. But yeah, the encounter rate combined with the fact that there's a loading screen and a loading screen to start the battle and a loading screen to get back into the world map is what random battles take a while in this game. Alright, I will give this to Leon. And these little sacrificial jizzos are Jesus? Jesus? Actually, I know, Muff-Muff, I don't know how to pronounce it. How do you pronounce this? They said Sileads early on. Well, apparently Leon is full. Have a Jizo. It brings you back to life when you die. I know what it is, I just don't know how to pronounce it. Back to the second switch. Head south this time. Find a crystal to the west. I know how to like read a lot. Like I read a lot, so, but I don't necessarily know how to pronounce stuff. And since I don't have the Japanese, I don't know what it's actually supposed to be. Japanese is a lot better in English in certain respects because they don't have like 15 ways of pronouncing the same letter. Like usually there's only like max like 3 or 4 ways you could read a particular kanji or something, and that's kanji. The hiragana and the katakana are always static. So, that's the same personal. Do I need to save? You know what? Fuck it. I don't think it's gonna be a problem with it. It's always good to have a safety save. Ah, I scared the rats. Oh, that's... It did say go south. I'm an idiot. Goodness. Oh, great. 3 land snugs. Those things look like they have teeth, too. Good job, Sileads. Oh, scared more rats. Follow your course. Okay, apparently Jason. Ugh. Ugh. sure I did that perfectly. Yeah. He's let me have my lap back, so that's good. To be fair, they should be asking you. They should be asking you who's there. You guys just popped out of the wall. Hey guys, I brought the prince. Yeah, we're good, dumbass. See what happens. They're hearing voices, and they're not in their heads. I was making fun of them. There's a lot of sounds that are written in Japanese that don't translate real well. So the sound that he was making when I was pushing the wall was really funny, but... I mean, yeah, normally this would be a really stupid thing to call the freaking royalty over, but... Urgh. Here's another one. Sorry. Is it this one? Which wall am I supposed to check? Oh, just kidding. Hi, Timmy. How are you doing? Leon, my sound horror. Leon. Ah, we got him. More like George got him. Yeah, I wouldn't do that, but... Shit, did you just blow my cover? Oh my god. Shun, a bad Shun. Bad Shun. No good Shuns.
It's a guy? Hey, withdraw! Right?
Prince.
I don't think it actually matters. It's okay, the guy is a good guy. Haha, I made it funny. He is from armies, though. Okay. Alright. Heal before I climb up. Sounds like a plan. Am I injured? I mean, a little bit, but... Oh. Yeah, you know, you would think the enemies down here would be like big rats and stuff, but... I mean, bats I can kind of see, but giant slugs I'm not... Or maybe an alligator. Alligators are popular in the sewers, too. Alright. You know, I'm pretty sure I have medicine. Oh, no. Yeah, I have enough medicine. Why do I have all these onesies? Yeah, Shun, you're on your own. I did priority healing for the royalty and the bodyguards. I did such a good job with the equality for for the gladiators. That means I don't think he's gonna get hit. He's kind of in the back. Emerge in the woods, group of soldiers. Basically hit him with George is what they're saying. What else is new? This is why they have to take George out of the story for, like, you don't get to use him for like 2/3 of the game because he's too OP. He said, get off our backs, and now he wants to kick my butt. 'Cause sure. Maybe if fat ass didn't run faster, I wouldn't have caught up to you. Do I have anything after this? Oh, you guys are going after George. Y'all are stupid. And it didn't hit him once. Whap. Oh, that was a double crit. That was so you can double crit in this game. Like a critical's not good enough. Double crit. I think that's how you... Gah. I think Shun just insulted us. Are these guys really from armies? Because they suck. So, Zigai was Eurom's representative in the games, but he wouldn't have won anyway. Okay, even if you discount all the cheating that ends up happening, he wouldn't have won anyway. He's not that good. What the hell was that? Was that supposed to be him hitting him? Because it didn't look like it. He wasn't hitting the wall either, though. He's not. You know what? I'm not going to ask. And I'm pretty sure Arshta would have been fine. It's a little hard to drag a spear over with you. He's a spear user. God. He really has a thing for Lim. Uh, you say hi back to Mariko for me, Tommy. Meow meow. Purr. She jumped on your lap. Yeah, they did. This definitely a thing with cats. They definitely love laps. Never met a cat that didn't like laps. So basically, Urim has been disqualified from the tournament. Oh, look at this face! Like, full puppy mode. Yeah, he's he's actually telling the truth. Yep. But they still got framed. He was so ready to get barbecued over that. Oh. He's noping out of here. I'm done. Lunk. Lunk. This lunk. No, it's okay. I need to recruit him. Well, I don't have to, but... We're gonna execute him later. Because... yeah. No blood at the games. It's a clean game. We don't do that here. We're civilized arena peoples. Say hi back to Boots then, Tommy. I'm looking at these chains on the wall. I feel like they should be a little bit longer. You know, I don't even know why I'm looking, you know, I'm not gonna analyze that. Just, it's like they look like they're a little high on the wall is what I'm saying, but anyway. The stains, though. Ah, Shun took my armor with him. Little boo-boo. It's okay. Oh man, you were gonna punish him for that? Jesus. I mean... we didn't do the wrong thing. My ex. Her ex. Whatever.
Oh, you're here, Father. What a rare treat.
I wanted to hear your thoughts.
My thoughts, you say?
That's right. Are you happy with all of this?
I'm fairly satisfied, I suppose.
I do think you're scheming a little too much.
All I did, Father, was simply to float a little information about Stormfist's underground passage and Zagai. I can't help it if Armus took the bait, or if they got Barrows mixed up in it and brought destruction upon themselves. And I can't help it if the prince got himself involved and turned it into a delightful show.
That's exactly what I mean about scheming too much. When you get involved in intrigue, do it decisively. But I'm warning you, it's best to not get too involved.
Yes, I know. All you have to do is wait, Father. Indeed. I'll be ready to reveal our grand cause at the Sacred Games.
So I just finished playing Xenosaga, right? Marskos got the same voice actor does Margulis's voice. He was a busy man that year. Go drag.
Let our mercy as deep as the Fatus and our authority as powerful as the sun be revealed to the entire world. To choose one worthy of becoming Princess Limsley's husband, I hereby proclaim the start of the Sacred Game.
Our sleeves are too long, but don't pay attention to that.
Brave and fair competition in front of our queen. Our prince will now participate in the ceremonial match.
Ah yes, intro to duel systems. The dueling system.
It's almost time, Prince. Just relax and take it easy. It's not a real match, just a part of the ceremony. Don't overdo it, okay?
Oh. If you pick the first choice, it actually explains how to duel. Watch me press the wrong button. Oh, just kidding. Here, I'll just do this in case anyone's not familiar. It's basically rock, paper, scissors, though. You can tell what your opponent's about to do by the little quote they give you before they decide to smack you, although sometimes it's not accurate. And I probably will hit the wrong button. These are actually timed in this game, and most of the... I think, is this the first Suikoden where they time you for this? All the other games, they didn't do it. I don't remember 4. I know 1, 2, and 3, though. You can take your time. So basically, attack beats defend, And defend beats special, and special beats attack, if I remember correctly. No, sorry, guard. Speaking of the dueling, Suikoden 3 is super confusing. I think they fixed it for this game, but like there's a little slider thing in Suikoden 3, and like you'd think if it was on your side you had the advantage. It was like the opposite. It was you had a disadvantage if it was on your side, I think, and it was like super confusing because I don't think they ever explained what that did. This is one of the, so some of the guides will actually tell you what they say and what they're gonna do, but not this one. Actually, it doesn't matter if I lose in this one anyway, but hi, Doc. Dude, you need to eat more, sir. I forgot what your name was. Look how sunken in his face is. Shoot. Alright, I make RFK look healthy. At least it's an actual doctor, too. We're not gonna get into that. Okay. No. I was just kidding. I shouldn't have given Shun that armor. It's actually gonna make him a little harder to beat, but let's go. Oh, I'm actually injured. I always forget this part too. If you're injured before the duel, it means you start off with less life. That's not good. Alright, Shun. Shun-kun. I feel kind of bad beating up a non-armored man, but it's okay.
Prince, I never thought I'd be the one chosen to fight you in a ceremonial match.
Dude doesn't have a
I'm
weapon.
looking forward to this. You got it. I wasn't planning to anyway.
Hey, what do you have against me, sir?
But everything I got.
Commence!
Good luck, Prince. Here I come.
Oh, wrong one.
I'm going to give it all I got.
Okay, never mind.
Sure you're ready for me.
Okay, now you defend. I forgot his are really obvious.
No way. You haven't gotten the best of me yet.
Oh shit. Wait, what the hell am I supposed to do here? Oh, my bad.
Come at me too, Prince.
I forgot. That doesn't usually happen.
Give it all I got. Make sure you're ready for me.
Wait, hey, bro. It would help if I actually got the command room.
Here comes another one, and this time I'll do it right.
Yeah. That's what you get for. I gave you all that armor and crap, and look what you're doing to me.
And this time I'll do it right. No way. You haven't gotten the best of me yet.
Oh, I did this last time. What am I supposed to do here? Oh, okay, you're just supposed to push buttons. Apparently any of them work. Sorry, I just wanted to see what that did. Mid. It really does make me look like a dick, though, because I know he fights barehanded, but still. Yay me. It's just a scratch. This is actually kind of funny. If you keep winning, my secret dream will come true. We can be like the Egyptian pharaohs. you tell yourself that, Lim. Let's see. One is supposed to be funnier. Gummy bear. I actually have looked into running. I have looked up making gummy bears, but honest to God, I'm too lazy and. Oh shoot! What the heck did I just pull up? Oh my God! Hold on. Oh goodness. My mom had like 4 apps open on this thing. Right now, I'm happy with the Haribo gummy bears, so as long as they do a good job, I'm just gonna keep buying them. Yarr. I don't know what you're talking about, Warlord. This could be something else, you know. They are dinosaur gummy bears. Today I have dinosaur gummy bears. To be perfectly honest, I probably couldn't win the games as is anyway. Belka could easily whoop my ass at this point. She sounds so disappointed. Princess, where are you? Gummy bear say, your mutant power is useless, Warlord. Being able to detect gummies from a far range does not help you in real life. Unless you really like gummies. So, I usually get my gummies actually from Five Below. They have the best price overall, and they actually have a humongous, like, at least the ones I go to, there's usually like a whole, like, entire section devoted just to Haribo gummies. So, and if you buy, like, more than 5, you get them for, like, I think they're only like $1 if you buy 5 or more. So, that's why I have, like, all these different varieties, because I just went and bought, like, literally a couple bags of everything. That being said, I bought these a while ago, so I'm not sure where I got these specifically, but so Five Below, and also, like, the Dollar Tree has a pretty good Haribo collection. You can get them from other places too, but they're either A, more expensive, or B, they just don't have the same variety. I don't think they're new. I don't know if they're limited time, but I think I do see them every once in a while. I don't think they're as common. So they're very similar to the gummies. They taste slightly different, but not significantly so you're not missing much. They are bigger, though. Like, a single gummy is probably the size of... A single gummy is probably about the size of... excuse me. A single dinosaur is about the size of a... I guesstimate, like, maybe 4 normal-sized gummy bears. I don't buy vitamin gummies, Warlord, but I have had them. They do taste like vitamins, though. I mean, some of them are better than others, but they still, even the best ones that I've had, they still have that kind of medicine-y taste to them, which I'm actually okay with that. I know that sounds a little counter to it, but that's definitely something you don't want to sit there. Oh, these are so good, I'm going to eat like the whole bottle. You don't want to do that with medicine, with vitamins. You can actually overdose. So like vitamin C and B, or B's and C's, so you don't have to worry about overdosing that much, but you can overdose on A, D, and E. So yeah, it has to do with whether they're fat soluble or not. You can actually overdose on vitamin C, but like you'd have to eat a ridiculously large number of oranges. Like no one's gonna like conceivably sit there and just eat like 40 pounds worth of oranges. Like I'm not even kidding. So like that's almost a no-brainer, but but you know, I do have to point that out because I think there has been like one case of vitamin C poisoning, and the person literally took like an entire bottle of vitamin C like supplements. Well, I mean, so the people definitely do overdose on gummies, but it's usually not the vitamin ones, Warlord. It's usually the other ones. Careful with those THC gummies, yo. So most of the vitamin D is not stored in your blood, Warlord. A lot of it is in your bones, because that's where the vast majority of the calcium synthesis takes place, or the calcium production. I think you have a decent amount of it in your. So you have a lot. So remember how I said that whether a vitamin is lethal or not, your chances of overdosing on a vitamin has to do with whether you're fat soluble or not. Well, vitamin D is fat soluble, and you have a shit ton of fat in your bones. I don't think a lot of people realize this. Like, you have a crap ton of fat in your bones. In fact, anyone who cooks knows this. So that's why you have a bunch in your bones, and then you have some in your kidneys too, because is it the adrenal? There's a portion of your, I'm having a brain fart right now, I can't remember. There's a portion of your kidney that requires vitamin D to synthesize usable calcium. And yeah, anywhere you have a lot of fat, you have a lot of vitamin D. So unless the vampire is hitting like a fat store, which they're not supposed to be doing, they're supposed to be going for the blood, right? You better not have a shit ton of fat in your blood, because that's really, really bad. You'll die very, very quickly. That is a thing, by the way. And it usually does kill people. This is why if you ever break your bones, y'all, like, please go to a doctor and get it properly fixed. I know, like, some people live in the boondocks and they can't get to a doctor, but if the bone doesn't heal properly, and if you put a homemade cast on a broken bone and you didn't do it right, when you take the cast off, it could potentially leak fat into your bloodstream and you'll die. So please let a doctor do it, okay? Yeah, so that was probably TMI, but anyway, yes, so yes, if you ever break your bone, please have a doctor set it, unless you just don't have a doctor around, but you might be okay, like, setting the bone, but then you do, like I said, when you take the cast off, you're gonna kill yourself, so, potentially. And plus, most people don't know how to set a bone correctly. I know some people, you know, some people can do it, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't get it checked anyway. Okay? Like, there's actually been a couple cases of that happening in, like, rural areas. Oh, I got my all-girl party now. So, anyway, nobody wanted to hear about broken bones. Make your way to the royal section. Head south. I kind of remember, maybe. I think it's the vampire comment that caught on because a lot of people do joke about me being a vampire, although it has nothing to do with sucking blood. It's because I'm nocturnal. I'm like, there's a lot of things that are nocturnal that are not vampires, okay? Okay. So climb the stair, oh, nope. So, fun fact, they think that the idea of vampires came from a medical condition too. So, oh god, oh, what is the name of the? There's a blood disorder where I'm having a brain fart. I forgot what the blood disorder was. Basically, what happens is your red blood cells don't form properly. And it kind of basically because you no. I thought you could sleep in here. Oh, just okay. You can save. You can't sleep. Basically, because your blood cells are malformed, you sort of, in a way, are anemic. So that kind of led to the whole craving blood. And then, on top of that, it actually makes you a little sensitive to sunlight. Oh god, what is this? It must start with an HAE, but it's not hemophilia. It's God damn it! I could Google it real quick, but anyway. So anyway, that's an actual. It does make you a little sensitive to sunlight, so I think that's where the whole vampire thing came from. There's a good chance it started from that. Anyway, I went to med school like 15 years ago. I forgot all this shit. Sorry. It's not a particularly common condition either, so... And the thing is, if you have it, there's not really much... So there's treatment for it, but... There is treatment for it, but it's a little bit difficult to treat, as you can imagine, because, like, literally all your blood cells are about... It's kind of like treating sickle cell anemia. Like, all your blood cells are basically farked up, so... I'm assuming you can do it with blood transfusions and stuff, but... have I read the Guilty Gear? No, I have not. I didn't even know there was a Guilty Gear manga, so... I have never played I don't know anything about Guilty Gear, to be honest. I just know it's a fighting game. But other than that, I don't know. They kind of have, like, wild character designs, too. Which is not necessarily a bad thing, but just... distinctive looking.
Mother! I brought brother!
Ah, you're back.
Our nameless child.
You did well. That was an excellent ceremonial. I believe these sacred games will go splendidly.
No, don't just stand there. Sit down. The matches are about to start.
Actually, I lied. I think that condition starts with a P. I can look it up later. God. I spent most of my time... I spent most of my time learning how blood clots, because that's actually what they ask you on the things. Oh, hey, Anthony. Well, the HAE prefix is usually for red blood cells, but I think the condition I'm thinking of, I think it actually starts with a P. God. Anyway. Nobody cares. Anyway. Nobody cares. I had a child that fast. Oh yeah, 9 months and then whee! I'm supposed to sit. Thank you, Galleon. I keep forgetting this lady's name. I keep wanting to call her Elena, and I think that's because from Grandia too. Elenia, excuse me. I keep forgetting her name because she's not actually an ally. George basically told me he was expecting me to get my ass whooped. proud parent right there. I just look like you, Dad. Mom. I just said Dad. Mom. Alright. Alright, so... I believe there's a shit ton of scenes. Well, no, okay, not as bad as Xenosaga, but I think there's a bunch of scenes, you know?
Is that the fighter representing Gazelle?
Yes, that's right, Kildrick. Strange. I didn't think he'd be up first.
Come in!
Ah, the drunk foo. Stabby dude. Oh, he just went for the... Dude, he just went for the nut punch. A kick, sorry.
And the winner is Kildrick, representing Gazelle Godwin.
Look at the barrows.
Well, he certainly is strong, Godwin's man.
Princess, what's wrong? Nothing. It's just scary watching all these sword matches, that's all. The weapons used in the sacred games don't have blades, you know. Nobody's going to get hurt too badly. I know.
Too badly.
I have this cold feeling in the pit of my tummy for some reason.
So... They don't use real blades, but they let the prince use his weapon, and... Getting hit by a really hard object is almost as bad as getting stabbed.
Yes, I think I'd better.
See ya!
Mother?
Those men down there are fighting for you, dear. You can't just simply walk away.
But Mother, I never asked them to fight for me.
Need I remind you you're going to be queen someday? And you have certain responsibilities whether you like them or not. For instance, if a war were to break out, over 100,000 soldiers would be called to fight and possibly die in your name. If you can't even watch the sacred games, how will you be able to handle something like that?
I understand now, Mother. I'm sorry. I was wrong.
That's all right, Lynn. I knew you would understand.
Round 1, match 8. Entering the arena, representing Lord De Beers, the Gladiator, Jake.
Jink? I think it's supposed to be Jinku.
Opponent, the Kanakan swordsman, Belkut.
Oh no! This looks like a match between a boy and a man! Is the little guy gonna be alright? What if that hammer hits him?
He's
Fine. I'm more worried about Jink. Well, so you can tell too, Leo? What? What are you talking about? Is that Bell, whatever his name is he some kind of famous swordsman?
No, he isn't. We've never heard of him before today, but just the same.
A Queen's Knight can always assess the skills of an opponent, even if he's never seen him before. Just watch. This match ought to be a good one.
No, it's gonna be one-sided. I'm kidding. Actually, I don't remember it.
And the winner is Belkut.
Go, Belly!
Wow! That was incredible!
It's matchups like those that make the sacred game so interesting.
I hate to give a barbaric swordsman from some backward land any credit, but he is good with a blade.
A barbaric swordsman, you say? When Ferid came to this country, he was far more barbaric than that.
Oh, goodness.
It's true.
No, I didn't mean... I'm terribly
sorry.
Don't worry, I'm a thick-skinned barbarian, so I can take it.
Seems very interesting, this Belcoot fellow. Interesting indeed.
How about it? What do you say? Would you like to meet him?
You have to meet him.
Really? So you're curious about him too, huh? I need you to find out just what kind of fellow he is.
But Your Majesty, are you sure? It'd look like the royal family was favoring a specific participant.
Oh, come on. Belcoot is probably staying at some place in town, so you can just pretend to run into him by accident. It's settled then. Leon, I want you to go with him.
Yes, sir.
Sialides, George, I want you two to go too.
All right.
So much for keeping this
I'm quite interested in the man myself.
inconspicuous.
Tell me about it later, okay? Oh my, princess? Oh, I'm done for.
Good girl, Lynn. You really held out.
It's true. You did wonderfully.
I guess I'm tougher than I look. After all, you are my mother and father, you know.
This concludes our games for today. Tomorrow we start with round 1, match 9.
Do you want me to yell at people in this game, Warlord? You want me to, like, teabag the people in here? Okay. I just did the game, though. I mean, your RPGs are usually a little more chill, so I don't have to worry about that, but... Avatar, Star Wars. Yeah, but how many inns are there? I think there's only one inn in this whole place. Danny Phantom. I don't know. Hunger Games looking. Ah, well. I don't know. Was the Hunger Games rigged? They're literally like, hey, let's not look like we're favoring our opponent, and then they send like the whole damn crew to go look for him. Oh god. Yeah, lots of cheating. Nope, he basically admitted he was cheating. He's so important to the storyline that they didn't even name him, I don't believe. I mean, what did he do? Like, here, have a bottle of water? How is this man getting to the other person's food? Murad, okay. Dude, seriously needs to eat more. Why can't you play as Farron? Oh, you're about to find out in like an hour. He's supposed to be stronger than George, though, and George is already super OP, so that's probably the main reason, but... Can't fool a doctor, damn it. Yeah, keep them drugs in mind, man. I actually don't know much about the storyline in Final Fantasy XII, I'm not gonna lie. I just know Vaughn is basically not the main character. He's the main character, but he's also not the main character. Oh, good night, Tommy. Thanks for dropping by. Hey, hi. Say good night to the kitties for me. I mean, they're only fighting for the throne. What could go wrong, right? What could go wrong? Yeah, you should be worried about Belka because he's got really crappy magic defense too, if I remember correctly. No problem, Doc. You're not finding us good. I mean, I was basically like, so I haven't played Final Fantasy XII normally, but I was under the impression I've literally been told that if you took Vaughn out of the game, like it wouldn't really affect anything. Which to me that kind of means they're not the main character. They play. Okay, so back north and west. Okay, I'm supposed to go in the infirmary, I think. They're tired. That's good. A tired kitten is a good kitten. Wait. No. Ugh. It's a circular arena, but still confusing. Sinister Man. Oh, here you go. You get to see one of the most OP characters in the game right now. Not the Sinister Man. Dang. Brutal. Injured person question mark. So, I actually forgot he was in this tournament. He should have won. This guy right here, he should have won. He can beat Belku. He is called Sinister Man. I'm not making this shit up. And now we have injured person question mark. So this is Richard. I remember his name. I forgot the other dude's. I forgot the Sinister Man's name. Yes, you get to. Yeah, Richard is stupidly OP. Deep down, I know you love me. Damn. They have a really abusive relationship here, you can kind of tell. Oh, Mueller, okay. Oh yeah, you see, yeah. This is what we call a toxic relationship, y'all. Don't get in a relationship like this. You literally have one dude who's threatening to kill the other person, and the other guy's like, "Oh, please kill me, sir. I would love to be killed by you." Oh. I'm pretty sure Mueller couldn't kill Richard anyway, but... No, I can move now. It doesn't, like, kind of tell you. So the reason why Richard is super OP is he literally parries, like, every physical attack. Like, I'm not even kidding. And then he attacks, like, 4 times in a row. Yeah, somebody's got some pine needles in his ass. Stay away from swords, and you'll stay away from doctors, too. Okay, so... Yes, doctors can stitch you up, but that's not the only thing they do, okay? South to the bazaar? Hey man, I'm just telling you. I didn't say it was easy, I just said stay away from it. Oh god, I don't know where the bazaar is. Wait. No. I don't think I did that right. I don't think I'm supposed to change floors either. God. No, fuck it. I think I was heading the right way and I got confused. And it takes much. Whee! This looks like a bazaar, right? Ah, yes, this person. I forgot her name. There's one of these characters in each Suikoden. She's one of those theme characters. Well, so workspace, people being toxic at work is one thing, Warlord, but especially like your personal relationships, your like, you know, romantic partners and shit. Please don't get in a toxic relationship with them. Totally not worth it. Or having toxic friends. Workplace, unfortunately, it tends to happen more because y'all are technically competing against each other. That's just why your coworkers are not your friends. Wowie, wowie, wowie. I would have loved to see what the original Japanese was there. So after Sinister Man, we now meet Clueless Woman. I forgot this girl's name. Pencil pusher. I don't sit at a desk, lady. So if I go by the, if it's Japanese Roman, it's in Nikea, but Nikea. I'm kidding. There's always some female, like, punchy lady. Anyway, that was probably the worst way to describe it, but. Girl, the games have already started. And plus, yes, you can't repeat. Well, I mean, see, this gets tricky. So yes, women are excluded, but you know, I mean, so I don't buy Smucker's jelly. I'm not gonna lie. I have had it before, but I don't know, I just ante up and get preserves. Like, actual preserves. That being said, they might have changed their ingredients because, you know, stuff's getting expensive now. And they don't want to cut into their profits, so. I wouldn't be surprised if they changed something. I mean, I don't know if you consider it bootleg when it's the official product just being stingy, but I guess you could put it that way. that's just how businesses run, right? When costs go up, there's a few things that businesses do, right? They either increase the price, right? And or they change the size of the packaging, known as shrinkflation. And or they change the ingredients, usually for the worse. Right? Those are the big three things that they usually do. Or some combination of the three, because sometimes they just gotta be triple assholes like that. But yeah, that's how businesses work. It's not that hard. So it's apparently not hard to make your own preserves, but it's kind of not convenient either. So there's recipes online, but just be aware it requires a hell of a lot of fruit, and B, I don't think they keep near, like, so the stuff on the shelf keeps a lot better than homemade, so just make sure you're gonna actually eat all of it, otherwise you're gonna waste a bunch of effort and stuff. But yeah, learning how to make it is not necessarily a bad thing either. I'm not gonna lie though, I'm lazy and I just buy like, I just buy shit from Costco when unless it's something like I'm gonna be eating every day, I just like give in to capitalism. I don't know, this doesn't seem to be bothering her. I think she'd be okay with that. The Queendom wouldn't be okay with that because that means no heirs, but... I don't know. I haven't been keeping tabs on the Switch too because I got confused. Is it backwards compatible? Because... I don't know. I'm assuming it is based on the name, but, you know. You never know. Oh man, these people don't look up crap apparently. Give her who gives people Coke in a cup, man? I mean, they do that if you're getting it like out of a soda machine. Ta-ta! Oh, hey, Ron, how are you doing? Yeah, I got confused about the Switch too, because, like, I heard they announced it a while ago, and then it just kind of, like, they didn't have an actual date. And I don't know. Like I said, I don't really keep up with the Nintendo consoles anymore, because every time I think about buying one, another one's on the horizon, and I just gave up. So, it's like ironic, because they, like, kept releasing new consoles in hopes that people would keep upgrading like they do with their cell phones, and then for me at least it backfired because I ended up not buying the consoles because I got sick of a new one coming out all the time, so I'm like, whatever. Yeah, it definitely would have been interesting very slightly, it's not gonna lie. Yeah, so not gonna lie, Coke is actually really bad for you, and plus they're really little boo-boos right now in politics, so technically it shouldn't be supporting them, but I do still have a case upstairs because, I mean, fuck, I live in Atlanta, everyone has Coke here. I am trying to cut back, though. Any colored soda is bad for you, so especially the dark ones. No. Oh, damn. Europe just got dissed. She at least knows how to fight, George, okay? You're right. That being said, I wouldn't drink soda this late. I know I knew that sometimes I do, but that's usually when I'm streaming, like, COD or something, and I have to actually pay attention. Okay, so the Western. Okay, let me go look after. Let me go find Belku, the original reason why I stepped outside. I don't know. I'm not PC gaming. I'm not part of the PC master race. I have nothing against it, but I have no reason to switch either. I'm just not real technologically, what do you call it? Minded. It's too much work for me. And people are trying to get me to switch to a monitor at this point. I'm still too lazy to do that, so. I have no reason to switch to. Is that what you're saying, Warlord? Ha 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 ha. I'll just stop right there. Back to the show. Okay, so Bellcoop's getting jumped. We have arrogant man and dangerous man. The Queen of Felina should marry a noble. Damn, they don't like Farron. Huh. Oh, the running. I mean, so if I remember correct, I don't know if they fixed this in the HD remaster. I should check this because I actually have it, but it finally came in the mail. But like the the original Suikoden, I remember it was kind of stilted running because just graphics at the time. I think it got better in Suikoden 2, and Suikoden 3's running is actually not too bad if you ask me, especially considering they switched to 3D in that game. But it does look a little weird in this game, and I'm not sure why. It does seem a little bit off, though. I think they were trying to, like, so you know how, like Yeon has those little, what are those little cape things on her back? I think they were trying to, like, animate too much of the running, and it kind of didn't flow right, but maybe it's just me. We're not going to talk about 4, okay? 4 doesn't exist. 4 is not real. I skipped 4 for a reason, damn it. It does not run. They lied to you, okay? They lied. Am I buying any new games? I'm trying not to buy any new games, Warlord. First off, I have the backlog from hell, and second off, we're about to go into a damn recession, so I'm trying to stock up on things that will actually, you know, help with that. And if I have money left over after I get all the supplies that I need, that's fine. But in general, games don't appreciate in value. They tend to depreciate. So there's no reason to buy it now if I don't need it right now. It's probably going to get cheaper down the road. So that's just how I think. But yeah. Plus, again, I have the backlog from hell. And there's not really any games that are coming out right now that I actually want. And the ones that I did want, I have them already. So I did get Unicorn Overlord, although that one's not exactly new. And then I got Tales of Graces F remastered, and then I got the Suikoden 1 and 2 HD remaster. Eiyuden Chronicles is actually on sale right now, but I'm kind of on the fence about that one, because again, I already have a bunch of games, and I'm probably not going to get to it in the next couple of months, because of the way this is going. So I might just wait and see if it gets cheaper. I do like to support games like when they first come out, but that one's actually been out for a minute, and I missed the load anyway, so I'm just gonna wait. But I have to get some other supplies too, because somebody keeps making a mess with the economy and the tariffs and shit, so every time he opens his goddamn mouth, I have to plan ahead, because if it's something that's gonna affect me down the road, I have to buy it now. I'm trying to kick politics out of this, even though this is this is actually a political game, but you know, it's like. So, no, 4 does not exist, goddammit. Look, the Soul Eater. The rune of life and death is in Suikoden 1 too, okay? You don't have to mention 4. You can just go straight to 1. In fact, it is the center of 1, alright? It literally eats like 4 people in that game. It's a side quest in 4, okay? Nobody would have fucking played 4 if it wasn't for... I swear to God, if Ted wasn't in there, like, the vast majority of people wouldn't have even gotten that far in the game. That was the only reason why I finished 4, was because I knew Ted's side quest was in there somewhere. Yeah, like I said, I'm not trying not to get into the tariff thing, but again, like, for instance, right, he's threatening tariffs on the EU, and yes, right now, the tariffs are very specific to certain industries, but, you know, knowing his crazy-ass damn mind, he's gonna start doing, like, all things, and I import some stuff from Germany, so specifically, I import, I keep Neocaridina and Caridina shrimp, which are ornamental drawer shrimp, and there's salt that you have to put in the water to keep them healthy. Like, you basically have to have the salt, and the salt that I use, it comes from, ding ding ding, it comes from Germany. So I had to stock up on that, and a lot of the shrimp food that I buy also comes from Germany, so I'm like, great. So, I had to buy that stuff in advance, because he might just slap on a general tariff at this point. At this point, you know, I'm not putting anything past this crazy-ass beho at this point. So anyway, so I basically purchases that I normally make, like, as I need them, I'm having to buy them now because I'm not paying an extra 50%, 100%, 200%, or whatever the hell he decides, whatever number he decides to pull out of his ass that day, I ain't paying that when I can get it now for cheaper. It just means that the stuff that I don't need to worry, the stuff that I don't need immediately, that's probably not going to go up in price, because I doubt he's going to put a tariff on, like, Sony, specifically. I mean, that would be a very strange tariff, and I wouldn't put it past them, but, you know, I don't think he's going to be like, yes, all purchases on the PlayStation Store are all of a sudden going to have a 50% tariff on. I don't even think that he can do that, because the PlayStation Store is actually for the US. So anyway, just the chances of the price of the games going up that I'm interested in, probably not going to happen. In fact, they're probably going to get cheaper, so I'm just going to wait. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I think they should have demoted 4 to a Gaiden game. Like, you know, they had Suiko Gaiden, like, 1 and 2 for Suikoden 3 that told the story of Nash and shit. I kind of feel like they should have done that with 4, because 4 is kind of like a Gaiden to 5. Like, very, very loosely connected. I feel like they should have done that, but... Oh, so... I use this German salt because it's just, like, the most consistent salt on the market. There are other salts out there, but this one, like, is sort of like the gold standard if you're keeping shrimp. And it's not particularly expensive either. It's not like there's a big price difference, right? It's, like, slightly more expensive than other salts. And by the way, the other salts, I don't think they're made in America either. So it's not like, oh, she's buying foreign when she could be paying for America. I'm pretty sure the other companies are also, like, I think one of them's in Australia, I think, is the other company that makes it. And then the other one is, I think, also in Europe. So, yeah, I'd have to import it no matter what, right? So, or it'd be, you know, I'd be buying from a quote-unquote foreign country no matter what. So, but yes, I do need that salt. If you guys ever keep Neocaradinas, especially Neocaradinas, you might be able to keep Caradinas without the salt, but you definitely need it for the Neos. Unless you just have disgustingly hard water coming out of your tap. You need those. They're gonna die otherwise. It's one of those things. It's like almost as essential as the food. Yeah, we're not going to talk about this certain somebody that's wrecking, you know, just about everything that he fucking touches. It just, I'm not going to lie, it takes a special talent to, like, literally fuck up everything that you touch. That's actually a very special talent. Most people are not that talented at fucking things up. God damn it, he sure is. Oh, God. Anyway. Oh... So, fun fact, Ron, I don't know if you heard about this one, but according to Mr. Smarty Science Man, we are all biologically female. I don't know if you heard about that what is it, executive order that he put in place, supposedly to eliminate all the genders. Well, he kind of fucked up on that one. I don't know if you guys know about this. So anyone who's taken high school biology should know this, but he made a mistake when he worded that. He he said that anyone who produces he basically said that gender is going to be determined at conception. So this is the important part, at conception, okay? The type of reproductive cell that you produce at conception is what determines your gender, and that was a mistake. He should have said the reproductive cell that you make at birth, because I don't know if you guys know this, but by default, all humans are female. At conception. In fact, you don't turn into a quote-unquote dude until, I think it's like, when does the Wolfian system kick in? About 6 to 8 weeks, I think, is when you actually start having sexual differentiation. This is why men have titties, okay? I'm gonna get flagged for this. This is actually the reason why men have titties, though. It's because the nipples form before the sexual differentiation happens. The sexual differentiation is when, like, people start splitting into actual male and female. I'm talking about phenotypes and genotypes, not how they identify themselves. Okay, I'm talking about like purely like XX, like XY, XX, right? So Mr. Smarty Pants thought he was being real good, smart there, but like because of the way he worded it, we're literally all legally female, which, I mean, it's cool if you want to go for that kind of gender equality. I'm all for that. I didn't think he was that progressive, but I don't think that's what he was going for either. So again, he was trying to do something malicious, and he still managed to fuck it up. Do you see what I'm saying? He's just really good at fucking shit up. And he's unusually talented about this. And anyone, like, I know that he probably didn't pay attention during high school biology. Did he even take high school biology? He's so fucking old, maybe it wasn't a requirement back then. But he's literally, like, the most powerful man on the planet. He could have just fucking asked somebody. I know he doesn't have a bunch of doctors and scientists running around on his cabinet, but, like, he has access to, like the best information on the planet, and like the dude could have Googled this for 10 seconds and probably figured it out, but no, he fucked up, and I don't think he's fixed it yet either, so yeah, we're all legally female. Welcome to the club, y'all. Yeah, I've already gone on a rant about the silent protagonist, so I'm not going to touch on it again, but especially games that are voiced, you should not have a silent protagonist ever, because we get these awkward... So in this game, it's a little bit better because they just call him Prince, which he is the Prince, but then you get these awkward moments where, like, you can clearly tell he's supposed to be saying his name and he's not. And don't get me started on, like, Growlancer 4 and stuff, or, like, the Growlancer series, because that gets super awkward, except for 2 and 3, they didn't have that problem, but like 1 and 4, I didn't play 5 and 6 actually, so anyway, you have some really awkward moments because they let you name the protagonist. And then, like, again, if the game is not voiced, not a problem, but like Final Fantasy X gets super awkward too, like literally, like the entire game, oh, I love you so much, sir, person, you, guy that I fell in love with. It's just, like, so I just, again, if the game is voiced, don't do that, please. Just give them a damn name. Like, if your immersion is broken up because the dude doesn't have the same name as you, like get over it. I'm fucking female, and I have to play as a male all the damn time, and I don't have a problem with it, alright? There are games where you can name yourself, and, you know, you can be the hero, and it's literally, my name is Ron, or whatever. I'm sorry, I'm picking on you, Ron. Right? You can do that, but, like, if the game is storyline heavy, like, just let the dude have a name. Or the chick. Let them have their own name. Like, golly. Anyway, I'm done now. Sorry. I probably shouldn't have done that. It's okay. He don't need my help. Well, he kind of does, but... he kind of does, but he kind of doesn't, but they can explain this. Yeah, see, that's... So far, we haven't had this problem with the Tales... I say we. So the Tales series so far has been smart and has been naming all the protagonists, but I have this nasty feeling that one day they're gonna try to name one of them just to make things annoying. I hope they don't, but, you know. Stay away from the summoner! sure? Are you talking about that line, Warlord, or are you talking about a different line? There is one point where an old lady does say that in 10. Is it 10 or... No, sorry. Is it 10 or 10-2? I don't even remember. I think it was in 10. Sorry, that was probably a different one. You know, so, yes, the Suikodens all do this, and... I mean, again, I guess they were trying to go for the immersion aspect, but... Or maybe they just didn't have a damn name when the game came out, because I think when they first started Suikoden, they're probably just like, we don't have a name for this dude yet, and then they, like, retroactively, like, oh, people wanted to name him, but then they kept doing it, like, even when it didn't make sense to pick a name for them, but anyway, they want you to be the Tenkai star, okay? They want you to feel like you are leading all these peoples and stuff. Yeah. I'm gonna stick my nose in it anyway, though. Sort of. Koto waru. I refuse. Scums. To be fair, he could have just said yes and then, like, kept fighting anyway. I mean, what are they gonna do? Sue him? No, I think they're just being assholes, Belku. That's not patriotism. That's called assholism. Okay, you're trying to logic with assholes. This is not working, Belku. It's okay. Ah, what? What'd you do? You said something smart. Don't do that. Don't do that. I tried to do my best old lady impression there, too, because, you know, I resonate with my fellow old ladies. You know, so, is it okay to attack them if you don't spill any blood? Because you could just bonk them with the sheath. Just saying. I have a sword, and it has a hardwood sheath, and yes, you could definitely injure somebody very, very badly with it without drawing any blood. Not that I've done that before, I promise. Or you could just punch them. Just don't hit them in the face. Be a VTuber. You know, I actually didn't know what a VTuber was for the longest time, Ron. I didn't realize it was that little, what do you call it, the Hatsune Miku type thingamabobber. I had no idea. I don't even know how those work. I don't think channels my size usually have those, though. I think this is just me too, like me personally, like the couple times I've watched streams where they had a VTuber, I found it extremely distracting. Okay, I didn't know that tutorial. I find that super distracting. I have the same problem when people have those, like, I don't know what you call them, the little dancing, like, subscribe, like, buttons that they put on their streams, like the ones that are like animated and like it's usually a little anime character or like some girl with big tits or something, and she's kind of like dancing and shit. I find that super duper distracting. I don't know if that's the point, but I mean, if I was gonna have something on the screen to represent my face, honest to God, I'd write it to maybe like one of my cats or something. Or like a shrimp, if I could do one of my shrimps. It glow. Every time you... I'm not sure about that part. If I could get my cat animated, though, that would be totally worth it. I would do that. And I need a kind of animation of my shrimp. Because they're cute when they're swimming around. You get yeah, I mean, I'm sure the point is for some people is to be like I personally think it's a little too distracting. And I'm not I'm one of those people, like, if people sub, I want them to sub because they're actually interested in my stream, not because, oh, hey, there's a little bouncy anime avatar person thingamabobber in here. I know people have short attention spans and they don't necessarily spend time coming back to a stream to figure out whether they like a streamer, but, you know, it's just kind of like, I'm kind of going for low maintenance people here, and if you're one of those people, like, you demand attention every 5 to 10 seconds, like, you might want to just find another streamer, because I get distracted, and, I mean, you guys have seen me, like, go on random tangents and shit, so, and I'm not exactly a mainline streamer, so this is probably the wrong channel for you anyway. I'd rather, like, have, like, 100 people that actually like my content versus, like, 10,000 people who are just like, came by because I had a nice little bouncy subscribe button. I know a lot of people say that, but to me, like, honest to God, I don't really give a shit about the money anyway, so... which I don't make much anyway, which is fine. I'm totally fine with that. I think a lot of people recognize my voice already, sadly. Either Sherber or if maybe Giz. Giz is cute. I think I could get him animated pretty well. I think I would be the only person with a shrimp avatar. I know this sounds really, really, really dumb, and I know this is something is one of those things, like, I thought it sounded dumb till the first time I heard it, but, like, those little dwarf shrimp, like, they were actually really fun to watch. It's just something, like, watching them, like, kind of swim around and pick at crap that's really relaxing. I mean, I'll consider it, but I'm not... I'm okay with being faceless, too. I know a lot of people, like having a face because it helps you connect with your audience better, but, you know, it's... whatever. That's gonna be further down the road when I have more time, and I have to look into it, too, because if it's too complicated, I'm not gonna... I'm not very tech-savvy, y'all, so... If that's the way you feel about it, we'll be more than happy to hurt you. Hope you like pain. I'm getting some, getting some, mature vibes from that one, sir. I don't think that's what they meant, but anyway. I always get myself in trouble. I never keep my streams PG-13, I swear to God. It's okay, I'll bonk them for you. Beyblade. I haven't even seen Beyblade, sir. I can't put a random avatar that I don't even know. I at least need to know what it is. Actually, so technically, if I was gonna pick an avatar, I should be like Claire Bennett or something from Rebirth. And I could preach about peach pie. That's what I should do. I mean, so I'm not gonna lie, I don't expect people to donate. I know a lot of streamers are big about that, and, you know, that's, like, their source of income and stuff, but, like, I mean, honest to God, I hardly ever donate to people either, so I can't just, like, hey, yeah, give me money, even though I never support people that way, so. It's fine if you're just chilling, it's fine, don't worry about it. Like I said, I don't really do it for the money, I just happen to be monetized. See, I'm living proof that you can be monetized even if you're, like, got really random, like, A, you don't have a face cam, and B, you're not, like, selling your ass off to people. Okay, you can do it. You know, it takes longer, but you can definitely do it. It can be done, because I literally I wasn't trying to get monetized, but it just happened, so just, you know, keep consistent keep consistent content, and you'll find your audience, and it'll happen. But again, like, oh, by the way, I know people do this, but, so you can pay for quote-unquote, what do you call it, promotions on YouTube. I would actually highly advise you don't do that, because a lot of people did it, and like, yes, you do get more subscribers that way, but the subscribers are not what I call real. So in the long run, it will hurt you. Initially, yes, you will get more subscribers and you'll get a boost in your views, but what happens is after you stop paying for the promotion, a lot of times your viewership just absolutely nosedives, because what happens is that the YouTube algorithm, I'll try to briefly explain this. The YouTube algorithm looks at your channel, right? It's like, oh, hey, this person got 200 subs in the past week, right? But then, oh, so I should probably back up a little bit, explain this. So the subs that you get through the promotions, they're not necessarily people. A lot of them are actually bots. So this is a problem, because the bots count towards your subscription count, but they don't count towards your views or your watch hours, as far as I'm aware. Maybe one or the other, but not both. I don't think they count towards your watch hours. They might count towards your views, but I don't think they count towards your watch hours. So what happens is the algorithm looks at you know, so like, say you did a promotion, you got 200 subs. Say you normally just got like, I don't know, 5 subs a week, right? So it's like, okay, this person went from 5 subs a week to 200 subs a week. Great, right? But then they're looking at your views and your watch hours, and they're like, well, shit, didn't really have an increase in the views, right? Which is a problem, because again, they count as subscribers, but they don't count towards your watch hours and your views. So then the algorithm's like, okay, so this person has a lot of growth, but their content must suck because nobody's watching it. And like, I hate to say it like that, but that's exactly what that it does. So then what happens is your videos actually show up lower on the search results because of that. So what happens is, if you get a lot of subscribers, you want them to actually watch your content too, because otherwise you're going to get dinged. Having more subscribers in and of itself doesn't help you in the long run. You need to have people actually watching you. So I'm just letting y'all know this, because people are like, a lot of people just say, oh, I'm just going to try it for $10, $25, whatever. What's the harm? There's harm. If you don't know exactly how the algorithm works, you actually are going to screw your own channel. So don't do that. I've never actually paid for it, because like I said, I don't give 3 shits, but I know people just like, you know, they don't think it's a big deal, and they end up regretting it. So I'm just letting y'all know that. That's an FYI. If you don't believe me, you can go look up other people's testimonies. Like I said, I haven't actually paid for this, but it makes sense based on my experience with how algorithms work on YouTube. I'm not an expert, but I have been on here for like God knows how many years, like 17 years, so I kind of know how it works from me. But yeah, but basically, if you think about it from YouTube, I'm sorry, I'm going on a tangent. If you think about it from YouTube's perspective, right, it works out great for them because they get more promotion money, right? Because a lot of people want to grow fast. And then, yes, initially you get a bump in survivors. You get a bump in subscribers, right? But again, they don't care. In the long run, it's kind of your responsibility to actually get real subscribers, not bot subscribers. So don't do that. It's better to grow your channel organically. I'm just letting you know. But it is helpful in certain circumstances. So there's people who have like a lot of watch hours. Like they have enough to get monetized, the 4,000 watch hours for the 365-day period. They have enough to hit that, but they don't have enough subscribers, and they're just like a little bit off. Like say they just need 50 to 100 more, or like maybe even 200 more. It's actually really good for people like that because they have the people watching. They just missing they need a little bump in the little things, the actual subscriber count, which is 1,000, right? So for that, if you're one of those few people, it would work out well for you. But if you're in any other category, like you need subscribers and watch hours, or particularly if you just need watch hours, I wouldn't do it. But yes, it's a very small portion. You can get it to work. But again, I just think it's something that most people don't consider when they're doing that. And I'm under the impression that once you pay for the promotion, it's very, very difficult to reverse the damage that it does. Because again, if you normally only had 5 subscribers per week and then you jump up to 200, how long are you going to have to wait until your average goes back down to like 5, right? It's going to be a minute. And then on top of that, sometimes, and I've noticed this with my channel too, and even though I didn't pay for promotions, sometimes YouTube will just go through and just delete a shit ton of your subscribers. Not a shit ton, but a noticeable chunk of your subscribers. I said it again. Subscribers, not survivors. Subscribers. So sometimes I notice and like all of a sudden I'll just see like a chunk missing. And it's possible that people just deleted me all at once, which is fine. I don't have a problem with it. But again, it's kind of suspicious, the timing. So like I think like every 30 to 60 days they go through people's accounts and just like, okay, this looks like a bot account, I'm getting rid of it. Even though I'm not like signing up for bots or anything, but my account is super duper fucking old, so it's possible that some of those accounts are either deleted, like non-existent, and they're just cleaning that out, which is cool. I mean, so I don't know if I don't want to say like I said, I don't want to necessarily say it's rigged or like, but like again, think of it from YouTube's perspective, right? They benefit regardless, right? Like, it's kind of a win-win situation for them, but as the YouTuber, you have to be careful going to the promotion route, because again, it has a negative consequence, and of course YouTube's not going to tell you this, so I just thought I'd put it there. But yeah, I mean, I'm aware that YouTube is basically entertainment, I know that, but you know, I think that's something a lot of people forget when people are streaming, especially like streaming like COD or like really toxic shit, or like Fortnite can be like that too, right? Like there's a person behind the streamer. So like if you like somebody, okay, if you like somebody streaming, like don't give them a hard time. I know that sounds really weird, but like it happens. And it's just like, dude, if you like, that's kind of like, oh, I really like this place's food. Every time I go in there, I'm gonna make a damn mess, just cause, right? Like, it's a little counterintuitive. Like, if you keep doing that, right, it kind of de-incentivizes them. It gives, I didn't say that right. It gives them less incentive to stream, okay? But, you know, just forget, sometimes people forget, like, yeah, there's a person there, even though if you can't necessarily see them, like, don't, you know. Don't be like, okay, this is just my entertainment source, okay. Yeah, I don't know why I keep saying survivors, my bad. Oh, you have a, oh, hey, I have a fellow old person with me. Yay. I mean, I happen to get lucky, so the only reason why I have as many views, actually the views is what's really strange about my channel, because I have an abnormally large number of views considering how many subscribers I have, and I know what happened, but like it's just kind of weird. I happened to be, like, at the time when I started my channel, I was the only one doing that content as far as I'm aware. Like, I looked and looked and looked to see if anyone else was doing it, and as far as I know, I was the only one who's doing it. So I got kind of lucky, and that's where I got most of my subscribers from, but it don't work no more. Which is fun. Well, I mean, so I see this, so this is particular with COD, and I'm not picking on COD people in particular. Again, there's a lot of games, even Minecraft gets pretty damn toxic sometimes, oddly enough, but like, you know, I see people, like, basically harassing people who are streaming the game, right? And then I see the exact same people be like, nobody streams this game, and I'm just like, you're kind of causing the problem that you're complaining about. That's right. I mean, I'm not saying you have to necessarily be supportive and donate and do all that stuff, but like, you know, the least you could do is just not bother them. I mean, that's the way I see it. I see a lot of people who stream, like, games that I'm aware of, and I don't particularly like the way they're streaming it or something, right? It's just something about them that I don't agree with, but I don't give them a hard time about it either. A lot of times I just watch it and I'm like, okay, well, I don't agree with that, so I'm not going to do that when I stream, is what I do. I kind of try to use it as a learning experience, right? But I don't be like, hey, you suck ass at this game. Like, learn how to play, you fucking noob. I don't do that, okay? Like, most of the time they either A, already know that, or B, even if you tell them, they're not going to give 3 shits and listen to you, okay? So, that's just the way I see it. I mean, like, stream sniping's, like, one example, but, like, just in general, right? Okay, so, like, I hate bringing up COD as an example, but, like, a lot of times, like, people would come in my stream, and, like, this is usually people who had, like, I've never seen them before. They'd be like, oh, you suck ass. And I'm just like, I'm not trying to show off, man. I'm literally just chilling on the game. Like, they act like I'm trying to, like, prove myself for, like, professional gaming or something. I'm just like, no, I'm literally just chilling. Yes, I can earn high streaks if I sit there and camp my patooties off in a corner like everyone else does, but I don't want to play like that, okay? I don't care. Literally. I'm just chilling. I'm playing the game. I'm having fun, right? And fine. I don't know. I don't know. It's like a foreign concept sometimes. But, like, again, it's fine. I'm just like, go watch somebody else who's sweating their nuts off behind a box, okay? I personally think that's kind of boring to watch, so I don't do it unless absolutely necessary. And, like, I've seen people stream, and, like, literally, that's what they do the entire stream. Like, 2, 3, 4 hours of them camping with an OP gun behind a head glitch. And I'm just like, okay, I understand if you're gonna do that, like, occasionally, but they would do it, like, times where they're winning by, like, 60 points. They still gonna do it. They're playing against people who are literally not doing anything toxic or shit-talking, or they camp and their nuts off. And I'm just like, you didn't... So to me, I think that's boring, so I try not to do it. But that's just me, right? And that's cool. But... I mean, so I personally, and I don't mean just me, like, I think in general, I think it's really rude to stream snipe, because if you think about it, it's kind of a form of cheating. Because you get information from the stream that you normally would not have as a player, typically, right? Because you know their location, you can hear their communications, which normally you can't do, right? So, I mean, yes, it's kind of like mild cheating, but again, it does give you an advantage. So it's not something that I would, like, I have a hard time, like, I don't think you can, like, really justify with me that, oh, it's okay to stream snipe somebody. I don't think that's fair. And I'm not, like, I'm not talking about just me, like, I'm talking about in general, right? Because, and basically you're just doing it to ruin somebody's day, right? And especially when you're using the stream sniping to, like, actually hunt people down, like, that's extra. it's like, okay. But that's just my personal opinion. I mean, I'm sure people disagree, and obviously people do disagree because they do it all the time, but, you know, I'm just... I don't, unless, like I said, unless you're the person doing the stream sniping, I don't actually see any good benefits to that, other than getting people to watch your stream. If you're one of those people, like, I'm gonna do anything it possibly takes to get, like, one more viewer in my stream, okay, fine, let people stream snipe you. They will be in your stream. But, I mean, like, I see people's, like, stream sniping on, like, Blackout and stuff, which, or not Blackout, but, like, Warzone, or, like, you know, those, like, kind of more competitive games. And I'm just kind of like, that's, like, a real dickish move, right? Personally. I mean, I can usually tell when somebody's stream sniping me, and I have countermeasures for it, but again, I'm just kind of like, I mean, again, like, if you're doing it because you don't want me to stream the game anymore, I totally get it. Or if I'm being a toxic asshole, I totally get it, right? It's punishment. But if I'm literally just chilling and doing nothing that's really bothering you, then why do it, right? Except to annoy me. And again, don't be surprised if I'm just like, well, fuck it, I don't want to deal with this, right? So, that's why I don't understand these people. They're like, okay, I helped cause the problem, but I don't see why it was a problem. Well, so, you got a point, Ron, but that's also kind of up there with, like, oh, girls, if you don't want to get raped, you shouldn't wear a short skirt thing, right? There's a point where you have a responsibility as a viewer to be mature and not, you know, take advantage of people. And yes, there is stream delay, I'm aware of that, but not everyone can use that, apparently. Because I have the option because I have a capture card, and I stream a little bit different than most people. Like, the way I stream, like the equipment I use is a lot different than, not a lot different, but it's not how most people stream games these days. Most people stream through the console. I'm streaming through a capture card, right? This is how I'm able to do this off of an original PS2. Obviously, original PS2s you can't normally stream off of. And yeah, I know people like sit there and they want to get the reaction out of the streamer, which is why when I get stream sniped, I actually don't usually say anything about it. Because I know what they're doing, they're trying to get attention. So the best way to counter it is to A, change up your tactics, and B, just not mention it. And, you know, they literally just doing it for acknowledgement and shit. So, that's fine. But again, you know, in general, like, there's not really a good argument for that. Besides, I want to be an asshole. Am I a warrior? Am I a warrior? Yeah, see, the thing is, if you're doing that when people are, like, live streaming their life, that's extra creepy. That's fucking stalking, if you ask me. But, that's a whole nother level of creepy right there. Alright, I'm gonna get to this damn fight. Yes, Ryan. I'm playing on an original, what do you call it? This is a slim PS2. I'm not gonna flip it over because the disc is in there, but yeah, I'm playing an original disc, original PS2. I don't emulate, hold on, let me backtrack. Excuse me, there was one game that I did play emulated, but I had to. I do have the undubbed version of Growlancer 4, and I did stream a little bit of it back in the... No, I didn't stream it. I was uploading videos, but that one I had to play emulated because that's the only way you can play it undubbed. No! Then I had to buy a PC and shit, okay? I'm not fancy like that. I know the PS2 emulators are really good, but I actually have the game too, so... This is what it originally looked like, y'all. I get to flex my super old PS2 collection. No, I have a PC. No, don't get me wrong. I do have a PC, but it's not a gaming PC. Do you understand the difference, Ryan? Like, this is basic, like, I can stream off of it and do video editing, but if you ask me to run, like, what's the newest fancy game that came out? If you asked me to run a fancy PC game on it, I couldn't do it on this one. What GPU? Oh, hell if I know. I don't know. I'd have to pull that up, Ron. I told you I don't know much about it. It's a like, it's not a low tier. Oh, it's not a low tier computer, but it's not mid tier either. It's this is like what, a $500 PC.
Still got a long way to go.
Which, it's doable, but it's definitely not like something I'd brag about owning to a PC person. I mean, it's not a Chromebook either, but... I know, but, you know, it's okay. Like, I have the damn game, okay? Will you let me play? Look, I have the original disc. Okay, let me play my version. No, it's not like a Chromebook. It's not that bad. But it is a rather basic laptop. It's not something fancy. And I did that on purpose, because if it's got too many damn features on it, I can't use it. Like, I'm really bad with computers, man. You guys don't know this. Like, my first Tales of Rebirth, like, translation video, it literally, and I'm quite dead serious when I say this, it actually took me literally 24 hours to make that one. Because, A, I had to translate it, so you guys know, you guys have been in my channel for any length of time, you know I translate like fucking slow as hell. So I had to translate it. Then, I spent about, and I'm not even kidding, I spent about 8 to 10 hours learning how to, because I didn't have any experience, 8 to 10 hours learning how to capture the footage, edit it, add the subtitles, and then I had to shrink the little shit, because back then YouTube had a 100 megabyte file limit, which is tiny, by the way. It's really, really fucking small. That's why the video quality on my old videos is, like, absolutely retarded. Actually, absolutely horrendous. Sorry, I apologize. Where did I get that word? Anyway, so absolutely horrendous is because I had to shrink it. So I spent literally 8 to 10 hours just learning how to do that. And then I spent like another hour or two trying to figure out exactly how big, because they didn't, so back in the day, they didn't tell you, they would just tell you if the video file was too long, but they didn't tell you like how much bigger it was or anything, so I had to sit there and guesstimate. I finally figured out exactly how long the video could be and what size and what dimensions and crap, and I could properly upload. That took like another hour or two of experimentation, so it took me forever, and this was for a 10-minute clip. And actually, a good chunk of it is the opening sequence, and they're not actually talking. So I didn't even have to translate that. So, anyway, yeah, so, again, I didn't have any experience with that. Nobody could talk to, I had to self-learn everything. Same thing with most of, like, learning how to use the capture card for this. The Elgato, I had to learn how to do that. That was fun. That took me a couple hours. So anytime, like, I'm doing something new, I have to figure this shit out, and I just, like, I have the, like, it's literally easier for me to hook up the original hardware at this point. But I always like having the original hardware anyway. I'm one of those old school types. Yeah, well, I mean, so I haven't played the patch. I know it's out. It's probably better than whatever the hell I translated, because they actually had people fact-checking and editing and stuff, but that is an option now. But yeah, it would just be nice if they, you know, they did an official translation, especially since the director's cut has been done for a while. Excuse me. I did not save your life, okay, you were fine. Us, we're just imposters, okay. Is that gonna work? Oh. Well, thank you for sticking around for so long, Rana. You got a lot of patience. Yeah, so, okay, so here's my wish list. I know nobody at Bamco is listening to me, but here's my wish list, Bamco. I think you should do a PS2 collection. It should have Tales of Rebirth, Tales of Destiny Director's Cut, and Tales of Destiny 2 bundled in there. You should just sell them all three together, okay? Have a bundle, keep it reasonably priced, and it would be nice if you had English dub, but hey, if it's only Japanese dub, I think people will take it at this damn point. But have a bundle like that. I would like to have whatever the most recent version of Tales of Fantasia is. This is a Narikiri Dungeon X. I'm not sure if I got that right, because they keep releasing them. Please give us Narikiri Dungeon X, because Fantasia has not had a decent release over here either. And I think you should I personally think they should remaster Abyss at this point too, but that's kind of a little bit on the tail end, because at least that one got out. That's my wish list, though. The rest of the games, I know, like, Innocence didn't come over here. Although that one got downgraded, so I'm not sure. But the other, like, ones I can live without, but the PS2 games, please, 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 and Fantasia would be a nice little cherry on top, but that's just my wish. I mean, so the hardest one to sell is Tales of Destiny 2, I'm not gonna lie. The graphics have not aged well. Actually, the graphics are decent, but I don't think the game as a whole has aged well. That's the hardest one to sell. I think Director's Cut will be super easy to sell, and Rebirth is kind of like in the middle. I mean, I know I'm super biased and I really want to have Rebirth out, but I realize that as a game, the mechanics are completely different from all the other Tales games, so I can kind of see why they'd be reluctant of it. But please do Director's Cut, please, 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 please. It's aged really, really well. It's beautiful, and the battle system's awesome. And it was here at one point. I don't even know how much the original PlayStation version costs in English, but anyway. I have a couple of the Lunar games around, but I don't think I didn't get around to playing them. I bought them and then I got really busy. So that's part of my backlog. The remake. Did they announce which remake they're doing? Because I haven't been keeping up, I'm not gonna lie. Because I heard something about an Exilia remake, but I'm not sure if that was correct or not. One and two. A Lunar 1 and 2? See, I get confused, so, like, is the first one the Silver Star? Because they released it's been re-released a couple times, so I got confused. There's, like, Eternal Blue, and then there's Silver Star Story, which I think got released under another name. And then there's a DS Lunar 2, isn't there? I totally lost track of it. They're gonna bundle it? Okay. I'll look into it. Are they gonna... So, remake... So, if I remember correctly, didn't Working Designs bring over Learner originally? So, obviously somebody else is remaking it, because Working Designs bit the dust. I'm assuming they redid the translations, too. As much as I love Working Designs and, like... They have good translations, but I do with the caveat, they're not necessarily the most accurate translations either. They give the game a lot of character, but they do change the tone a little bit. April 18th, okay. I have to look into that, but like I said, I'm trying to... Since the economy's kind of going in the tubes, I might have to wait on that one a little bit, because I gotta take care of some other stuff. So for reference, I just had to pay... I just paid $4,200 in car repairs this week, so that didn't help. Oh yeah, they did have a... I don't remember who did the voice acting. Working Designs usually has pretty solid voice actors, though. They're really good about that. That was one thing they were good at. I don't know if they're gonna keep them, though, because again, the licensing issues... Because I sound like a mouse. I don't have the range to do voice acting. But funny you should mention that. So I've had a lot of people say that I have a documentary voice. And I'm just like, yeah, I wish I could sound like David Attenborough. I would love to have a voice like that. He has like that iconic, like, typical, like, just very iconic voice. You can just, like, recognize it. It's like... There's certain people when they talk, like, you just know, like, Morgan Freeman has one of those voices, like, oh, that's him, right? That would be cool, but no. Well, the thing is, like, the thing about voice acting is, though, you do need to have range and flexibility, to a certain degree. I know some people, like, I know some of them, like, they kind of just have that one thing, but, like, you really do need to have a little bit of flexibility, because otherwise you can't do your job, right? You need to be able to express the emotions of the character and stuff, and I'm not necessarily good at that, so... Eh. But... Eh. I don't know, maybe I'll go viral one day and somebody recruits me. I'm kidding. They're probably gonna cast me as like a little kid, like Mao. Because that's usually what they do. They cast women as the little boys. Yeah, I got Belku. That only took like 30 minutes because I got distracted. Belku goes back to the inn. Okay. I think it's over here. Oh, just kidding. I lied. Just giggle or jiggle, because those are two different things, sir. Those are two very different things. Oh shit, where's the end? That's okay. I'm cool with I'm cool with my shrimp hobby. So the cool thing about shrimp is if they're happy, they'll start breeding and you can actually sell them for money. So I just sort of, my shrimp are just kind of like chilling right now. They're not necessarily breeding like crazy, but if I get lucky, I'll do it as a side job. We're talking about, you want me to start reading the lines? I don't know about that. Oh, so Warlord, so I have George shrimp. So they're like an inch and a half max. I'm trying to metric here. Cause you're so is it 2.54 centimeters per inch? So maybe like 2 to 3 centimeters if you metric. They're small. They're small, but they're cute. They're really cute. No, she has a name. She's Marina. For sure, I thought her name was Maria. I can't remember. Marina. At least they didn't call her, like, Happy Girl or something. We sure have. Goodness, I didn't do anything now. You know, about the height thing, I don't know if it's the angle run, but yeah, some people look like when they had that shot earlier of Zegai and he was in the prison, I mentioned about the chains not being the right length. I think that was the angle part. Because it's like a top view, but angled. So I think it makes people look the wrong height. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, here it kind of looks like Sileeds is maybe almost the same height as George, and I'm pretty damn sure that's not the case. I want to cook for them. I will eat your cooking, lady. Prawn. No, they're definitely not prawn. They're definitely not, like, you cannot eat my shrimp. These are ornamental shrimp, okay? They're pets. No eating them, please. And they range from anywhere from, like, $2 a piece to, like, if you have really high quality shrimp, you can sell them for, like, $500 each. I don't have those, by the way, so don't rate me. But if you have really good shrimp, you can sell them for $500, $1,000, $2,000, depending if it's how rare they are. So you definitely don't want to be eating these. These are pet shrimp. Dwarf shrimp usually live between 1 to 2 years. It depends, though. So actually, it depends on the water temperature, which sounds a little weird. So if your tank is on the hotter side, they live closer to a year. But if you keep them in colder water, they live about 2 years. It's kind of tricky because let's go eat. Because I don't have a whole palace full of food. Let's go eat the food. Do I hold them? No, I don't hold them. I try not to interact with them. So this sounds a little weird, but like, so I have the shrimp. So I have the shrimp in different tanks depending on their water parameters and just the colors, because if you let the colors interbreed, they tend to turn brown and I don't want that. So some of my shrimp colonies are really friendly and some of them are not. And I got them from different places, and I think it depended on like how often the person who took care of them beforehand like interacted with them, because some of my shrimps, like, I put my hand in the tank to like do maintenance, like I'll just like clean the filter or something, and those little suckers will like come attack me, right? They'll just be like climbing all over me, like, hey, you got any food, lady? Like, throw something in here. And then the other ones, like, if I just look into the tank, they'll all just scatter. So they all kind of have their own little personality as a group, which is funny. But yeah, you can hold them. It's not like fish. Like, if you have a pet fish, please don't hold your fish, because that actually can make them sick. Shrimp don't have a slime code, so you can pick them if they allow you. You can handle them, and it's not going to actually make them sick. But again, most of the time the shrimp are not just going to like, hey human, you can pet me. So it just depends on the shrimp. But yeah, some of the shrimp, like, I'll be, like, vacuuming in there. Like, there's literally a water vacuum that you use to suck the water out. And, like, I sometimes, like, they'll just be sitting there in a spot that I need to vacuum. And I'm just, like, literally pushing them with the vacuum, trying to get them to go on. And they're like, no, I'm not going to move. And I'm just, like, this little 1-inch shrimp is, like, refusing to budge. I'm pushing it. They're really cute, but... Neocaridina, if you're gonna get drawer shrimp, either get Neocaridinas or the, oh god, I can't pronounce this. Opaeula shrimp? They're red shrimp from Hawaii. Those things are apparently impossible to kill. The only problem is they live in brackish water, so you have to Google that. But once you get them set up, like you're pretty much good. You don't have to do anything. Why not big shrimp? Okay, so I have freshwater tanks, Warlord. So they do have bigger shrimp that you can put in freshwater tanks, but the shrimp are either they're either kind of hard to get, or they just don't get that big. So if you want like actual big shrimp, theirs are usually, like, I'm talking as pets. I'm not talking about the ones you eat, okay? that's different. I'm not talking about prawns because we eat those. Most of the kind of bigger shrimp that people think of when you think of an aquarium, those are actually saltwater shrimp, which I don't do saltwater because it's a completely different bag of worms. But a lot of the freshwater shrimp are on the smaller side. I'm not gonna say all of them, but most of them are under 2 inches. But like, you know, if you keep mentioning like the mantis shrimp, that's saltwater, which I'm not doing. And besides, they have a lot of character besides being small. The only thing about the size that I have to worry about is because they're small, I can't put them with, like, so you can put the shrimp with fish. It's just you have to be careful which fish you put them with, because obviously the shrimp fits in the fish's mouth. Most fish will eat anything that fits in their mouth, FYI. So, yeah, if its mouth is about the size of the shrimp, your shrimp will become a very expensive snack. Hermit crabs are okay, but then you have a slightly other problem. So, hermit crabs, you can't put them in an aquarium. They have to have a terrarium of some sort. In fact, some people don't even have water in there. Like, they'll have drinking water, obviously, but they don't even have, like, a pool of water in there. They can be just completely terrestrial. And then you have to buy them, like, shells, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but, you know, it's just sort of one of those, you do have to get them a bigger shell. And I don't know if you know this, but hermit crabs, at least the ones we used to sell at the store that... So I used to work at PetSmart. We used to sell hermit crabs, and those little suckers get about fist size. I don't know if you guys know that. I heard they can get a size of a coconut. But yeah, somebody literally brought one back, and I'm just like, oh my god, what the hell are we supposed to do with this? And he's like, it got too big, and it pinched my dog's nose. And I'm like, what do you want us to do with it? So we ended up taking it back, and we found it a new home. But they do get really big, apparently. But I do have, some of my tanks are mixed. They have shrimp and fish in them, and then some of them just have shrimp in them. But shrimp come in, the shrimp that I have come in all sorts of cool colors. So right now, my Neo tanks, I have snowball shrimp, which are white. I have cherry, they're red. I have green ones, blue ones, orange ones. I have some that are green and white, and then I have yellow ones. And that's not even all the colors. There are like 5 other color types that I haven't gotten. I started running out of tanks. So, I don't know how long hermit crabs live. I think they live like 3 to 4 years, but whatever Google says is more accurate. I know they live longer than the shrimp do, though. And then I have Neocaridina. I have 1 tank of Caridina shrimp, and it's a mixed tank. This is my first time having Caridinas, so I didn't get the expensive ones. But from what I can tell, there are some boas, some black galaxies, red galaxies, and some blue bolts. I think I got the names right there. I'm not so familiar with their colorings. But they're kind of cool. So they're like black, red, blue, and white, and like all mixed together. There's a lot of different types, colors and types of shrimp. It's amazing. Selective breeding is awesome. One thing that's kind of cool about shrimp is that this doesn't apply to a lot of other species, but like normally if you take like a small group of shrimp, like normally if you take a small group of anything and you inbreed them a lot, like normally they start having, you start getting like the cross-eyed kids and stuff. Shrimp are apparently a little different. You can inbreed them quite a bit, and it actually doesn't seem to have much of a negative detriment to them. I don't know if they just have good, like, base genetics. But if you want, like, the really nice coloring shrimp, you gotta inbreed them, just like everything else. And, people will start off with 5 shrimp, and they'll end up with, like, hundreds and hundreds of them, and the shrimp are fine, despite having started with 5 shrimp. So... Don't do that with your fish, though. The fish will get cross-eyed after a minute. Yeah, they're okay. But definitely, though, there's one thing I'm going to warn you about shrimp in particular. If you want to get shrimp, you definitely need to be patient. And don't put them in the tank right away, because I did that with my first batch of shrimp, and let me tell you, they didn't live very long. So the key is you gotta... And this is the same thing actually with aquariums too, like if you're just getting fish. Like, set it up properly first. It takes usually at least a month. Actually, it could take, if you want to do 2 months, it's better. But if you set it up properly, your life will be so much damn easier. So please do that first. I know it's hard to wait a month, but trust me, your fish and your shrimp will do so much better. Wait, what the hell is pregnant Sonic smell? Wait, are you talking about Sonic the Hedgehog or a different Sonic? Wait, which Sonic are we talking about? Yeah, Muffin, I have questions too. I'm trying to clarify this. I know. Do you know what pregnant Sonic smell is, girl? Because I don't. So, first off, I thought Sonic was a dude. I mean, I didn't check down there, but, I just kind of assumed he sounds like a dude. Doesn't he talk in the movie? So, Belcoot is dense, but it's okay. I mean... So, I'm just confused... I'm just confused how... Like, So it's kind of hard to sell a smell in the first place. So now I'm wondering, did they have a jar and they capped the air in there, or is it just like an artificial stuff they rubbed on a piece of paper? Like, and then what the fuck is a pregnant smell? Like, I don't even. Somebody's gonna have to help me out here, because it sounds like one of those things people are just gonna buy because it's like, what the fuck is this? And like, I want to know what it is, but at the same time, I'm not sure how this is working. I'm not Googling that shit either, by the way. I refuse. Google's very punishing. You Google that one thing that's really weird, and it will start showing you... I don't even want to know what the hell kind of ads I would be getting after seeing that. Shadow is the... Okay, like I said, yo... I thought high school biology was a requirement to graduate these days. Did they change this? Nobody seems to know how this works, okay? I thought people knew how the birds and the bees worked. I mean, at least Tails ain't the dad, but At least it was 2 hedgehogs, right? Not a hedgehog and a fox. Okay, no. There's a difference. No, sir. There's a difference between fan fiction and actually selling shit, okay? That's a line that... No, that's not the same thing, sir. I don't know that many doujinshi people who are selling pregnants. I don't, like, again, I'm still not even sure what pregnant smell is, but okay. I think, yeah, let's, I mean, I think this is a hyperbole we should not be going down. Let's just drop this conversation, okay? Oh god, can you imagine if you were just listening to this too and you couldn't see the chat? They probably think I'm fucking nuts. I mean, I am, but even I can't come up with this crap. They call me a foreigner. Foreigner. Foreigners. Those darn foreigners. Tattoo. Yeah, Sileys be like, that don't suit you. So he says this, but I thought there was a way to remove a tattoo. Maybe they don't have this in Suikoden World. Like, I literally thought there was a process that could just remove a tattoo. Under most circumstances, I think there's a couple tattoos they can't, but they just basically stick a needle in there, and then I thought they stuck a needle in there and sucked the dye back out, but maybe I'm wrong. No. The basic birds and the bees, Lord. You have to get the basic facts down first before you can start talking about alternate possibilities. Okay. You should talk to Shun, Belkut, apparently. You figured out how to get out of that without getting in trouble. Canacan. Canacan. In my my best Georgian accent right there. I want to marry into the royal family and abolish the gladiator system. It's gonna make Marina very sad, but it's okay. The cuckoo bird. It's a moocher. Oh, so speaking of cuckoo birds, so, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm under the impression that they'll lay their eggs in I think they usually pick a particular species of bird when they do this too, but they lay their eggs in another bird's nest while the parents are gone. Excuse me, they kick all the existing eggs out. So egocides. They'll egocides. And then they'll lay their own eggs, and then they leave. And then I was told, like, they basically make the parents of the other batch raise their children for them, because, you know, it's a pain in the butt bringing food back to them. And then I was told that they try to kick the cuckoo bird's nest, the cuckoo's babies out of the nest, the cuckoo birds will basically go ballistic on them. So they're basically, they basically force birds to fucking raise their own kids for them, which is diabolical. But actually something similar happens in fish tanks too. There's a couple species of catfish that will go in and like eat all the eggs of a brooding, like, I think it's usually cichlids they target, because they take good care of their babies. They'll go in, eat all the eggs, lay their own, and then the cichlid parents are like, oh, these babies kind of have little whiskers on them, but hey, you know, maternal instincts. I can't remember which species of catfish, but there's certain ones. I don't know if they were, I want to say they were related to the Cynodontuses, but I might be wrong, but yeah. It happens there. And I think there's a couple of insects that do that too. I heard that happening with like bees and hornets. So yeah, it works apparently. Yeah, and kicks the other bird. But then I heard some birds have adapted to figure out that there's a cuckoo. So you would think this would be immediately obvious, but like they figured out that the egg is not theirs, so they'll kick the cuckoo bird baby out like super early on before the cuckoo parents come back. So yeah, it's it's very interesting how that works though. That being said, I think that's a better plan than, like, so I hear about all these, like, the weird parasites and the bugs, or, like, there's the ones that, like, infect the ants, and it makes the ants go to the top of the blades of grass so that they can get eaten by the birds because they can only, this parasite can only like reproduce inside of birds and crap. Like that's totally like that's just way too much damn trouble. Stuff like that. But that's like the inspiration they got for like The Last of Us, where that fungus infected the brain of people. That actually happens in bugs. I mean, it doesn't make them do like that mutate quite that much, but it has a similar effect. Oh well, let me tell you about that, Warlord. From my experience, the vast majority of catfish have spines. In fact, I cannot think of one off the top of my head that doesn't have some sort of a spine that I've had to net before. They all have spines. And some of them, even if the fish is only like 1 or 2 inches long, they can definitely slice you open, and I've had that happen a couple times. So I don't fuck with catfish. I have some in my tanks, but like, once I put them in there, they're pretty much in there. Heaven forbid I have to move them, because they will fuck you up. I have also seen, like, my cichlids try to attack my catfish before, and god, that didn't go well. Oh. Dude fell asleep on the table. Yeah, so, suppose, oh yeah, you do recruit people from Canada, they are heavy drinkers. But yeah, I'm trying to think, because, like, I literally, at least, like, for freshwater, like, fish that you get for your tanks, I can't think of a single one that doesn't have some sort of armor or spine on them. And some of them, like, click and crap when they get you. So I used to have a, it's called a striped Raphael catfish. And they're normally very timid and peaceful. I mean, they will eat anything that fits in their mouth. They are a carnivorous catfish, but they're not very aggressive. They're very, very shy and they're nocturnal. But god, they have these spines on their, I think it's their pectoral fins. And it hurts like fucking hell when they clamp on, because I had one get me once, and it just wouldn't let go. And I felt so bad, but like I had to pulled my hand out of the water, and so the fish is like out of the water, but it's like still stuck on my darn finger, and I had to wait until it like semi-suffocated so it'd let go, because I couldn't get them to let go. The fish was fine, by the way. I wasn't, but the fish was fine. He drew blood, and it took a couple weeks for that to heal, but it's okay. I mean, I do play some action RPGs, Warlord, but it depends, like, it's usually the older ones, obviously. I don't have any of the newer games. That being said, I'm trying to think of one off the top of my head. I don't think I've streamed any recent. So I was streaming Okami. That counts as an action RPG, doesn't it? I actually got stuck, so I probably should get back to that. I want to finish that game. That's one of those games I keep starting, but I never finish. I have not tried Darkstarters, period, so no. I haven't played the second one either. I don't know how the hell she's gonna pick this man up and stick him in a bed. She must be way stronger than she looks. I mean, like I said, he's not a small dude, but okay. I think Marina is the real man in this relationship. She can pick him up and get it. I mean, like, it's just hard picking people up and so I don't know if you've ever had to pick up a cat that doesn't want to get picked up, but god, they get like 30 times heavier when they're like that, and that's a cat, which, you know, cats usually are under 20, most cats are under 20 pounds. Yeah, imagine trying to pick up a person and then properly stick them in the bed. I mean, you could help her get them in the bed, and after that, you can leave them alone, but... no, I have not. I have not. I'm only, like... I'm not that far in the game. I'm, like, actual, like, progress-wise, I'm probably about 5 hours in, because there's, a large chunk of time. I was trying to play it blind, because it's my first time. First time through games, I try not to use a fact, but I kept getting lost, and I couldn't figure out what to do, so I eventually had to check one, because... I was just drawing all over the place and not getting anything done. So, yeah, not that far in. I think I'm in the second part of the game now. Oh god, I forgot what I was doing. So I went in this forest that was contaminated. And some swordsman dude was giving me trouble. I got that, the last painting skill I got was the one that lets you, like, latch onto the flower petals and it, like, basically, like, slingshots you across the... It slingshots you up into the petal so you can get to different places. That was the last one I got. Yeah, it's very Zelda-ish, although it's definitely different from Zelda Warlord. I don't want to call it a Zelda knockoff because that would be doing it a disservice. It's a very good standalone action RPG. But it definitely has Zelda-y elements to it. That's the best way to describe it to somebody who hasn't played it. It's Zelda with very nice artwork. And a wolf! And a little flea, like, little thingy. So, speaking of Okami, I do think it's one of the few times where the silent protagonist was done correctly. You do have, oh god, I forgot what his name is, Ichan. You do have the little guy who kind of talks for you, and you are a wolf, so there's actually a legit reason why you can't talk. So kudos. Good job, Clover. I don't think Devil May Cry and Okami have a lot of overlaps. I know they're made by the same company. But don't hurt Belkut now. Oh, don't worry about him. I'll take good care of him. Alright, so finally I go back to my room. I go to the... Where am I supposed to go? It's the middle of the damn night. It says go back to the arena, okay. No, remember that for later, y'all. Okay, so I'm supposed to go back to the arena in the middle of the night. I'm sure they won't notice I'm missing. Toodles! Is that Abe Lincoln? That dude looks like Abe Lincoln.
So, what'd you think?
Oh yes, definitely. If you guys are even remotely interested in Okami, like, please get it. It's a beautiful game and it's totally worth playing. I just got distracted, and it's relatively cheap now, so I think I got it when it was on sale for like $6 or something like that, which is totally worth it. It's totally worth it. The HD version too, not the original release.
Yes, I think he's a good man too.
Indeed.
Unlike a certain queen's knight, he knows how to treat the royal family with courtesy, too.
Yeah, and unlike a certain member of the royal family, he talks politely, too.
Hey.
See, here the...
Perfect, though. He seems a little thick-headed, and he can't hold his liquor.
The height looks better here.
Do you think Belkut is good enough for Lim to marry?
Yeah, see, like, when you're actually on, what do you call it? Not overhead view. The heights are correct, but it gets jacked up when they switch back. So I'm not the only one who had the problem. I don't know why. I kept, like, so I started it on Wii. I started on the Wii. Which, it is it is one of those games, like, it is very much made for the Wii. But they did a good job adapting it to PS2. But then, I never finished it on the Wii. And, I don't know, for some reason I just didn't finish it. Even though it's a good game. It's the same thing, I had the same problem with Resonance of Fate. It was a good game, but I just never finished it. And finally this year, or sorry, last year I finished it. After many failed attempts. I don't know why that happens.
Well, so he even has Big Brother's approval, huh?
Well, we don't have to talk about this right now. The first round isn't even over yet.
True, but I'm still worried about a few things. If Belkut wins, I wonder what Marina will do.
Huh? Marina? What do you mean?
Children.
Never mind. Now then, I guess we better be getting home. I bet Lynn is getting a little tired of waiting.
They're probably wondering what the hell happened because it's nighttime. So I think the Wii as a console, I think they did a very good job of distinguishing it from the other consoles. Because, like, they get, like, it's really one of those things, if you want to have that kind of control, like, that kind of control scheme with your console, like, you had to get a Wii. Like, that wasn't available on by Sony. Is that a dog barking? That wasn't they did a very unique system, right? Sorry, I admit it's not for everyone, but I think Nintendo did a good job with the Wii. I don't know so much about the Wii U and stuff, and the Switch is kind of like, but they do give you a reason. Like, their consoles are very unique. They try to do new stuff with it. Processing power is not necessarily great, but they manage. They do make fun consoles, if that makes any sense. But they can be a little bit difficult to adjust to. It doesn't work for all games, either. Look at my spin dance! So, I'm sorry, whoever choreographed this game, it looks very, very awkward, I'm sorry. Which is funny, because it has pretty good facial expressions, it's just like the way they move. The cutscenes is a little weird. I know that's a two-handed sword, but he should be able to lift it above his head no problem if he's a sword master, but...
Match 2 of the semifinals. The winner is Belcoot.
Like, I don't know if they use motion capture for this or not, but it just looks very awkward sometimes.
And tomorrow, Kilderick and Belcoot will compete for the championship.
I feel like he's just swinging it around just to show off, because he absolutely did not need to do that. That sword doesn't even look that big to me. Maybe I'm just an idiot, but... Like, usually when I see a two-handed sword, that thing looks like a claymore or something. Or, like, it looks like the fucking, what is that, what is Guts' sword's name? From Berserk. I can't remember, was it called the Demon Slayer or something? What this big-ass sword. It just looks like a semi-fat... It looks like a semi-fat katana to me, which I would think a dude who is skilled with the weapon could swing one-handed, but, you know, what do I know? A dual sword? Oh, I thought he used two hands on it. Am I remembering? Okay. Anyway, the way he swung it was just it's awkward. Swordsmaster. Is that really a DMC reference? I think Swordsmaster is a pretty common term. See, there's be the strongest person in the whole tournament. Oh, I got my little quad coming with me. His spidey senses are tingling. Let's go break in on Belcoot. That's an interesting way to phrase that. It's a... I mean... I thought Swordsmaster was a pretty common term. Maybe I'm just mistaken. Alright. Should be. Alright. So I do have to take a tea break. BRB. Oh, really? Did they say that a lot in the end? That's interesting. Specifically the third one, huh? Alright, so back to the arena. Arena-weena. Oh. Damn it, I think I read the wrong way. I'm good at that. Okay, yeah, I think I... Oh, never mind. I was going the right way. Ignore the leopard for now. I feel like this inn did not get a good location. It should be closer to the main road. Inn proprietress. That's a word you don't see very often, proprietress. I guess innkeeper was too generic. Marina! Marina! Yeah, I think it's the angle. Because, like, in the cutscenes, you can clearly see that George is the tallest, followed by Cyleeds, and then the Prince and Leon, which makes sense, right? But when you're at this angle, like, literally... you can't tell. Which, I'm trying to think if this was a problem in previous Suikodens, or if this was just this one. I mean, it's a little bit harder to tell because they were polygons. They were, sorry, sprites versus polygons. Anyway, yeah. They pushed a letter under the door, huh? Well, that's old-fashioned. You're supposed to shoot a ransom letter with an arrow, okay? Jeez. Yeah, so graphically this game kind of has some problems, and I totally get it, but, you know. I guess at the time, because I don't remember this being an issue in 3. 3 was also 3D. And again, we're not talking about 4. 4 doesn't exist, so... But again, 3 doesn't really have this overhead angle either. It's more like eye level / like over the shoulder. This is like over the shoulder, but in the ceiling. I mean, to be fair, we were gonna check on Belku, not Marina. I don't think we could have prevented the kidnapping. No proof, but yeah. Put a socket in. Okay, I understand what they're saying, but at the same time, I don't know if I would have picked that particular line for that. That's a line that I say to people when I'm kind of pseudo mad at them. Yeah, like, we do have a hostage situation right now. You might want to sort this out later. If Belku could probably take them all out himself, but he's not supposed to be doing that, so... That being said, he's coming with me, so... be fair, I don't think Kilderic would have lost anyway. You know. George's got a point. I just remembered something. I mean, how many huts are there over there? I mean, so I get that they're gonna do a sneak attack, but you would think there would be more than one path to a hut in a forest anyway. You literally could just come in at a different angle. I mean, I guess if it's like super densely wooded, you couldn't do that, but still. I used to come visit a lot back when I was engaged to Gazelle, and she apparently went in the woods with him to an abandoned hut. And, okay, I'm just gonna leave that there. Extra awkward when you think about how they made a pledge not to have any children. Anyway, gonna leave that there. Don't pick it back up, Esther. I mean, how? I didn't say it. She said it. Okay, she literally gave that as her reason. Yeah, I know about that hut in the woods because I used to come here a lot with my ex. I mean. How else am I supposed to interpret that? At least she doesn't have selected memory like Shion, and she knows what her ex looks like. Yes. Okay, side leads, you're gonna be the mommy, and I'm gonna be the daddy, and we're gonna do what mommies and daddies do, and that's birds and the bees, just like we were talking about earlier. Oh. Yeah, Silence is not great in battle, but that's usually kind of how it is with these games that have, like, a ton of characters in it. It's really hard to have a character that's actually good in battle and actually has a good personality. That being said, I do like Kyle. He's actually good in battle, and he's actually interesting. But, like, Zaraste is, like, super OP in battle, but then she's, like, boring as hell in the game. She's, like, she's, like, what you call, like, a mini bitch. I mean, I kind of don't blame them for Suikoden games because the cast is so big, but this does happen in other JRPGs too. Or the total, like, I got the super OP person in my party now, and then they end up sucking. Go to the new town. Wait, I just did this. I'm good at getting stuck. That's my favorite thing. So one thing I've noticed about this game is it's actually really hard to figure out how to leave a place. I know that sounds dumb as hell, but... Like the fucking Sun Palace, it took me forever to figure out how to get out of there, and like this place is not super intuitive how to leave either. So basically you can just tell people it's an emergency and not give them any details and they'll still let you out. Oh yeah, you're fucking dead if something happens to me, but it's okay. Don't worry about it. Yeah, this is one of those games, like, if I was trying to speedrun it, I would definitely have to play it a couple times because it's just like weird. This is one of those games, if they remake it, they just, let's try here. Oh, I don't know what to buy. I should probably not do this. They should, if they remake this, or re-release it, they should have none of those, like, little indicators, like in the, like they added to Graces. Yay, I'm following the warm-up. They have in Graces that tells you where to go, because this game would benefit a lot from that. Or having a map. A map would also be nice. I don't know if I'm gonna meet this wild boar. Oh, hold on. Oh, Jesus. Trade. Okay, he said don't buy anything. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about that. Okay, skills. Okay, so... I can do one. I think with him I usually just go across the board. Good job! Good job, Esther. Yeah, let's do defense for you, girl. Hey, George, really? I thought he had more shit than this. Fine. Sileads. Oh dear. You know, her accuracy kind of sucks, but... Yeah, she just sucks in general for this. Let's do life, though. Velcood, I have none. I ain't got none. Alright. Oh, he told me what to do, but it's okay. I don't care, it's too late. Go ahead and fight around. Okay, that's nice. Okay. He said run around, but... Oh. Wait. Immediately west of Storm... Yeah, but there's a river there. I think I have to go down a river. Hey! Pork. Okay, damn, that's a really strong pig. Window shopper. So, the wild boar dropped marbled beef. The fur clothes I can see, but the beef I'm not having here. Pork, people. Pork. Pork. Bacon. Bacon. Did I go outside the... Did I go out the wrong part of town? It says it's immediately west of Stormwind. Oh, these little things are cute. Kinda like my shrimp. Like one of each color. Up. Up. Can't touch this. I should probably have Belcoot in the front too, but it's okay. Did I say Stormwind? Oh, the fax says Stormwind. I meant Stormfist. Or... Okay, there you go. Oh, okay. For some reason, I was thinking it was okay. I don't think I'm gonna be able to hit. There is a mini boss battle. I don't think I'm gonna be able to trigger it. I will fight a couple more battles just because I've got Belcoot with me. Oh yeah, I forgot how his rune worked. I might want to look at that.
They can't defeat me.
I say a couple more battles, and that's gonna equate to like 20 minutes in real time because loading screens. Come here, gray boar thing. Oh, killer bunny. Oh, you're the last one, okay. I know he has the falconer, but 3 times. Does it? I don't know if it unbalances you in this game or not. I think it. I don't know what I was doing. It's not like it's sounds like a semi-evil laugh. I think it's supposed to be a confident laugh, but it comes out a little bit evil. See, I feel like they should have made these trees a little bit bigger than the other, like the normal ash trees, because... Oh god, I actually got another note. Alright, after this I'll go in the woods. Alright. Because I'm... Oh, Jesus. Being attacked by leaves. Leaves!
Never underestimate me.
Yes, ma'am. Alright. I'm gonna have like 20 random battles inside there too, so I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, just kidding. Cutscene. I found it. See, now they're wondering why she's coming into the woods like this. Oh, now she says she's a tomboy. Oh, sure, sure, Silenes. Yes, yes. That's the explanation we're gonna give the children. Speaking of which, George brings up a good point. How come she doesn't have a Queen's Knight guarding her? She is the sister of the Queen. And yeah, I know George is with me right now, but he's apparently not her guard either. Excuse me. I mean, they have enough damn knights. It's not like... No, Lim gets Miakis, and then I get Leon, and... Arstad apparently, I guess just gets Farad, which Farad is cool too. It's like, they literally have 5 knights that have no dedicated people to guard it. Okay. I'm just making sure. Follow the deal trail. Okay. While keeping pressing against the east side. At the bend to the left. Okay, so there's a hidden path that there's a hidden path with a goose tactic. That's what I'm looking for. Ah, Survivor.
Still got a long way to go.
Okay, so apparently I haven't either. I haven't hit the ah. The encounter rate in this game.
For goodness sake.
This is gonna be one of the rare times where you actually see Siledes finish the enemy with a weapon. She's usually not the one to do that. Okay, I don't here. Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna equip that or. Oh, it's a gymongous pitcher plant. Oh, it survived. It survived George's attack. Oh, did you just poison me? Oh, okay, I have antitoxin and stuff. Oh, you're still alive. Okay. Oh, it toppled. I hope I have more than one antitoxin, otherwise I'm going to have to. I'm gonna have to choose. Oh. I only have one? I don't know. Okay, I have more. I was like... I can't. Well, that guy's boo-boo. Worth a lot of experience, but... On the plus side, all these random battles give me time to check the fact, but on the downside... Oh god. Sua! Alright. Operation Sneak Up From Behind. Oh, they totally can't see you, George.
I spotted Marina. She's all right.
And the enemy?
There are two inside. I'm positive those are the guys that attacked Belcoot.
And there are about 5 more in front. Guess they don't expect anybody to come from the back. They're only guarding the front.
What do you think we should do? Do you want to wait a while?
Sorry. I just can't wait anymore.
Wait!
This is what happens when you bring a hothead. Oh.
What the hell are you doing here?
He just Sophied that door.
Marina, are you alright?
What's going on?
What's wrong?
What happened?
How did you...
It looks like you've been very naughty.
Oh, you tell him, Siledes.
We freed the hostage. If you don't want to get hurt, you better give up now.
Damn it! Not you stupid imposters again! Don't you have anything better to do?
How many times do you have to get in our way before you're satisfied?
Do they not know what a Queen's Knight looks like? I understand the rest of them, but Jesus Christ, they should know the Queen's Knight outfit at least. These people... Yeah, fuck yeah.
Huh.
We hardly expect the likes of you to understand our noble purpose.
Dude, you look like a Keebler elf
Barbaric
reject.
swordsman from some backward land trying to become our princess's husband? It's blasphemy. We have to stop it.
And to do that, you're willing to make this poor, innocent young lady suffer?
The music does not match the scene, by the way.
A lot you know. That girl is a citizen of Felina. It is her duty to go along with the plan, so just back off.
They're never going to listen.
Definitely not.
No matter how you try to justify it, it doesn't change the fact that you failed. So just give up now while you can.
Never! You leave us no choice. Even if we die trying, Belcoop, we're gonna bring you down with us. We can't let you fight in the championship tomorrow.
Fine, come on then. You'll pay for touching Marina.
Let's see if y'all live long enough for me to use this. I guess it just spread. Oh, they actually hit George. Oh, that was a waste. It does amount to. It doesn't always tell you. Oh yeah, please go after George. No, they're not nunchucks, Warlord. They're try nunchucks, if I think it's the official. I need to when I sharpen his weapon, it tells you. I think they're officially called try nunchuck. They're cool looking, okay? They're cool looking, goddammit.
Oh man. I just can't believe these guys. And the worst part is, they thought they were doing it for the nation and the royal family.
And getting that poor girl mixed up in it, too.
Marina. It's all right now.
Belcoot. Oh, Belcoot, I was so scared. So scared.
Marina.
Semi-awkward voice acting, but it's okay. That guy had itchy eyes. So I don't know if this is true, because I'm definitely not a martial artist, but I heard the nunchucks are actually one of the most difficult weapons to master, which I can kind of believe. They're super not practical in most cases, but again, they look really damn cool. I have a feeling that's one of those weapons where you'll definitely be smacking yourself a lot more than you will your opponents, especially when you're trying to learn it. After the battle, take the main road back to the south. Apparently there's a hidden path somewhere here. Oh yeah, I mean, more so than other weapons, right? You can hit yourself with any weapon, pretty much, because just people can be amazingly uncoordinated like that. Not that I know from experience. I definitely have not hit myself ever. Before. Never. But, yeah, that weapon is literally designed to ricochet off yourself. stupid thing poisoned me last time. Better. Oh, that was such a waste.
Still got a long way to go.
I mean, any of them are gonna hurt. I think the wood ones might actually be worse because I think people naturally just like, oh, it's wood, it's not a big deal. Because people don't think those bokutos hurt. The freaking wooden practice swords. God, those things fucking hurt. Those things really hurt. Like, those things are borderline lethal. I think if you hit somebody on the head hard enough, you could kill them with it. So I think people are just naturally more careless with the wood ones because... Am I supposed to be running down here or am I just wasting my time? Yeah, I'm wasting my time. Okay, so the silence rune kind of sucked. So I'm sorry, silence orb. Yeah, no, silence rune. Oh, this thing again. Fine. Matter what? Oh, you just saying it's. But yeah, I don't remember. It depends on where you hit yourself. Oh my god. I didn't even see the little holly thing. Oh, you just spit that thing out, didn't you? That was actually a low-key smart move. Oh, please don't chomp me. Okay, fine. I mean, it's definitely one of the, like, yeah, it's definitely one of those weapons, I hope you're a fast learner, because otherwise you're gonna die before you learn how to use it. Oh my god, I thought that was enough to kill. Stop! Stop pooping on me! Or breathing, or whatever the hell. Bad breath.
They can't defeat me.
I can guarantee my uncoordinated ass, I would probably manage to hit myself in the face multiple times, like straight up in the face too. I'm not, not even like my arms or whatever. I probably look like I just got beat up by a mob. Like, no, that was me. I did it myself. I'm trying to think if it would be easier to control or harder to control if it's in 3 sections as opposed to 2. I'm just thinking in terms of hitting it like a staff, it would probably be weaker, just because it's got joints in it, but maybe not. Because, like, let's say Tyr from Suikoden 1, he just uses a staff, so he's pretty normal, and then Ryu, I don't even know how to pronounce his name, R-I-O-U, Ryo. Ryo uses the tonfas. And then Suikoden 3 boring, you have swords. 4 we're gonna forget about. I actually don't remember what the main one. It's been so long, I don't even remember. What is the main character using for? It's been so. Is it just a sword? With metal. I mean, it's gotta be so much heavier too.
Indeed, sir. I gave her the item as you instructed.
Good.
Sir, if I may ask, do you think she'll use it?
Who knows? But I do think it would be more interesting if she does use it. And if she doesn't, I've taken other measures as well.
I see.
In case you didn't know he was the creepy, they had to make sure he disappeared twice. I'm here till night again. This is kind of a running theme with this id. Oh, there's actually a typo here. I'll think I'll just head straight to bed. That one's actually not too bad, but... No, it's just a problem if you draw blood, apparently. They'll be fine. He just kind of smacked them around a little bit. Boy, this guy's a little too straight-laced. It's like these guys literally kidnapped somebody, but I still feel bad for beating them up. Yeah, it is getting kind of Fortnite-y, or less. Actually, I was gonna get BO6, and then the more I thought about it, I'm like, nah. It's kind of going down the crapper, so I'm kind of glad I didn't waste the money. A lot of people are complaining that it doesn't have a good identity anymore, and they're correct. They're also going, and I'm not just talking about this, like, aesthetic stuff either. We're trying to go in too many different directions, and they're failing in all of them, if you ask me. Kind of a shame, too, because they were working on BO6 for a minute. So what happens when the head of Treyarch leaves, apparently. I didn't know David Vonderhaar left. Because that makes a huge difference. Because that's exactly what happened with Infinity, where the two top people left, and then it started going down the drain when it shows. Okay, so I literally just walk outside the room. They could have just, like... They didn't have to have me control this part. See, this... I feel like they should have just had a scene where you're walking outside your room. I happen to be nocturnal, lady. No, the princess is gonna marry me, sweetie. Apparently. No, I'm kidding. Okay, you could have just automatically walked me back to the bed. This is like artificially giving me a sense of control here. I have no idea when it transitions to me when I can control them either. Princey, Princey, time to wake up. Oh, goodness. See, Leon, that's what happens when you take the prince's tri-nunchucks and try to use them for yourself. Now, Leon, you should have had George do it. I'm pretty sure Lim has somebody else wake her up. I don't think she does it. So did they actually heal me? Okay. And sometimes you have like a sleeping sequence and like you wake up and you still hurt. Good morning! I have a stutter now. For good reason. What took so long? You missed breakfast. I was busy reapplying my bandages, lady. Oh, okay. Now she's gaslighting people. Okay, good job, Sileens. I see you. George knows. At least she got to take the... She's not... Her eye's not that blocked. So apparently Sileens turned into Berserker mode when she first wakes up and remembers absolutely nothing. Just like me. Yeah, that's never a look you want to see on the face of a person who just cooked you food. That would have me concerned. It was delish. The extra special soup. I mean, he is the one in the fight today, among other things. I guess officially she can say he put him in a food coma and wouldn't be too far off. I mean, you'd think they would let her have the day off anyway so she can watch the match, but I don't know. I mean, circumstances are a little strange, so... I'm just saying, normally. Now I'm getting hungry because I kept talking about freaking soup and like extra vegetables and beef and meat. But damn it. No matter what happens. I'm assuming they said zit tiny, but... Alright, walk outside the room. No, just kidding. Leave the inn, enter arena. Alright. Back to the arena. I can't run straight. Go get him, Tiger. Looks like we'll soon be brothers, okay? Good lord, this many dialogue choices coming up? I don't think most of them even matter, but... Whee! I can't run straight. The royal box.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the championship match. Entering the arena representing Giselle Godwin is Hilderic.
Mr. Magenta.
And his opponent, the Comic-Con swordsman, Belcoot.
Something's wrong.
What's the matter with him?
Maybe he doesn't feel well.
He seemed fine a little while ago.
He's made it to the arena, so he must be well enough to fight. Let's see what happens.
Commence!
Damn! He can barely defend himself.
He's nothing like he was yesterday. What's the meaning of this?
Belcoot!
That's enough! Stop the match!
And the winner is Hilderic!
I don't know why Kilderic was going for the kill, because that literally would have disqualified him, but you know. So you can't do that with nunchucks. Only try nunchucks can do that. I need to get my weapon back. I think this is the shortest way. Just kidding. Boy, you spend a lot of time in the infirmary.
Belcoot! Is he all right? I said, how is he? Is he going to be all right?
Please, calm down. Have you no manners? You shouldn't be shouting at an injured man's bedside.
Right. Sorry.
Ooh, feisty doctor.
His injuries look worse than they are. It seems they're all superficial, nothing life-threatening.
I see.
I never heard.
But it looks like he was put to sleep with magic or a drug.
What?
Is that why he was so unsteady?
But it couldn't have been magic.
True. The rune keepers keep a close watch, so if magic was used, they'd know right away. So the only possibility left is a drug. But I don't see any evidence of that either.
What do you mean? Aren't doctors supposed to be able to spot something like that?
I'm just as confused as you are. He doesn't show any of the typical signs of being drugged to sleep at all.
Even if it was a drug, who gave it to him? And when? Belkut was with us all morning.
Let go of me! Let me through!
Wait! Hold on, you!
Belkut!
Marina.
Hey! You're not allowed in here!
Guards, stand down!
Oh, yes, Your Highness. Pardon me.
How the hell an inn lady's forced her way in here is beyond me, but... Ah, well... Let's just say, given the, the combination of events that happened before I stopped streaming before I felt like it was time to get off of it for a minute, Noble. You can interpret that as you will. I don't know why Marina's surprised too. Oh damn, I drugged the dude and then he ends up getting his ass whooped during a competition. Ah. She should have, like, asked if it was gonna knock him out before he got in the arena. Partially, but, I mean, to be fair, his side had been bothering me before then, right? Like I said, it's a combination of a couple of things, but just kind of took that as a sign to take a break. He only kicked him in the face like once, he's okay. They lied to you. Either that or your stew, like, blocked the absorption. Your stew's so potent it knocks people out. I mean, to be fair, Noble, I do sometimes just stop playing the game. That's not the first time it's happened. What was it? I think, like, a year and a half ago? I got off the game for, like, 6 or 7 months for various reasons, too. So sometimes I just get off the game when I've had enough, and it just... just took that as a sign. Hi, Truly. How are you doing? I don't think I haven't sang anything today. That's probably a good thing. Odorless and tasteless. And this is starting to sound like carbon monoxide. Odorless, tasteless, noxious. Yeah, good. That's good. That's good. Yep. Leon, the drug expert. I'm doing alright. I'm trying to get to the part where the game actually starts. So this is an example of obsessive love here. This shouldn't have happened if she really loved him, but... I mean, she does, but it's kind of misguided at the same time, yeah. Oh, no, I hope you feel better. Oh, yeah, you do. I guess you do feel better, but... Sorry to hear that you were sick. There's a lot of crap going around, so... Glad you got better. It's never good for people to be sick. I know people like wish that upon their enemies and stuff, but honest to God, like that's one of those things. Like everyone should have a right to be healthy, you know. I say this in a country where healthcare is not not universal, so. Oh. Well, yeah, depending on what, because, yeah, there is a lot of, I mean, aside, I'm not even talking about measles at this point, there's just a lot of crap going around, so I'm glad you got over it, though. This is like a milder case of, if I can't have them, then no one can. Love. It's not good. It's good. That's why I drugged the man I love. I drugged him, god damn it. I didn't plead with him to go or not to go or anything. I literally fucking drugged him. Yeah, COVID. See, COVID's kind of tricky because it keeps mutating, and people don't really have an immunity. Well, I mean, like, they don't have the same immunity to it as they do with, like, cold and flu and all that stuff, so. Wow. I actually don't know how many times I've had COVID. I know I've had it, I'm pretty damn sure I had it at least once, but like, I honest to God don't get tested when I have upper respiratory, I just keep my ass at home. I don't really care if it's COVID or the flu or whatever, it's upper respiratory, I'm just not gonna move around. But there's one time where I'm pretty sure I had COVID because my mom was diagnosed with COVID, and then shortly after getting exposed to her, I got sick. So I'm pretty damn sure that was COVID. Yeah, so I'm not gonna lie, I literally pass out. Like, I've been known to sleep 18 to 20 hours a day when I'm sick. But you know what? At least I'm not spreading the virus to everyone else. But sometimes I legit kind of look dead. Oh, and I don't know how I sleep that long without having to go to the bathroom, but I manage when I'm sick. But it works, though. I'm one of those people I can sleep off almost anything. So if I can sleep, I will recover pretty quickly. But sometimes I have something that prevents me from sleeping, like vomiting, which really sucks. In that case, I struggle, but... Yeah, normally I just pass out. And my family's already kind of figured out, like, don't even try to wake me up because I'll just fall back asleep and I'll be super cranky when you wake me up, like extra cranky. Yeah, if you give me like 2 or 3 days, or sometimes not even 2 or 3 days. If it's a mild case or something common like the flu, I can usually sleep it off in 1 day, but every once in a while it'll take 2 or 3 days and then I'm fine. But it's better than dragging it out for like a couple weeks or whatever. Okay. So, the severe throat pain is normally due to your lymph node swelling. Like, so your tonsils are the biggest ones in your throat. I don't know if you still have your tonsils, but they kind of lean towards not taking them out anymore, but again, sometimes they do. But yeah, that's usually your body's basically like, what the fuck is this? And it's like overreacting. Yeah. Sorry you have that bad of a reaction to it. I actually didn't really have any of the lung symptoms when I got it. I just got a fever, and then I just like felt like crap. It was very similar to the flu, actually, for me. I didn't actually have any breathing problems, but which is funny because I don't have the world's best set of lungs. That's why I keep getting bronchitis, but... Okay. Well, I'm glad you recovered. I'm glad you didn't have to go to the hospital, because that's the worst. So, like, COVID is strange. If your immune system is too good, it can actually backfire, right? And that's what's happening with some of that's why there were so many complications with people who were like in their early 20s and like late teens, because like literally their immune system was too good and it overreacted. And anytime your body deploys like antibodies and stuff, and this is something that most people don't know, anytime your body deploys antibodies, it causes inflammation in your body, right? So normally this is normally it's worth it to have the antibodies released, but if your body releases too many antibodies or white blood cells or whatever agent that is using to attack it, it can cause too much inflammation, and then the inflammation starts doing tissue damage, and then it ends up being, it's one of those cases where the remedy ends up being worse than the actual problem. So you don't want to have too good of a reaction, but you also don't want to have no reaction either, because that's basically what HIV is. And then, yeah, again, the human body, you almost always want to be average in the middle. Middle's good. Middle's good for most things, so. Yeah, unfortunately, unfortunately, a lot of people, had worse reactions to COVID, and some of them lethal, and it's extra tragic because we had, hate to bring politics into this, but we had a dumbass telling people not to get the vaccine when it was available. Obviously, when it wasn't available, there wasn't much you could do, but once it was available, God, he should have told people to get it. He was just being stupid for no reason. That caused a lot of unnecessary deaths, and it harmed people who were also getting vaccinated, too, because I don't know if you guys know this, but when people don't get vaccinated and they get infected with whatever they were supposed to get vaccinated against, the virus, it's usually a virus, like 99% of the time, the virus can mutate, okay? So basically, it gives the chance the virus to mutate into something that the vaccine will not work against. So yes, even if you're vaccinated, the fact that there are unvaccinated people around you still affects you, which is terrible. And again, like, there was really no reason for all that anti-vax shit except for somebody trying to be like, oh, well, I'm gonna go against the institution. Well, you know what? You're not the one who's ended up in the hospital. He had access to, like, immunoglobulin therapy, which the rest of us can't even fucking afford, but, he gets it for free because he's an important person. But, like, everyone else, that a lot of the other people that didn't get it, they basically were fucked when they got it, and they had a bad reaction. So, like, okay, so, again, I'm fully for people, like, having a right to choose their healthcare and what they do to their body. I'm for that, but I'm also for vaccinations because, again, you not getting vaccinated, or, no, not sorry, I'm not going to you specifically, but people who don't get vaccinated, they literally make the vaccines less effective for the people there. And again, the benefits generally greatly outweigh the disadvantages. But, I mean, it's one of those things. But at least don't be one of those people that say that vaccines don't work, because they absolutely fucking do. Anyone who sits there and says they don't work is an absolute moron. And I love how the argument that they make, they're like, oh, well, I know vaccines don't work because polio's not around. Well, duh, you dumbass. Why do you think the virus is not around anymore? It's because the vaccines fucking work. So it's like, it's just like the thinking of the anti-vaxxers is so fucking stupid. It doesn't make any sense, but it completely flies over their head because they're just so hell-bent on making their point. And I'm just like, if you have a logical explanation for it, cool. I'm willing to entertain that idea, but if you're literally just like, oh yeah, the government's injecting little microchips in you and shit, no they don't, okay? What the fuck? Yeah, but I mean, I'm just like, the thing that really kills me about the anti-vaxxers too is a lot of them will get vaccines for their pets. Which, I'm just like, what? So they'll go to the vet and they'll get, like, you have to get a rabies vaccine. In most states, if you have a dog, it's, like, required. Well, they'll do that. And I'm just like, so how is that any different from the required vaccinations for your kids to go to school, right? Like, it's okay to vaccinate your dog? But it's not okay to vaccinate your children? Like, I would think your children were more important than your dog. I mean, I guess this depends on who you ask, right? But I'm just kind of like, okay. Well, like, yes, so there are a couple like legit reasons for not wanting to get a vaccine, okay? So there are some vaccines that have a very low efficacy rate, okay? Like, so you get the vaccine and like, I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but like, let's say there's a vaccine for a virus and it's only got like 40% protection, right? So I don't know if you guys have heard about herd immunity. You typically need like 85-90% for it to actually work for herd immunity purposes. For the individual, it's a little different, but so for that purpose, getting the vaccine is kind of useless. That's a shitty vaccine is what I'm telling you. So the vaccines should not have that low of a rate, because the way they're made is they basically take viruses. Like, this is the basic way they make vaccines, right? They take a virus, right? And they kill it. And then they chop it up into little bits. This is starting to sound like we're eating them. Stop. Yeah, they take it, they kill it, they chop it up into little bits to make sure that it won't come back alive or cause some other problems, because sometimes the whole dead virus can still cause a problem, so they chop it up so that's not an issue. And then they inject that into your body, and then, you know, your body sees it like, oh, what is this thing? And then it makes little antibodies based on that, right? We're not eating them. They're being injected. I mean, okay, so there are like nasal and oral vaccines, but most of the vast majority of vaccines are shots. Let's just be real. But yeah, I mean, so there are vaccines that are weakened versions of the virus, but as you can imagine, those tend to have more complications than the ones that have dead, chopped up virus. I don't even know why I'm throwing in the chopped up part. So anyway. So, but you don't really see the weakened live virus version of the vaccine, because I think they're harder to produce, because you think about it, so it's a live version of the virus. You do have to make the vaccine so that the virus still stays alive but doesn't like get back to full strength, which is a little bit difficult. It's just easier to kill it, right? Like, I'm just being honest. It's just easier to kill it and store it in terms of like just distribution and stuff, right? And then again, it's safer. So, because like if you give the weakened virus to people with weakened immune systems, like, you know, people who have autoimmune diseases and stuff, they may actually get sick from it if it's a weakened version. But if it's dead, it should never actually trigger anything, because it's literally fucking dead and chopped up. Well, I mean, I'm just specifying, because like sometimes people think like it's gonna come back alive. Like, no, they literally chop the shit out of it, okay? I think they squirt them with I think they use enzymes to cut them up, and it's the same thing that they use to make like transgenic mice and stuff. They literally cut the little boogers up to make sure that they don't come back, because again, viruses are very adaptable. They can sometimes they can do some weird things. So they make sure that little sucker's not gonna come back alive. Okay, I just like to chop up my viruses before I eat them, okay? Fine. You caught me in a lie. I'm sorry. I deceived you all. Yeah, see, viruses are very strange, too, because they're, like, not really alive, but they're not really dead, either. Because they're kind of, like, in the line of parasites. They're, like, microorganistic parasites, but... yeah. Because, like, when I was taking biology, like, they literally didn't know where to put viruses. They were going to put them in their own category. Because they don't technically meet the criteria for a living organism. Like, by themselves. So, that's why they're kind of like, Oh, God, you had to bring Sherry into this. The young man at the hut that was kind to me, who gave me drugs. That was a great idea, Marina. That was great. Always trust the dude who gives you a drug. Well, okay, we're not going to talk about the effects of humans on the ecosystem, Ron. That's a whole nother can of worms right there. But, yes, we could be considered parasitic too, although by biological terms we are not parasites. For whatever that means. That was a long-ass chat. And then we have Leon, the drug dealer. I'm kidding. Oh, they didn't. Oh, see, now they're auto-marching. Oh, it's because of my bodyguard. I mean, well, so yeah, I mean, if you want a real technical run, yes, we were originally bacteria, and we coexist with bacteria. You all learned that line, mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Well, guess what mitochondria are? They're bacteria. they're freaking bacteria that they basically coexist inside of our cells. You know what? Again, this is sounding very, very random tangent, but I really think they should remake Parasite Eve. That whole game revolves around mitochondria. That was not as random as it sounded. Did she drug her husband? Okay, so I'm trying to think. Does Sharia do anything like this to Asbel? I don't think she does. She just, like, verbally abuses some crap. The mitochondria are actually very, very interesting, though. So this is actually something I found out recently. So, you know, mitochondrial DNA, actually a very, 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 very teeny tiny bit of it does come from the father. I think they've discovered this, like, semi-recently, like in the past 20 years. They thought all of it came from the mom, but there's actually a very teeny smidge that comes from the dad. But I don't think it's, like, very feasible. They usually just go through the mom because the mom there's just so much more of it. Yeah, I wish they would like redo like Parasite Eve. So I don't know about the second one. I didn't play the second game, but the first game definitely could use a remake, remaster. It actually needs to be remastered at this point. I don't think a remake's gonna fly. And actually, I would love it if they did Vagrant's story too. I know that one's a little bit of a harder sell, which is funny because they both have that orb battle system-y thing. But I would love it if they redid Vagrant's story too, but again, I can kind of see why they wouldn't want to touch that one. I mean, okay, so in terms of the loved options in Graces, okay, it's either Sophie, which Sophie's not going to work, okay, because storyline reasons, Sharia, or Pascal, okay, and I don't think Pascal's going to work either, so it's just one of those. We call that the Poe method, right? Process of elimination. Sharia is just Sharia. Sharia, the childhood friend. It just happened that way. Well, well, you know, it's not necessarily the virus's fault that we turn into murderous little rampaging zombies. Okay, so if you remember from I Am Legend, that was actually engineered by a person. So bad scientists for not testing that shit out more. This is why we have clinical trials, goddammit. By the way, anyone who claims to have a cure for cancer, you should be very, very wary. Cancers are very, very different from each other. Like, bone cancer is completely different from blood cancer, it's completely different from brain cancer. So, you're never going to have a quote-unquote cure for cancer. You're going to have maybe cures for specific types of cancers that work really well, but just a general cure for cancer? Nah. That's like... It might happen eventually, but not in our lifetime. I'll be shocked if they can get that shit figured out in the next 100 years. Well, maybe 50 more years, but it's not happening anytime soon. Again, they figured out ways to get your immune system to target just the cancer cells by using basically, I want to call them microscopic highlighting. Basically, they can inject, I don't know if it's a dye or a substance into your body, and it will, like, literally stick to the cancer cells. And then your body's like, oh, that thing bad, because normally it doesn't attack cancer cells because your cancer cells still look like they still have the marker for your cells on them, and that's why it's so hard for your immune system to attack the cancer cell, because it literally thinks it's you, even though it looks absolutely nothing like you. It has the markers of you on it, on the receptors. So by putting sticking the little highlighter marks on there, it's like, oh, that's not a me cell, that's a bad cell, I need to attack it, right? So that's really cool, but you still have to engineer it for every individual cancer, right? Because you have to get the little markers to stick right. I'm really simplifying this, but I'm trying to explain the research here. Anyway, but yeah, that's what happened in fucking I Am Legend. Like, you basically, hey, I reverse engineered the rabies virus so that it would attack cancer cells, and haha, that's totally gonna work, because, you know, rabies is such a great virus to work with. So, if they remade Vagrant Story, True Light, I think they would have to change the battle system a little bit. It's actually not that different from Parasite Eve, though. It's just there were a lot more, like, Parasite Eve is basically gun. Like, I have gun with long range, I have gun with short range, I have gun that you can shoot multiple times or do things. It is a much more simplified battle system. Vagrant Story basically had the same thing, but you literally had, like, 8 different types of weapons, and then you had, like, 3 different types of characteristics to go along with it. So it was a lot more, like, you had to spend a lot more time, like, learning which weapons were good against what types of enemies, and you had to swap around a lot, because there's usually not just a bunch of skeletons running around, right? They had a mix of characters and stuff. And the what do you call it? Oh god, I'm having a brain fart. The risk bar and stuff probably needs to be explained a little bit better. But I think if they tweaked it some, it would be good. But again, I can see why they wouldn't. They need to get rid of some of those goddamn box puzzles. I was like, those things were just annoying. They weren't difficult, they were just literally annoying. But well, I don't think Pascal's a good match for Asbel, though, is the thing. Like, I can see, I know this sounds a little weird, but they kind of did it in the game too. But I can see Pascal being a better match for Malik or Hubert even. I think she's too she's too goofy for Asbel. I don't know. I just don't see him going. But I mean, the storyline of Vagrant Story is pretty good, though. It's different. And they did a really good job with the translation. I know you guys don't care about that part, but for the time, the translation was absolutely, like, that was one of the best translations I've seen. I was like, good job, whoever did that. But yeah, I mean, Sophie, obviously they couldn't do, because, you know, she kind of lives forever, and that would have been really awkward, and yeah. You know, look, okay, I my brain's random like that, Ron, okay? Sorry. This is one of the side effects of being scatterbrained, is like, sometimes I jump from one topic to the other, and it doesn't necessarily look logical, but in my brain it was making sense. But at least I recognize that it's not necessarily the most logical jump ever, okay? But I'm not gonna lie, when I was watching I Am Legend for the first time, and I was watching the beginning part where they were talking about how they came up with the cure for cancer using the rabies virus, and I'm just like, oh fucking god, they did not. Because I knew that if you're gonna pick a virus, you do not pick the rabies virus. I don't know if you guys know about rabies, but oh god, don't ever use that as a base for anything. Like, because something like that in theory could actually happen. It wouldn't probably be that bad or that contagious, because rabies, like, pretty much only spreads through saliva, but yeah. I'm just like, oh god, that was a horrible idea. If you're gonna pick a virus, pick something, like, not like that. Not rabies, okay? Not rabies. Okay, which cell are you in? Oh. No, I think I was supposed to go in the door. Just kidding. I'm not gonna talk to the rest of y'all. Ain't important. So this cell... Dude, he's been standing in the same spot on this grate this entire time. Oh, so that's actually a fungus, if I'm not mistaken. Ron, the virus that the Last of Us was, sorry, the thing that the Last of Us was based on. That's actually if I'm not mistaken, it's a fungus. It's Triceratops. I just made that up. That sounds like a dinosaur. I don't know the name of the fungus, but I'm pretty sure it's a fungus. So if I'm not mistaken, in real life, the fungus... I think this is the stupid-ass fungus that makes the ants go up in the grass or something. No, I might be getting mixed up. No, sorry, backtrack, that's not correct. The fungus does change the behavior of the ant. But I don't think it turns them into murderous cannibals either. So they took a little liberty with that one. But yeah, there's a lot of cases of things like infecting you and literally bizarrely changing your behavior, and rabies is one of them, which is why you should never use that as a base vaccine. Well, they have there's a couple of there's a bunch of those in the anime. So there's a thing that makes zombie deer too. So yeah, so I would argue in humans we have rabies, so rabies does affect your behavior greatly, and I would actually argue that prions are kind of like that too. And prions are, dude, if there's one thing that I never ever want to get like spread like around is prions. You do not want those fuckers going around. So it's the same stuff that does mad cow disease, except it's the human version. It's called Jacob-Creutzfeldt's disease in humans. It's caused by prions, and prions are basically modified. They're basically modified proteins that your brain normally makes, and they just get fucked up. And instead of like doing what they're supposed to be doing, they start kind of just like eating your brain, for lack of a better way of explaining it. And the reason why prions suck is because you can't really kill them. Like, the little bitches, like, literally, like, they can survive, like, temperatures up to, like, I think 1500 degrees Celsius or something. Like, something ridiculously hot. Like, something way hotter than, like, cremation would do, right? And it just, like, you can't kill them. So, like, in theory, like, if this got around, it would just get in the soil and contaminate everything, and you just couldn't eat it. It's just the thought of it's absolutely, like, just terrifying. But I mentioned this because we actually had a case of Jacob-Creutzfeldt disease, like, I think 10 years ago in Atlanta, and it showed up in Grady, the big level 1 trauma center in the southeast, and like everyone was freaking out because we're just like, oh my fucking god. So that person got isolated. And I don't even know what happened to the guy's body after he died, because it kills you. Like, there's nothing you can do once you get it. But yeah, I don't even know I don't know if they stuck his, I don't know if they stuck his body in, like, a capsule and just, like, locked it away, because, again, you can't really burn it, or there's not a good way to get rid of it, so I don't know what they did with his body, but that poor person. Yeah, I don't, well, see, I think it's resistant to acid, too. Like, it's literally, like, you hear about, like, these nightmare things, like, aliens coming from outer space and shit. We have shit like that here. It's just, thank God it doesn't spread around, but, you know. Ugh. That's the worst part about going to medical school, like, I'm not gonna lie, is learning about all the shit that can kill you that's out there, like, and people don't know about it. It makes you very hypochondriac-ish. But yeah, there's some really just god-awful diseases out there. And thank God, for the most part, like, a lot of them are either contained in certain parts of the world, or you're just not gonna get exposed to it any other way, but... Ugh. Yeah, so, like I said, there are prions. Yeah, 1,000 Ways to Die is always fun. Prions definitely exist in the wild. And again, mad cow's disease is basically the cow version of prions, and they had a huge problem with that in the UK. Which is why, thankfully, the U.S. was not affected at the time because we didn't have the same cattle management, procedures here. But, so what happened in the UK, from what I understand, is, like, when a cow died, and it wasn't, like, actually slaughtered, like, it just died, they would burn the body and then feed the ashes back to the living cows, right? Because it's a good source of minerals or vitamins and stuff. But the problem is, like I said, somehow, like, one of the cows just randomly developed the mad cow's disease, right? And you can just randomly develop prions. It's kind of sucky. It happens. So it just took one cow, and of course they cremated it and didn't kill the prions. So then all the cows that ate the prions, they got the prions, and then they all, you know, they wash, rinse, repeat because they didn't know what was happening. And then after a while, I believe like a couple million cows in the UK were infected. And they were selling, of course, this meat across Europe. The EU wasn't existing at that point, but they were selling their meat in Europe, and it's caused a big-ass mess over there. So now they no longer do that because obvious reasons, but yeah. It's just, yeah. Yeah, it's some crazy stuff, and like, so there's a specific type of prion disease that exists in Africa. It's called kuru. It's basically the same thing, but it spreads over there because they have a tradition where when somebody dies over there, they don't bury them. Apparently, family members they eat you. So that's a cultural thing, and unfortunately, they eat the brain tissue too. This gets a little extra weird. So this disproportionately affects women and children because apparently the male relatives get the organs, like the bodily organs, like the heart, the lungs, and stuff. And then the less desirable parts go to the other family members, typically the women and children. So unfortunately, disproportionately affects that population. But, you know, again, because you can randomly just mutate and have prions, it's a little more common in that particular cultural group. Well, I did go to medical school, okay? They teach you this in medical school, okay? But yes, this is sorry, I'm gonna give y'all nightmares. My bad. But anyway, just again, don't eat brain tissue and shit. I'm saying this as an Asian and we eat everything. Brain tissue in particular, try not to eat that shit because I can't tell you how many nasty things have happened to people who have eaten brains. I hate to tell you, brains are not particularly nutritious either, and honest to God, I don't think they taste very good either. So just you can eat the other organs for the most part, but don't fucking eat the brains. Just let somebody else have them. The burgers, that's the muscle meat. You're good. You're good. Yeah, just so fun fact, that's how they think HIV came about. They think people were eating bushmeat from chimpanzees, and apparently somebody ate one from a chimpanzee that was infected with they didn't have HIV. So HIV is human immunodeficiency virus, right? So he had SIV, which is simian, the monkey version of it, basically. And well, that's what happens when you eat raw bushmeat. So anyway. Well, I mean, I don't think this is something you have to tell somebody in America, because just culturally we don't really eat. I would say the vast majority of the country doesn't eat a lot of organ meat, if you will, which the brain is technically considered organs. But yeah, the brain in particular is not particularly tasty, and like I said, not particularly nutritious per se either. So, but you know, in case some people like to have the whole animal. You know, I say I don't eat brains, but I do eat anchovies, and they technically have brains. They're just very, very small brains. I mean, okay, so I do eat raw meat, so mostly fish, mostly fish. But I have had raw beef before. I don't necessarily recommend it, but I'm sort of a medium rare girl. But I have had it raw. I think one time I had like raw chicken and raw pork, and the only reason was it was prepared that way. I don't recommend it though, because obviously, you know, salmonella and or parasites. But yeah. Well, you know, you basically learn all the ways a person can die when you go to med school, and it kind of sucks, but you kind of have to know this, right? I mean, how are you gonna be a doctor? You don't you don't know that kind of thing, right? It's like one of those required necessities. I have had Spam before, Ron, but honest to God, I don't like it. I think it's too salty. No, so, like, I do eat anchovies. They're actually pretty good if you serve them right. I mean, you have to get over the fact that, you know, it is a little tiny fish and you're eating it and it's watching you chew on it, but, if you're worried about the taste part, you can season it to where it's palatable for most people. Just a little on the crunchy side. Well, yeah, that's what I say. The reason why so many religious texts say, like, don't eat pork, it's because pigs in particular, for some reason, I don't know if it's part of their diet, but they're very prone to parasites. So back in the day, right, you gotta remember most religious texts were written thousands of years ago, right? Right, Muff? That's right. A long time ago. Many millennia ago. That's right. That's right. So, a lot of times they were written back then and they didn't have necessarily a good way of properly cooking meat all the way through. They didn't have meat thermometers back then, okay? So, it was a risk to eat pork, and that's why they considered them unclean animals. But, you know, we have modern day cooking equipment now. You can actually test for parasites too. But, yes, that's the reason why pork in particular gets shunned a lot. Well, I mean, just say, like, pork in particular is a particularly tricky meat because, A, it can carry salmonella too, and then parasites. Parasites are really bad. I can't remember, is it trichomoniasis or something like that? I'm just pulling these things. It's tricho something worm thingy-jiggers. It's just a hard meat to deal with too, because like it's like one of those meats you have to thoroughly cook it all the way, but then if you cook it too much, it dries out and it don't taste good. I think this is why people just eat bacon, because bacon is one of those things, like, it's thin enough you can cook it all the way through and you don't have to worry about drying the shit out of it because it's supposed to be crunchy. Well, it's not just Muslims. So, like, Orthodox Jews also don't eat pork. Because, again, like, it was a practicality issue. Like, if you really read the Old Testament, a lot of the things just literally practicality. Like, for instance, like the burning of the mold. Like, they said if you have moldy clothes, right? They said burn that shit. Like, literally. They said just burn it. Because, you know, back then they didn't have a way of cleaning it properly to where you could actually get rid of all the mold spores. And of course the mold would spread and it's bad for your health, right? So they just said burn that shit. It's better to just burn it and not get everything contaminated, right? Same thing with, like, okay, so this is real murky water here, but same thing with, like, homosexuality, right? The reason why in the Old Testament it says, you know, you can't sleep with somebody of the same sex is because, let's be real, you can't have kids that way, okay? And when you have a religion, the best way to propagate your religion is to have children and raise them under that religion, right? So, I mean, yes, I know we have ways of doing it now, and again, 2,000 years ago, we didn't have in vitro and all that lovely stuff, okay? So, it was a practicality purpose. It has nothing to do with them actually being a problem. Homosexuality is found through hundreds of animal species, okay? It's not even a uniquely human thing, alright? I have fish that are fucking humping each other all the damn time, and they're all males, okay? they just get horny like that. So, but that was a practicality. Again, yes, you could convert adults to your religion, but the best way is always to raise your kids under religion. That's way easier, right? It was to make sure the religion survived. But yeah, it's just a lot of it. Like, almost everything in the Bible is either A, increase the chances of you surviving, because a lot of things could kill you, right? It was tough back then, right? Or it just made it to where there would be more Christians, or more Jewish people, or more Muslims, right? It spread the religion around. Yeah, I think I've covered damn near everything in here. This is why I don't have stream titles, man. I never know where this is gonna go. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it was really practical advice, but then people took it as, like, again, the text, they don't take it in context, and I think that's the problem I have with most religious nuts. They see this and it's like, oh, I'm taking this very, very literally, right? So there's a lot of symbolism in the damn Bible too, okay? There's a lot of metaphors, there's a lot of analogies, and it's just like flies up. People like literally take it so literal, and then this is even worse when you consider that do you know how many times the Bible was copied by hand, or not even just the Bible, all these texts were copied by hand, right? We didn't have photocopiers back then, so by hand, fuckers made typos, okay? Like, let's just be real. People, when you're writing thousands and thousands of pages of text or whatever, however long the fucking Bible is, I don't even know. It's at least a couple hundred pages if you put them all together, okay? Somebody had to write that shit by hand on a scroll. They made mistakes, okay? And then the mistakes got copied, okay? So the thing has errors in it. Like, even if you just take it as is. I'm not even talking about the fact that it's outdated, alright? So people, like, just... If people use the Bible as a guideline, like how to live your life and be a good person, I'd be 500,000% okay with that, right? Like, help the poor, be kind to each other. That kind of stuff is never ever gonna go. That kind of stuff is never gonna be out of context, okay? That's gonna be good advice for as long as humans are around. But, like, nitpicking and be like, oh, you can't wear this color. Color purple is forbidden because the Bible says so. Like, that's, I mean, come on. Like, yeah, like I said, it's supposed to be a guideline, y'all. It's not supposed to be a step-by-step instruction that you take. Again, it's 2,000 fucking years old. Okay? You don't see anything about social media in the damn Bible, and no good reason, too. That would actually scare the shit out of me if that happened. So I'll give you another example, right? So, the circumcision thing, right? So, the reason why circumcision became, like, a sign of Judaism is because, so, it was actually for health reasons. So, again, it helped. So, for those of you who don't know, circumcision... I'm pretty sure I don't have to tell you all this, but, circumcision is when you remove the foreskin of the penis, right? So, by the way, this is just... Okay, let me finish my thought before I go on a random one. So, anyway, so the Bible was written by people who are running around in an area that's mostly considered a desert by the vast majority of people. I know it's not all desert over there, but a lot of it is desert, okay? So, having a foreskin in an area where there's a lot of sand and heat and shit is not good, because, the sand gets up in your little private bits and it can cause infections, okay? Like, So, in terms of cleanliness and sanitation in an area where you have a shit ton of sand and there wasn't easy access to bathing and water and shit, because, again, back then, we didn't have, like, showers everywhere or whatever, or irrigation and all that lovely stuff. Well, actually, they did have irrigation. Okay, anyway, you know what I'm talking about. Like, it was not super easy to just take a shower whenever you wanted and stuff. So, it was just easier to take it off, okay? No, so I'm not saying that they were unclean, okay? I'm just saying, like, just imagine you're traveling around in the desert, right? And, like, okay, so, like, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Like, imagine you're in the desert, right? You gotta take a piss. So you go outside, because you're not gonna piss in your tent, right? So, I don't even know why I'm saying this. So, you go outside, you gotta take a piss. And, like, the desert has wind, too, right? So, even if you tried your best, like, sometimes, like, you be peeing and the wind just blows sand into your junk. And you're not necessarily going to get it all out, okay? Like, I'm just being practical, right? It's the same thing, like, I mean, women have the same problem sometimes when you go to the beach and, like, sand gets in our swimsuit and, like, you know, we kind of understand the problem, but it's, like, 30 times worse when you have a foreskin, okay? Like, let's just, like, not dig up the details. So, this has absolutely nothing to do with the game, by the way. So, anyway, I'm just saying. So, for practicality purposes, just, it would be easier if the foreskin weren't there, right? And technically, yes, you don't have to have it to live, right? It's an optional part of the body. I actually, so this was the part I was about to go on a tangent before. I actually don't recommend, like, from a medical perspective, if your religious reasons are completely different, but from a medical perspective, I don't recommend circumcising your children. I would let them decide, because there's a lot of benefits to having the foreskin. There's a reason why it's there in the first place. It's just not good for sandy environments. Do you see what I'm saying? So, if you're not in, and obviously the world is very different now, right? People are not pissing outside typically, you know, we don't have to deal so much with that. So, I would recommend that you let your sons grow up and let them to decide as adults. If as adults they want to get it done, that's cool, but I think it's better to leave it alone under most circumstances. You want me to do a PowerPoint presentation on circumcision? I don't even think YouTube would allow that. Well, okay, so I guess I could technically fall under... I guess I could technically claim it's educational, but at the same time, do you really want pictures? Like, seriously? Dude, I have pictures from my med school lectures. They would absolutely make most people barf. And they're not the pictures that people think of either. That's the thing. So, let me tell you, the nastiest pictures I have from med school are the ones related to your skin. So, like, there's a lot of nasty skin conditions, too. And actually, the second nastiest one I saw actually had to do with boobs. And I know that sounds really strange, but I couldn't even begin to describe what was wrong with the... Like, would you guys believe me if I told you that your boobs can literally rot off your body? And obviously, I'm talking about females, right? I don't think this happens in males. I don't think. Because y'all have titties, but y'all don't really have, like, developed mammary glands, right? Like, you have the nipples, but you do have mammary glands in there. Like, don't let anyone tell you that, because I think it's, what, 200 men per year in the U.S. get diagnosed with breast cancer every year. So, yes, you can get breast cancer, too. Well, I mean... So there's actually a lot of reasons why I don't recommend circumcising your child, your baby, because they usually do it like right after you're born, like pretty much. There's a couple different reasons why I don't recommend it, as like, again, for medical reasons. If you guys really want to hear it, I can tell y'all, but if you don't, then that's fine. I'll just leave it at that. Again, that's sort of like a personal decision, like you make that decision. But I personally, if I ever have a son, I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna let him decide. No, you don't want to see these pictures. So, like, literally, I have pictures of... And this sounds so weird, but this was part of my lectures. I literally have pictures of women's breasts, like... It looks like they're melting off. Like, I'm not even kidding. It looks like something you would see in a movie. And it's nasty. And the thing that bothered me the most is, like... There's a doctor that does the lectures, right? So these are usually patients that they've seen in real life. This is where they got the pictures from. And they would tell me, like, these patients would come in, they would call the office and say, yeah, there's something wrong with my breast, right? Like, real ambiguous like that. And then they would come in and, like, literally they would smell like it's rotting flesh. They're literally rotting. Like, it had gotten that bad. And the smell, you could smell it, like, when they walked in the room. That's how bad it's been. And this is how bad denial gets with people. Like, their body parts, like, literally rotting off. And they're just like, yeah, there's something wrong with my body. Like, lady? No, so... No. Okay. So, I am aware that if you get the circumcision as an adult, yes, there is a... it is more painful. I wouldn't say it's more painful. The baby has pain too, okay? Like, you make it sound like if you do it on an infant, the baby don't feel anything. Yes, I'm aware that you're more cognizant of the pain, though, and you have more, it's more difficult to deal with it when you're not a kid. I understand that. However, like I said, I think as a doctor, again, unless you're doing it for for religious reasons, I think that kind of borderline falls under genital mutilation. And again, you're not the one who has to deal with the consequences. Your son does, so he should make the choice. And again, there's a lot of benefits to having a foreskin. I can't believe I'm saying this. Look, at least she's not complaining about circumcisions, okay? Well, okay, so I don't know. Well, I'm just saying, like, it's amazing what people, like, like, the patient was literally in denial. Like, there's no way in hell they didn't know something was wrong, but they did, it's crazy. It's crazy. People will call and, like, say, I got a small bump on my face, and, like, they come in and there's literally, like, a baseball-sized tumor on their cheek. Like, there's something wrong with these people because they're literally, oh, yeah, it's just, like, a little thing. No, it's not. It's the size of a fucking baseball, y'all. I mean, that's true, but, okay, so... But so, I don't know if you guys have heard about this. I can't believe I'm going on a random tangent. So, there's a lot more risk of complication as, okay, so, let me backtrack. There are different complications depending on when you get the circumcision, okay? But, I will point out that there have been a couple times, actually, I think it's more than a couple times, where, God, y'all are not going to want to hear this. So, they normally do the circumcision these days, I believe. I think this is a modern thing. They think they usually use a laser, okay, y'all? So, it's supposed to be better overall than using a scalpel, but if the doctor messes up, okay? So, just imagine there's a laser. They're trying to cut around your wee-wee, but not actually hit your wee-wee, but, doctor makes a mistake, it slips, and, well, guess where the laser goes, right? It goes into your wee-wee. And when that happens, that usually means they have to take it off, y'all. Because, again, it's a baby, right? There's not much wee-wee to work with, so if it gets damaged, it's probably irreversible damage is what I'm saying, because it's small. So, the chances of that are much more likely to happen with a baby, too, from what I understand. With an adult, obviously, it's... you have more to work with. So... No, but, see, the thing is, again, an adult wee-wee is much thicker, so they use a low-power laser. But again, babies are really squishy and they're not fully developed, right? So, basically, the adult wee-wee has a much better chance of standing up to an accident than a baby wee-wee, okay? Just because of the size difference. Let's just put it that way, okay? So, yes, again, at either age, it's got problems, right? So when you're older, it takes longer for you to heal, and then you have to deal with actually being cognizant of you having that surgery done, right? But again, as a baby, if they mess up for some reason, which, again, not very common, but if they mess up, the consequences are a lot worse, if you ask me. Okay? And there's been a couple cases where baby boy got his wee-wee accidentally burned. They tried to... You know what? I don't even want to mention this because I know some asshat's probably going to take this as an anti-trans thing, so you can probably guess where I'm going with this. Just think about it logically. What would happen if you happen to be that baby? What would your parents probably try to do, right? So just use your brain. But that again, that's not normally how that happens, okay? That's actually not a trans person. That's somebody who had a medical accident and it affected them in such a way that they thought transitioning them would fix the problem, but it generally doesn't work. I'll just say that it doesn't work, okay? That's not the same thing as being trans. So I'm trying not to stir that pot because it's just... Well, I mean, so, let me ask you something, Trulite. Yes, you could sue the doctor and make money, but think if you're the baby, though, right? Like, basically, your life got fucked over before you even had a chance to do anything, right? So is that money really gonna be worth it? I guarantee you most guys would probably... I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't even know if you could get millions of dollars is the thing, right? I think most of you would rather have your goddamn weenies, though. So, I would ask you why you're anti-trans, but I don't want to, like, open that can of worms. So if you don't want to answer that, that's fine. I personally don't have a problem with it because, honest to God, like, is it really any of my damn business? I kind of think that's like somebody's personal medical stuff that doesn't actually, medical, like their identity. That's like, that relates to somebody else's identity. Like, does that really even concern me? It doesn't. So I can choose to respect it, or I can choose not to respect it, but does it actually, is some person down the street is claiming that they have an identity that doesn't match with their biological identity, is that actually harming me in any way? No, not really. Okay? I mean, how is that bothering me? Like, that's just the way I see it, right? But again, you know, people have different experiences with that. But I'm just saying, right? Because that's a major problem. And there have been cases of women, like, going through something similar, too. But obviously with the dude, it's it's very obvious when they mess up, that kind of thing. I mean, but yes, if you're going to have the circumcision done, it's better to do it earlier in terms of healing. But again, if they mess up, God, did they mess up. But again, I think that's something that your son should decide for himself because it's going to be his body. Okay? That's what I said. I think that's something your child should decide, but that's just me. You just think it's wrong. No, so here's the thing, right? How do I explain this? So, when you say something's wrong, like, do you mean, like, morally wrong? Or, like, so one thing about what you said, Ron, I don't think it's mentally brainwashing, okay? So, the reason why I say that is because it's kind of like sexual preference, right? This is something they typically feel at a very young age. And, okay, so I wasn't going to bring this up, but since you mentioned that, it's actually relevant. So remember I told you there have been cases where, young baby boys have had circumcisions gone wrong and they lost their wee-wees? Okay, so I'll tell you what happened in most of those cases. This happened a while ago, so you're talking about like 30, 40 years ago, okay? Like 30, 40, 50 years ago. The parents tried to raise them as females because obviously it's hard to raise them as males when they don't have a wee-wee, right? I mean, I don't have to tell y'all what's gonna happen if that happens, right? So they they literally did the surgery to make them as feminine as possible, like not female. So they obviously the wee was gone, so the wee was taken care of already. So they took off, they removed the testicles. I don't think they did reconstructive surgery per se, but they basically just tried to raise them as females. Like they literally just like, you're a girl, you're a girl, you're a girl, you're a girl, right? So when you say like brainwashing, that would technically be brainwashing, right? Because imagine in your entire life, as far as you can remember, your parents were telling you you were a girl, okay? And again, when you're like 5 or 6, you're under like the age of like 5 or whatever, you don't know, okay? So they did this, okay? And this actually happened to a set of male twins, and that's a whole nother thing. But anyway, they did this. They tried to make these male babies as females, because at the time, that's honestly all they could do, right? Because of I mean, I'm just saying, that was the only thing that you can't fix the mistake that occurred, right? So, the vast majority of the babies that went through this, Ron, they committed suicide. Like, I'm not lying. Oh, that just got me flagged. They undid themselves, okay? So, mental brainwashing, like, even if they legit were trying to raise you as a female when you were a male, it doesn't work. So, that means that people who are born trans, they were not brainwashed into that. It's just literally in their biology. No, brainwashing is definitely a thing, Ron. Don't get me wrong. You can brainwash somebody, but not over the trans issue. Okay. So that's different. So sexuality is not brainwashing either. Cuz I mean, let's be straight. Okay. All of the people who are homosexual, I think all of them, pretty much all of them, they came from straight parents, y'all. I mean, let's be real, right? So if homosexuality was something that was learned, then how the hell are these straight people having homosexual babies, right? That's not how it works. That's the reason. Okay, so that's how you know it's not something that they learned from the parents. Clearly. And like they have cases of same-sex couples raising children that they adopted or they had through in vitro fertilization in collaboration with another group. They do that. And the kids did not turn out to be homosexual. So, again, it's something that you're just kind of born with, okay? So, I'm just trying to explain, like, stuff, right? But yes, and I do agree. Brainwashing is definitely a thing, and it happens. Plenty of examples. But when I think of something as like right or wrong, I kind of think like, again, like something can be wrong, but if it doesn't necessarily affect me in a negative way, I'm not gonna necessarily bother it either. Right? Like, for instance, I really hate spiders. I had a bad experience with one when I was growing up, but as long as they don't get near me, and it's not even the spider's fault, to be honest. I just had a bad experience with them. As long as they don't get near me, I'm cool. If they stay over there, being a spider in the corner, away from my eyesight, I'm cool with that. They have a right to be alive. I just scared the shit out of them. I don't want them, like, on my skin for it. Definitely not within touching reach. But again, this is, I'm talking about a bug. Well, I mean, I'm not even bringing in the in vitro thing, okay? I'm just talking about historically, right? There have been homosexual people since the beginning of mankind, right? And, like, again, hundreds of animal species also have that thing, but they came from straight parents, so obviously this is not a learned behavior. If you want to be real technical, Ron, babies are technically tumors. I hate to put it that way, but if you want to be real technical, they're tumors. They're like nice intended tumors that eventually come out, but they are kind of tumors. We do get influenced by stuff, but okay, so, do you know about the SDN, Ron? The sexually dimorphic nucleus? It's a part of your brain. Okay, so... yes, if you want to be real technical, we start out as tumors, Ron. I don't know if you guys know about ectopic pregnancies, but that's why they're so bad. No, it's SDN. I didn't say sex. SDN. It's called the sexually dimorphic nucleus. Okay, so sexual dimorphism in layman's terms is basically, I'm never gonna get to this soon. Sorry. Sexual dimorphism is basically the difference between the two sexes. Okay, so for instance, in humans, okay, men typically are bigger and have more muscle mass than females. Okay, y'all don't have fully developed breasts. Y'all have wee-wees. We don't. That's sexual dimorphism. Like, how do you tell a male from a female? And again, this is species dependent, right? So there's a part of the human brain where it's actually significantly different in males and females. Most of the brain in general between males and females is almost exactly the same, but that part of your brain is different depending on your gender. But the reason why I bring this up is because in homosexual people, it's actually different from being male or female brain. It's somewhere like a mix in between. So their brains are like actually literally a little bit different. Now I said SDN, okay? Dude, if you're gonna cancel me because I said titties, you should have gotten rid of me a long time ago, okay? So, I just mentioned this because... No, I mean, I'm talking about in general, Ron. It's not going to apply to everyone, okay? But in general, okay, if you take an average man and an average woman, in general, the dude is going to be bigger and have more muscle mass. Women tend to have more fat, because we carry the baby. Sorry, the tumors. Some of them are using testosterone and stuff too, so taking that into account. Well, I mean, men produce more testosterone, and testosterone encourages muscle growth. That's the reason. I'm not saying that women don't produce testosterone. In fact, we do. And men produce estrogen too, by the way. So, it's just different amounts, right? It's a balance. But, yes, historically, men have done a lot of the hunting, right? So you guys needed more muscles and shit, because, you know, you had to take down the mastodons or whatever. But, anyway, that's a whole nother subject, because, anyway, just letting you know, that part of the brain is different depending on how you identify yourself. Like, it's part of your identity. So depending on how you view yourself, that part of the brain is actually different. So, and again, it's something that's kind of developed early on. So, I mean, yes, brainwashing is a thing, but not for your identity, not for your gender identity, and not for your, sexuality either. Those are kind of, again, kind of hardwired. And people have tried to, there are many examples of people trying to suppress it just due to societal reasons. They didn't want to be persecuted. And they were just extremely fucking unhappy. So, but again, I can see, a lot of people are like, oh, well, God made you that way. You're supposed to be that way. Well, there's a lot of shit in this world that I don't agree with that God made, like fucking mosquitoes. Like, what the hell, okay? So, not everything that God made was perfect, if you ask me. Unless he was just going for the perfect little murder, blood-sucking, annoying-ass machine. So estrogen will enhance the size of your, what do you call it, your pecs. But you're never gonna have like a full-blown, like, I mean, so guys can't, like I said, guys do have mammary glands. You can produce milk, but it's not gonna be on the same scale as a woman. But, I mean, and the thing is, honest to God, like, I'm not downplaying the importance of, like, people being comfortable in their own skin, but if you had to eliminate, like, think of all the shit that just goes on in the world in general, okay? Like, just in general. Like, is the trans problem really that big of a deal? They make up such a very small portion of the population, like, way less than 1%, are y'all? Like, if you're gonna focus on one thing to change in this world, it wouldn't be that, because this is exactly what the Republicans did when they were campaigning. They were picking on, like, the 10 transgender athletes in, like, the college groups, and, like, we literally have the economy fucking crashing in our faces right now, okay? And they're just like, ooh, but transgender athletes, okay? Like, what the actual fuck, okay? Like, seriously. I don't think it's that big of a problem that you guys need to be focusing on that over everything else. And again, does them being transgender actually affect you? I mean, you may not agree with it, but is it actually bothering you? That's the thing. So, yeah, so, like, like men, like they say, yeah, men's brains and women's brains are actually different. Not in the same way that people are most thinking of. They're not completely different, but yes, we got it. Well, I'm just saying, so people take advantage of this topic. This is why I didn't want to bring it up, because people use it in the wrong way. Like, there's a way to talk about this without making it, like, the central issue and, like, stirring up a bunch of shit and hate, alright? Because it doesn't need it. It's fine if, like, I'm totally fine if you just don't agree with it, but, like, as long as you're not actively harassing people and you're being respectful, that's fine, okay? Like I said, some people do shit that I don't agree with, but I'm still respectful of it as long as it's not harming anyone else, okay? I'm not gonna be respectful of you, oh yeah, I just ate my neighbor for breakfast. That's not okay, okay? But if you're just like, hey, I like to spread pumpkin spice on my cutting boards or something. I don't know, something weird like that. That's fine. That's not bothering anyone, alright? That's just your little thing. Well, the fake news is, well, that's misinformation. That's another thing, but I mean, so I'm not sure what you mean by making a fuss about it, but if standing up for your right to exist is making a fuss, then I'm okay with that, right? But I've never I personally never had a problem with them being, like, overly demanding about it. But, I mean, again, maybe I just had a different experience. But, again, in the grand scheme of things, is it really bothering me? Not really. Well, I had to pick something that was, like, I had to pick something like cannibalism that was, like, obviously wrong. If I picked something that was, like, kind of lukewarm, you're like, oh, Esther, that's okay. Like, if I said, like, if I was picking on somebody with a foot fetish, okay, like, that's kind of gray area, right? actually, that's not even a gray area. There's nothing wrong with having a foot fetish. But, you know, I had to pick something that was, like, egregiously wrong so that you get the point. Well, the question is, Ron, yes, I mean, so, well, here's my argument for that. Trans people are people, right? People do nasty things. All people do nasty things, right? So, I mean... The only argument you have against that is to say that they're not people, in that case, I have a problem with that, right? But people are people. Sorry? So, I can actually explain the foot fetish, but I don't think y'all wanna hear that. I mean, if you want to claim that they're not innocent either, that's fine, but I mean, they're literally people just like you and me, Ron. do the same things. They can do the same thing. They have feelings. They feel the same way. They have dreams. They have hopes. They have sins. We're the same. We're the same. The only difference is they identify differently from their biological sex. That's really the only difference between us and a trans person. Like, that's literally it. If you're willing to admit that the rest of it's the same, then I'm cool with that. You must hate general population, though. Like I said, people are people. People are people are people are people are people. I think if more people understood that, there would be maybe a little less hate in the world. There'll still be hate in the world, but... Well, setting boundaries... Setting boundaries is not necessarily a trans issue. Yeah, I kind of got that, Ron. I kind of got that from what you're saying, but setting boundaries is actually not a trans issue. That's a respect issue, right? That's a little bit different, so sounds to me like they are... My guess is they're being overly defensive, which, again, I wouldn't blame the trans part on that, per se. There are people who are not trans that are overly defensive, too. But, that's sort of something they need to work on, too, though, right? Like I said, people are people. They can improve in areas, too, right? But, It's a complicated subject, and I'm not trying to lump them all together either, but, you know, like I said, people are people. They are capable of doing anything else, anything that any other person is capable of, because they're people. Are you still looking at Arstad's titties? Okay, I forgot what the hell I was doing. Return to the Queen's room, okay. I'm not saying this is a simple issue. It never is, okay? It's never a simple issue. It's just, the problem with issues that are complicated is they have so many different angles that it's hard to, and there's so, like, people are people, but we're also individuals too, which makes things extra complicated, right? So, anyway. It's very, very complicated. Especially when I'm getting lost and I can't find my way around. Ah, I went the wrong way. I mean, so, especially since the election, they are like unusually stressed out. You're probably talking about before then, but they're definitely being targeted right now, so. So I have a question, Truelight. I don't take this the wrong way. I'm just asking you as a legit question. So, you say that you warned them of sin, right? But what exactly is your objective when you tell them that? Like, are you trying to get them to become Christians, or like, are you trying to correct the behavior that you see as a problem? Like, I'm just curious what causes that, because I hear that a lot, and I don't quite understand the logic behind it, so I'm... Well, so you want them to ask God for forgiveness. I mean, it's good that you're not pushing the issue, but I'm just, so... let me think. Okay, so, well, let me just say this in general. This has actually nothing to do specifically with trans people, but when you tell people in general that they're doing something wrong, unfortunately, human nature is such that most people are gonna be like, no, I'm not. I mean, this is like anything, right? I'm not. This is like you tell a child not to touch something and they do it anyway. No, I didn't. That kind of thing, right? So, if your objective is to get them to change their mind about it, just telling them that I mean, if you just want to just keep it simple and not get involved, then yeah, you can just tell them that. But there are technically more effective psychological ways to deal with it, but again, that takes a lot more effort. So if you just like literally want to do that thing and leave it, that's also fine. I'm just letting it. If you actually want to change somebody's mind, it's a hell of a lot of work, and let me tell you, I've had to do it with people. It can take years. And I'm talking about somebody that you're talking to on a regular basis, too. So, yeah, you have to put a shit ton of effort in, so if it's literally something you don't want to do all that with, then just keep doing what you're doing, because otherwise you're going to have to put a lot of work in. The Queen's room. Queen's Knights, Queen's Knights, Queen's room, Queen's room.
Welcome back.
So, how was Belku?
This looks like it's going to be a long story.
Yeah, kinda. Oh, silent.
Thank you for telling us. But everything you've said is just conjecture, is it not?
I wish you could do this in real life. Fade to black and explain everything that happened in the past 30 minutes.
Your guesses are probably correct. Thank you for finding out so much in such a short amount of time, but there's still no proof of who is behind all of this. Isn't that right?
That's true, but
even if it is the truth, we can't take action based on conjecture.
Arstad?
Oh god, don't be bringing the sex robots into this. That's not somewhere I want to go, y'all. That's a completely different section. It's like, please don't make me go there, okay? I understand where you're coming from, Ron. One thing that I do want you to keep in mind, and don't take this the wrong way, but Christianity does revolve around acceptance, too. So, you know, again, just keep that in mind. You don't have to be okay with it, but, you know. There's a lot of acceptance of people who are, you know, on the fringes of society, if you will. I mean, Jesus picked, you know, prostitutes and stuff to hang around with, and he accepted them as is, right? And he forgave them, so it's a thing. I get a little hot, but I don't want to talk about the sex robots, okay? I've already had to talk about a bunch of weird stuff. Well, technically it is true light if you think about it. I mean, look at it. It's like turn your cheek, love your neighbor. Isn't that acceptance? I mean, in fact, like religion's in general about acceptance because that's how you get people to accept your religion, right? Now, I obviously don't have a problem talking about sex. I've been bringing up all sorts of weird shit, but the sex robots are a completely different kink, okay? That's a different kink, okay? I understand there's a need, or, well, I don't know if there's a need. Well, I hope there's not an actual need. I understand there's a market for that, but that's just, like, that's starting to get into, like, the whole, like...
I am not a god. I might be able to make accusations, but without proof, there's no chance for justice. If I could punish certain senators, I would have done it long ago.
I'm trying to watch my words, okay?
Arshtat.
Uh-oh.
Arshtat?
How foolish of me. There's no need for me to put up with any of this. All I have to do is become a god. After all, I am omnipotent, and I have powers befitting a god.
Arshtat!
Your Majesty.
To begin with, I must bring down judgment upon Lord Godwin, making a mockery of me and my beloved children. I'll do to Stormfist what I did to Lord Lake.
Arshtat!
What? Did
I do like Arshtat's voice, though. She does have a nice voice.
No, it's all right, my dear.
I agree.
Sorry about this.
Let me discuss this further with Farron. All of you are excused. Be very careful not to tell anyone about this. And please be especially careful Lim doesn't hear about it. She's still too young to know about such sordid things.
In any case, I'll definitely take care of that business about Zagai. We certainly can't take the life of an innocent man.
Yes. Thank you, Farad.
Oh, Arshtat's hot. I'm saying this is a straight female. She's very sexy.
Your Majesty, about that dark arcanum.
Yes, I know. I'll see what I can do.
Yes, thank you, Your Majesty.
What do you mean, what if sex robots were real? They are real, sir. I hear they're stupidly expensive, but yeah, they're definitely a thing, man. Okay, sorry, heterosexual. I'm trying to save myself, like, 4 syllables, okay? Yes, I am. This is exactly why I didn't want to talk about them. Okay, yes, I know they're a thing. And I mean, come on, y'all. Like, you know exactly who's in. I hear they're like 3 or 4 digits. Okay, you know who's buying these, right? Like, I don't even have to tell y'all. Okay, I don't have to tell y'all that most of the people who buy sex dolls are men, okay? Like, come on, women have dildos. That's just common knowledge. Okay. Okay, dumb women are buying them, Ron. I hate to tell you. Those are dumb or desperate women. Like, literally. Who would spend that much goddamn money when... okay, anyway, like I said, like... It's mostly dudes, okay, nah. They are freaking expensive, that part I know. And I hate to say it, but like, how do you freaking clean those things? Okay, I'm just... So, right, women have more practical well, I mean, I would argue men have practical options too that don't involve robots, period, but there are more practical options for us, okay? if you have to resort to something that's battery operated or plugs into the wall, women have better choices than men there in terms of just availability and pricing, okay? I'm gonna leave it there. I'm leaving it there. I'm not sure about the higher end models, but I think they're self-cleaning. Not self-cleaning, but they're easier to clean. And I can't. This is why I didn't want to talk about this shit, y'all. I hate y'all. I'm trying to get through this fucking scene. Oh my god. Yeah, so I know the cheaper ones are like 3 digits, and the more expensive one are 4. I'm sure they're gonna get cheaper. Eventually we're gonna have, you know, Detroit Become Human. It's gonna get to that point eventually. This is not a speed run, y'all. Quiet. I don't do speed runs. I told y'all that. Oh my god. Return to the Queen's room. Hey, y'all. Stop. You're like, what the fuck is going on in this chat? Being able to sleep well is the sign of a person who has no worries in the world. Oh my god. I'm just trying to get to the part where the game actually begins, damn it. What about Karen? Are you talking about a specific Karen, or you're talking about Karens as a group? No, she doesn't die, she just, has a close encounter with a blade. That's all. She's fine. She's fine. Oh, am I supposed to... I don't have to talk to him, but... Hey, Mr. Monk Dude. See, George is already AFKing. Well, I had a little bit of world map access earlier on. Just barely. Yeah, Lydia. You can take your purple hair and stuff it somewhere else. Why is this particular room closed off? Why is she in the Queen's Night room? Oh. Okay, Siles, I see you. Do you end up with your sis? Do you mean, do you end up marrying her? No. Technically in one of the endings you do kind of end up with her, but not as her romantic partner, okay? You end up, becoming the, well, I don't know if this is a huge spoiler. You end up becoming the commander of the Queen's Knights, which normally is reserved for the husband of the Queen, but they end up changing it so that any male children in the line end up being the commanders instead. Which actually kind of makes sense if you think about it, because the male children were kind of useless before then. But no, we're not, no Egyptian pharaoh line things, okay? The siblings are not marrying each other and having kids. They're not doing that. I mean, they're having a tournament to bring in outside blood, okay, into the royal line, so we don't have cross-eyed babies, okay? You want to talk about genetics? Fucking your siblings is bad, y'all. Don't have kids with your siblings, okay? Bad, 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 bad. Yeah, like I said, in Egypt they did that. Well, okay, so as far as I'm aware, Egypt was the worst in terms of the inbreeding was concerned. So the European monarchies, they would at least swap cousins and stuff. I don't think they directly married their siblings. They would at least try to go at least one set apart. As far as I'm aware, the siblings were not marrying each other in Europe. In Asia, they got rid of that shit real damn quickly because they noticed the kids were getting funky. So they started bringing in commoner blood actually pretty early on because they found out. Well, so the problem is, the idea of swapping relatives with another country is great, but if you keep swapping relatives back and forth, do you see what the problem is? You eventually end up inbreeding indirectly that way, because, again, if you swap once, that's cool. And maybe swap back one more time is fine. But then you keep swapping back and forth, you're basically swapping the same thing back and forth at that point, right? That was the problem, and that's why hemophilia was so bad in the European monarchies. Actually, it got Russia, too. It's because inbreeding. But the pharaohs, as far as I'm understanding, in Egypt, they were literally like, you are going to fuck your sister and you are going to have children, right? So, they made it, like, real, like, difficult not to be inbred. And they just, they were smart people, but I guess they just really wanted that royal blood thing going. But that's why all those deformities they found in the pharaohs' tombs, yeah, it's because they were fucking each other, fucking their siblings. And yeah, you share half your genes with your siblings. That's really, really bad. Ugh. So technically, if it only happens in one generation, unless you just had bad luck with the genetic roll, you're probably okay. But like, just there's a reason. So you talk about social taboos, Rod. So there's a few taboos that are universal. Like pretty much every human population has it, and incest is one of them. And the reason why is because the results are really, really bad. And B, there's something called the oh shit, what is it called? I might be getting the name wrong. It's like Westermark effect or like something like that. It starts with the W and it's got like 4 syllables in it. So basically what it is like you're not supposed to be sexually attracted to anyone that you grew up with. So it's to prevent siblings from falling in love with each other and stuff, right? So this is an actual thing, and this happens in the wild too, by the way. This doesn't happen just with humans, but again, you're not really supposed to be attracted to your siblings because of this. So that's how ingrained this is. It's actually, like, built into our behavior. That's why it's such a universal thing, because it's so bad for your genes. If you've seen those, like, pictures of the families that got isolated in the mountains and you know they were just breeding back and forth like that, you can tell why. They started growing tails and all that. Yeah, but the Habsburg jaw and all that stuff, that was one of the actually less serious consequences of breeding back and forth. That just was like a visual indicator, but the hemophilia was like taking a lot of people out, right? Because that's literally you bleeding to death. Well, I mean, like, so the pharaohs literally thought that they were gods, right? So that's great, but you were gods that had a bunch of genetic defects because... Anyway, as far as I'm aware, they're the ones that did it the worst. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. So if you're part of the royal family, it's part of your job to have children, okay? Because that's how you keep the royal family going. If you don't have no damn heirs, then there goes your royal family, right? God. The next day, okay. Trying to actually kind of progress the plot. See, I have no problem talking about sex. It's just context, okay? I mean, I'm just so okay. So this is what they did. So I know a little bit more about Asian monarchies. So they had like nobility, right? Which they weren't royals, but they were upper class aristocrats, whatever the hell you want to call them. They're all the same. They would mix with that, but they would actually literally just go in the countryside and they saw a pretty girl that they thought the emperor would like. They would bring her to the palace, and they didn't necessarily have kids. They maybe be concubine or something, but not all of them got pregnant. Not all of them ended up being concubines, but they would bring them to the palace, right? Because they realized that you do need some fresh blood. I mean, yes, they had royal blood, but hey, it's better to have slightly diluted royal blood than it is to have fucking, like, kids with 4 arms, right? They figured it out. It's a good trade-off if you ask me. But again, it's like I don't know what was going on in Egypt, but they took that royal thing a little too far. Even though it became painfully obvious that the pharaohs ended up dying like they were like 12 or 13. They weren't even old enough to have kids at that point. That's how fucked up they were getting, right? Ugh. Anyway, so yes, boy, let's see, what have we covered today? We've covered, oh god, I'm not even gonna backtrack, too much. But we're going into the incest and trans territory and sex robots, and I can't even believe I just threw all three of those into the same sentence. Where am I supposed to go? The fuck am I going? I'm not gonna lie, originally I wasn't gonna stream. I didn't think I was gonna be successful. I didn't think I would have the personality for a streamer, right? And I guess I technically don't, because I'm talking about all sorts of weird shit, but... Isn't this more entertaining than my translation videos? Oh, God. Oh, God. Anyway. Oh, hold on. So, where am I going? Outside the talk to... Okay, so I talked to... Oh! Just kidding. I was supposed to talk to Barrett. The education system in America is kind of jacked up. It's really jacked up. That being said, I don't think you should get rid of it. They're trying to trash the Department of Education, but it definitely needs improvement. And, oh god, no, we move past the sex dolls, okay? I think we've got enough coverage there. I what do you want me to do? You want me to get excited about it? Oh, yay, sex robots, my favorite topic. I was just waiting for somebody to bring them up so I look like a complete weirdo. Yeah. Yeah. You know what I do get asked a lot is like, did you really go to med school? Because can you imagine a doctor talking to you about this kind of shit? I'm just weird, okay. Have I ever encountered a sex doll? So the closest thing I've actually personally had contact with was the blow-up dolls, and it wasn't even a sexual context. It's just, okay, so this sounds really weird. Y'all know the HOV lanes when you drive? So I knew somebody who was trying to use one of those blow-up dolls to get around the HOV restrictions, and I'm just like, I'm pretty damn sure the average cop is gonna be able to tell the difference between that and a person, but they tried, and it worked for a little bit, but then I think the cops started using infrared, and I don't think it worked after that. Well, okay, so yeah, I'm not gonna lie, in most parts of America, the education is terrible, and that's a very complicated topic as well, but I am gonna say that dismantling the Department of Education is not the answer. It's not gonna improve things for the average American. It will improve things for private schools, yeah, but how many people can fucking afford to send their kids to private school, right? A decent private school, so I don't agree with what they're doing in the Department of Education, but they're not asking me either, so. But yes, there's a lot of things wrong with the education system. And yes, again, complicated topic, but ideally, okay, and I'm saying ideally, a proper education would teach you how to think. Not necessarily just teach you facts, but actually teach you how to think. That's my personal opinion. But again, that's very, very difficult to do, and it's not. I'm not saying I have a simple solution for that, but I think too many schools focus on, like, here, this is how you pass the test. You're never gonna need this shit afterward. Nobody's gonna ask you Sokotoa after you graduate from high school, but you have to know Sokotoa in order to pass the GED or whatever, right? So, I mean, if you're gonna be an engineer, cool, but then you can also learn that in college, right? But, I mean, so I am extremely weird, Ron. I'm not gonna lie, okay? I am weird, but I'm kind of like, I'm a friendly nut, okay? I'm not nutty, but I'm a friendly nut, okay? There's a difference between, there are malicious nuts, there are crazy nuts, and then there are friendly nuts. I'm a friendly nut. For what that's worth. That's just how I know people don't come for the gameplay, though, because I literally sit on the same text box for like 30 minutes talking about sex robots. Yeah, well, some places, some countries have a really good education system, but again, like, they have a completely different situation than we do. I know, Muffin, that's right. Education's very, I know. You're homeschooled, sweetie. I homeschooled you. I admit it, I homeschooled her. Damn it. What's wrong? Is the litter box in? You need a litter box cleaning? What's up? I know she has food and water. I checked that. And I thought I checked the litter box too, but... well, okay, so yeah, critical thinking is difficult, Truelight. I'm not expecting most people to critically think, but at the same time, I feel like people should be... So, I can understand people not doing well in, like, the scholastic setting where, like, it's basically aimed at taking tests, right? You can be very successful in life without scoring well, like, like, getting high scores on tests, right? There's plenty of people who've done that. But the problem is like, there are people who are not doing well in the academic environment, but they're also not doing well in, like, real-life situations either, right? So, like, it's nice if you have one or the other, at least. and again, this is very, very complicated. I'm not saying it's the teacher's fault. It's not necessarily the part. It's just such a complicated thing. But I think it's just like a lot of kids feel like they're forced to go to school, which they are. I'm not gonna lie, you kind of have to go, but they're forced to go in there, and then nobody ever actually teaches them to love learning a topic. It doesn't have to be like all topics. Like, I didn't like social studies, not gonna lie, and I didn't like political science either. But like science, I love science. Math, I kind of liked it. I wasn't particularly good at it, but I liked math. Like, you know, I think teachers, like, in addition to teaching curiosity, they should teach, like, they should like help students find something that they're interested in. I think that's something, like, I feel like kids go through school these days and they don't find a damn subject at all, like, their entire time. Like, 18 years in school, like, for most people. Well, sorry, not 18 years, like, 13 years, like, I guess, for most people in school. And they don't find a single damn subject that they're interested in. I'm just like, come on, man. Like, I had to take, like, 20 different subjects. You gotta find something that you're interested in, right? Like, I think that would make life so much more enjoyable, or school much more enjoyable for people, if they could find at least one damn thing that they liked, right? But, again, it's tough because time constraints and whatever. The getting mad if, like, people disagree with you, that's sort of like a... That's an insecurity issue, if you ask me. Yeah, colleges are getting mad expensive, too. A friendly nut. Okay, not that kind of nut, sir. I don't have those kind of nuts, okay? Not that kind of nut. But the problem is, being open-minded requires you to be secure in yourself. If you're not secure in your own thoughts and your own opinions, you can't be open-minded. Because anytime you hear an outside, I know, Muffin, that's right. Do you agree with me? Okay. So, because every time you hear something that's contrary to what you believe, you start doubting yourself is the problem, right? So, really intelligent people can entertain an idea that's not their own without changing their own opinion, right? But that's also very difficult to do, because let's just face it, like, people insecure, and I don't blame them, to be honest. Like, I mean, a lot of us don't know what the hell we're doing, so yes, you're gonna be insecure. I don't know how the European education system, I imagine it's better than the US, but I haven't been there. I'll tell you, the Asian school system is brutal. You want to talk about pressure. They'd be like, you'd be like in kindergarten, they'd be like, yo, if you miss a point on this, you ain't getting into college. Like, oh, come on, like, you're talking to like a 5-year-old. But, like, there's so many different types of intelligence, too, and I think that's something that a lot of people either don't know or they don't acknowledge. Like, book smart is only one type of intelligence. There's literally, like, 8 or 9 different types of intelligence, and most people have proficiency in at least one of them. They just may not know it because they either don't realize it or they haven't been exposed to it. So, for instance, there's emotional intelligence, which, by the way, is super, super useful. Super useful in real life. That's one that everyone should have. It's a shame that it's not more common, but super useful, because that's like how to deal with people, right? And how to recognize emotions and how to communicate. That's all emotional intelligence. It's great for relationships, but again, it's very difficult to learn, but you can learn it, because I'm actually a perfect example. I used to have really shitty emotional intelligence, and I learned it just by dealing with people. Unfortunately, that means you have to deal with people, though. That's the downside. You have to deal with people. But, well, I mean, to be fair, true, like, I don't know if you know how much teachers make. They get paid shit. Even people who teach at colleges and stuff, like higher education, they don't get paid shit. So they're basically either doing it because they have to, or because they love the job. And it's tough. Like, I've tutored before, and those kids, like, some of them are really troubled, and, like, you have to get past all the emotional baggage they get to in order to get through to them, and it takes a lot of time and effort. And when you have, and, like, again, I was only tutoring, like, 1 or 2 kids at a time. Imagine having, like, 30 kids in your classroom and you had to do that, right? So, it's really tough being a teacher. It's really, really tough. Like, on top of having to deal with all the emotional baggage and shit, super tough. And then teachers have to have a lot of empathy in order to be successful, because they have to be able to get inside of their student's head and be like, okay, so this is what my student is thinking, but that's not the right way to approach the problem. So then I have to teach them how to approach it in a way that they understand, right? And that's actually super duper difficult. But yes, it's also good that they have, like, an engaging personality and they can make things interesting because, I mean, let's face it, the average math book will put most people to sleep. The average physics book will also put people to sleep. It's just not interesting for most people, right? But anyway, yeah, there's so many different types of intelligence. Emotional intelligence, there's motor intelligence, so that's people like the athletes, like the super athletes and the soldiers who can, like, fucking, like, spin on a dime and get their body to do, like, amazing cool things. That's, like, motor intelligence. Musical intelligence, there's intelligence with languages. There's just so many different ways to measure it, and I think people get so bogged down on the book smart part. But everyone has some form of intelligence, okay? Also, you know, don't feel bad. You just probably haven't found it yet if you don't know what it is. But, in general, if you're asking if you're open-minded, Truelight, you're probably more open-minded than most people. People who are closed-minded don't even question that in the first place because they don't have good self-awareness. So, if that means anything, you're probably more open-minded than most people. I'm blabbing too much. Yeah, I mean, well, so the cause of all this crap is different, but, yeah, it's complicated issue. Complicated issue, but, I mean, I mentioned this because, like, I hear sometimes people saying, like, oh, I wish I was a genius, right? And I don't know if these people have actually met geniuses before, but they're usually actually pretty damn miserable. So that means, like, having like super smart, book smart doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna do well in life, because they were missing the other types of intelligence. Well, like I said, you know, I think again, passion is really important when you're, especially with teaching, right? I think teachers that are passionate, those are the ones that are most successful. But again, it can be difficult to be passionate because, again, the situation's difficult. You're literally dealing with 30 little crotch goblins that aren't even yours, okay? And then, like, you're getting paid crap. You have to work, like, a lot. Like, teachers are basically working all year round. They don't get the summers off like most people think. And again, lots of emotional investment in here, too. But it really pays off when it's where, like, if I was a teacher and I had students come back and tell me, oh, yeah, you know, you inspired me to become an astronaut or something, and I actually did it, like, I would just be like, oh, tears, man. But, you know, I'm not a teacher. But anyway. But, you know, it's one of those, like, jobs, it's like, it can be very, very rewarding, but God, you have to put a lot of work in there. And I think a lot of people become teachers not because they're passionate about it, because honestly, they couldn't find anything else to do. It's like the default job, so. But, you know, again, what can you do, right? This is not something that's easily fixed. It's a very complicated. But again, stripping the fucking Department of Education is not the answer either, okay? That's not going to fix the problem. In fact, it's going to make it 30 times worse, but they don't ask me. But yes, just teaching facts, that's not a good way to teach, right? You gotta make things relevant for your students, especially when you have a fucking boring topic. Like, I don't know how you can make calculus interesting. I liked math, and I still thought calculus was boring. I guess I don't have the built-in engineer genes, but yeah, you gotta try. But yeah, in general, they have found that people who have a high quote-unquote intelligence, like they actually high IQ rating, they're usually very socially awkward and very unhappy typically. So yeah, trade-off. But yeah, I used to be super socially awkward too. Actually, oddly enough, getting a job is what how I learned a lot of the emotional intelligence stuff. Because I had to deal with a lot of weird people at work. Retail's fun. So my suggestion for making the world a better, or maybe this might be specifically the U.S. since we're so consumerism centric. I personally think, this is not very practical. I don't think they could ever do it, but I personally think that it should be a requirement for anyone like to register to vote or whatever, or like get a driver's license or something like that, that they should be required to work a minimum of 1 month, preferably 3 to 6 months, in a retail or service environment, because you'd be surprised, a lot of people don't have that experience. I think if they did that, this country would be a hell of a lot nicer than it is now, because you have to deal with a lot of shit. And I think if people had to deal with being on the receiving end, they would learn not to treat people like that and be more understanding. But again, this is not very practical because, it's just not practical, I know, but just good, it's just good life experience. Yeah, definitely not something that could be implemented, sadly. Oh yeah, it's good. Like, it's not even like a Christian thing, true. Like I think people in general, I wish people in general would just like try to be the best person they can be. You don't even necessarily have to be nice to people is the thing. I think people mistake like, oh, I have to be nice to everyone. I have to like bend over backwards to like, take care of the, you don't, okay? Just treat people with respect, which doesn't really cost you anything, okay? And just try to be the best version of you. And that's the best, I think that's personally the best thing that you can do for the world, is just be the best you that you can be. I think people are just like, oh, it's okay for me to just be me? But then they don't try, right? They're just them, like, unpolished version of them. And then they just like, they're like, okay, good enough, take it or leave it, right? I'm a special snowflake. But if you're the best version of you, like, nobody's gonna ever criticize you, I don't think. Right? Because that's actually very difficult to be the best version of you. So, I personally think if you're the best version of you, and if you don't do anything else for society, that's your part, right? And I think it makes you happy too. But again, it's much harder to do than I'm making it sound. And yes, like, they have, like, the golden rule and stuff. But, again, like, I think people think, like, in order to be a good person or whatever, you have to treat people nicely. And honest to God, sometimes you don't. Sometimes just leaving them alone and just respecting them, like, quietly, you don't even have to interact with them, right? But just treat them like another person with respect. And that's really all it takes. That doesn't even require you interacting with them. Sometimes you can respect somebody and just, like, literally just leave them alone. And that's the way you respect people, right? But yeah, I honest to God think more people should work in retail. Or service. Like, food service is fine too. I actually think serving people, I think being a waiter or waitress is even worse. Because, God, people get salty about their food. God, people get salty about that. But anyway. Well, okay, so there are always going to be people getting on your ass. Like, even if you're actively trying to improve yourself, y'all, like, there's always going to be people getting on your ass. Unfortunately, people are going to be assholes, okay? The assholes are always going to be there. They're never going to go away, okay? But I'm just saying, in general, right, if you're actively trying to improve yourself, you'll start paying less attention to people like that, right? And then B, like, people really value, I think, even if they won't admit it, I think a lot of times they won't admit it, but I think a lot of people value authenticity, right? Because especially these days, like with social media, like all these just, people catering their pages and stuff or whatever, and authenticity is like becoming a rarity. So again, they might not admit it, but people do value when they see you trying to be you, right? And like I said, the best version of you. Don't be an incel, be like, oh, I'm being an incel, you should love me anyway. Okay, I'm talking about, like, actually working on it, alright? It's tough, but, you know, whatever. But, the thing is, like, when you focus on yourself, right? Like, and again, this works better when all people are doing it. Obviously, it's not going to happen ever, but when you focus on yourself, like, you don't judge other people because you're too busy working on yourself, is the way I see it. Well, the thing is, the people who are judging other people, they're not working on themselves. Because, honest to God, when people start working on themselves, they don't have time to judge other people. And even if they have the time, they're not going to do it because they're like, hey, I got shit that's wrong with me too. Well, those people, yeah, I know who you're talking about, Ron. Those people are not, those are not the people that you hang around, right? You find the people that are okay with you for real. But yeah, I mean, unfortunately, because of social media and the internet, right? Because you have anonymity, like, people, there's a lot of fakeness going around, and, well, it makes it harder to be authentic, but it also makes it more valuable too, right? Well, I'm just gonna put this out there, y'all, as a general thing. If you have to pay a girl to like you, she ain't the one, okay? Like, I'm just gonna be flat out. That girl is not worth having, okay? She's seeing you as a wallet. But yeah, I'm sorry you guys have problems because I mean, that's the problem with people is, no matter what, there's always something that they're gonna use to differentiate people from themselves and to discriminate against. That's just how people are. Like, racism's not gonna go away. If for some reason everyone on the planet turned white, okay, like, just, I don't know, Genie's wish or something, right? Okay, fine. Everyone, that would eliminate racism, right? Well, you would just be bitching about something else instead. So, you know, it's just one of those things, you know? But it's part of, like, kind of society's responsibility to make people, like, kind of create an environment where people are more open-minded and accepting and stuff. And unfortunately, in order to get that to work, you have to get a lot of people working together in that society, and that requires working as a unit and being unified, and God knows right now the nation is not unified, so that's not happening, but, again, complicated shit. But, yes, you gotta be careful. So, friends, on the topic of friends, okay, well, I mean, I'm just telling y'all, okay, I know this sounds weird because I'm a female and I stream, but I feel a little awkward when, like, people give me money, like, donate money to me, especially if I don't know who they are. Like, does that make any sense? To me, that's super duper awkward. I know that's not how most people are, but I'm just kind of like, yo. And, like, especially if it's a large amount of money. If it's, like, $5, okay, not, you know, again, if it's somebody I don't know, it's still a little bit weird, but if it's, like, somebody I've known for a couple of years and they're just like, here, have $5, it's cool. I just take that as a, you know, a friendly gesture, but, I personally think it's weird. And especially if it's, like, a high dollar amount, I'm like, what does this person want, right? Even if it's a female, by the way. I have had females do that, and I'm just kind of like, yo. So, yeah, but definitely if you notice a change in behavior because of gifts, that's a big-ass red flag. Big-ass red flag. But, you know, it's just, there's a saying that enemies stab you in the back, but real friends will stab you from the front. And it's actually kind of true, you know? age definitely helps with the experience thing, but, It's true, because, like, a real friend will tell you something, like, if you're doing something that's, I don't want to say wrong, but if they're doing something that they think is bad for you or is concerning, they'll let you know up front. They won't say it behind your back, but they'll be like, hey, you know, that girl you're dating, I don't know if she's the one. She's a little sus. But they'll also, like, respect your decisions to, you know, keep doing that, too. But, whatever. I am weird. It's okay. Like I said, I'm a friendly nut. I'm definitely strange because I definitely have views that are completely different from most people, and I acknowledge that. But I do know what, like, normal people think too, which that's part of my experience dealing with people. So that helps me relate. But I am kind of strange. I mean, I'm sitting here, I was ranting about my dwarf shrimp earlier. I love my dwarf shrimp. They're cute. Oh yeah, I mean, like, every person's different, but again, when you see behavioral changes in response to you treating them differently, that's kind of, like, strange. Like, in general, the person should, if they're being authentic, they should be relatively consistent. I mean, people have bad days, of course, but, you know, it shouldn't be, like, night and day, like, the second you pull out your wallet or offer to buy or something, right? That's messed up. But I also know that love is a hell of a drug, and it makes you do stupid things, too. So, if it didn't, I mean, it's kind of like a necessary evil, because otherwise the freaking human species would have probably died out by now. But I'm just telling you guys, think with both heads, okay? Y'all have two heads. Think with both of them, not just the bottom one. Think with both heads, okay? It'll keep you out of a lot of trouble. Yeah, the compliments thing is kind of strange because...
Now what do you think, Father? All we have to do is wait for our opportunity and seize it.
You did well. But you know, Gazelle...
Sorry, I'm trying to put my thoughts together.
Change. The prince. His entire countenance seems to have changed because of this incident. Your schemes might work in the short term, my son. But you may well be planting the seeds for future problems.
Well, possibly. I'll take your warnings into consideration.
So, I can only say for myself, but this is my thing about compliments. I don't mind them as long as they're genuine. If you're trying to butter me up, though, I hate that.
When we decided to hold the sacred games, we were both well aware Godwin could emerge victorious. It's not like you to hesitate now.
But Arstad, we're not just talking about any little girl here. We're talking about Lim. Anybody would hesitate.
I can't bear to see anything bad happen to her, but there isn't much we can do now.
Trust me. If there were some other solution, I'd gladly step down from the throne and rid myself of the sunroom. But now that it's come to this, we must stand strong. No matter what the cost.
SPF 5000.
Yes. I know. Rather than hesitating, we should be doing everything we can to make sure that cost is as small as possible.
Yes. But we must never be suspected. To the very end, we'll just have to pretend nothing's going on.
Oh, I'm glad you think I'm funny, True. I do actually try to be. I think laughter is... I think being able to make people laugh is, like, really, really difficult, but I also think it's really important because it's hard. It's actually really hard. So I'm glad you did that. Yeah, so... so some guys don't have sisters, so that does make a difference, but I think it's also, a lot of guys learn how to treat women by looking at their parents. So they look at how their mom treats their dad, and they look at how their dad treats their mom. And of course, I'm assuming both parents are there, right? Because sometimes they're not, but in general, right? That's how they learn. And if your parents have a healthy relationship, in general, I find that the guys are very, well, not just the guys, the children are respectful of the other other sex, right? But unfortunately, like, you know, there are a lot of marriages that are less than ideal, and, you know, they argue and they don't necessarily treat each other right, and sometimes they're just plain out abusive and toxic, right? So, but yeah, and then again, you can still learn it from other people, because so I actually grew up in a household where my parents were constantly fighting, and there was actually some violence too. So I had a kind of a not a shitty childhood, but it wasn't great either. So I had to learn how, like I said, I had to learn that from other people. But sometimes, you know, especially if they grew up their entire lives and that's the only type of person they ever grew up knowing, it's hard for them to realize that that's not normal. Well, I mean, I have covered a variety of topics today. I don't think anyone else has done. You know, surprisingly, I have not been flagged for anything. That's probably gonna change one day. It's okay. I'll deal with it when it happens, but it's okay. As long as I'm all for open conversation here. I'm not trying to, not trying to put anyone on the spot or anything either. So if I say something and you feel like, you know, you're always welcome to not answer the question if I ask it. That's perfectly fine. I reserve the same right too, by the way. But in general, I'm pretty open about most stuff. Although the sex robots is starting to get a little. I think we had enough of that. But yeah, there are a lot of single moms out there. But the thing is, like, even single moms, right? That kind of sends a message, right? Like, the relationship didn't work, and they don't have a good model to look at. But true, but so yeah, you definitely don't see your mom as your sister. You're right, Rod. I'm just saying, like, that's sort of like the base. I think a lot of children base most of their relationships on how their parents interact with each other, because their parents are in theory at least, or at least ideally, the parents are both supposed to be there. Some people are only children, or in my case, like, I was born so far apart from my older brother that I'm technically considered like more of a separate child, not a younger sibling, because we're just 6 years apart, which is enough that, you know, we didn't have as much overlap. But yeah, I mean, yeah. Excuse me. Sorry. Coughing. Yeah, but I mean, it's tough, especially like this generation. Like, this generation and the past generation, it's super tough for them because the parents are having to work so much harder just to maintain a basic lifestyle. I'm not even talking like riches, right? I'm talking about just being able to afford a home, right? In some cities, like, can't afford a home even though you have both parents working full time, right? They're spending much more time like trying to earn a wage. They spend less time with their children, and like, again, this is a really complicated issue. The wages basically aren't keeping up, and the kids, you know, they're basically the teachers again. Sometimes they're burnt out, and you know, the kids are basically turning to peers, which is not good, or social media, which is even worse if you ask me. But you know, that's why they say the 5 people that you spend the most time with, those are basically the people who influence your personality. Well, it's kind of true. So some people find those good 5 people, and some people don't. Well, that's good, True Light. So I'm perfectly fine with faith. Like, I personally think faith is great. I think it's a good source of strength, and it was for you, and I'm glad for that. I'm just not big on religion. When you start building an organization around a powerful concept, that's when things start getting corrupt. So I'm a little bit anti-church, not totally, but I mean, let's just face it, churches, I wish most of them were the models of the the concepts that they're supposed to embody, but let's just be real, like, they sometimes fall short. But I'm glad you had that as your emotional support, because that's really important. But, like, I'm perfectly cool with people not going to church or the tabernacle, not just the tabernacle, like the temples. Where did I get tabernacle from? Like temples and stuff. Like, I think you can be perfectly have a very strong faith and never go into an actual religious building. Because I think faith is a personal thing. You can do it anywhere, and you can do it as often as you want, as personal as you want. Yeah, I mean, it's just facts, right? Like, in the boomer age, like, you know, you could have one parent working, typically the father, right? One parent working, one job, 40 hours a week, and he could afford a home, a car. He could afford to pay for his kids to go to school, and he could do that on one salary. And that you just can't do that anymore. Like, it's literally impossible, right? And again, that has to do with the economy and, like, basically all the prosperity that we had. It didn't end up going to the working class. It went to the top 1%. So parents are definitely more busy these days, and that's why fewer people are having children, and that's why they're having them later. It's both good and bad, but, you know, at the same time, I wish people had a choice as to when it's sad to hear people saying, like, we can't have children because we literally can't afford them. Like, that's terrible to hear, right? It's different if you're like, no, I don't want to have children because I just don't want to have children, right? Because, I mean, I don't have children, right? That was my choice. I could have had children, but I chose not to. Because well, lots of reasons, but anyway, just, I don't have children, and it's my choice. So, but, you know, but yeah, it's so hard to be a parent these days, if you can even be one, responsibly. Because just the cost of living has gone up so much. Yeah, so I actually didn't, so the other reason why I'm not big on churches is I used to go to church when I was younger. Like, I'm talking, like, under the age of 12, because my mom would go to church, and she'd bring me with her. I didn't have good experiences. I wasn't, like, assaulted per se, thank God. It wasn't that bad, but so some examples of what happened. I did have somebody hit my face with a folding chair. That hurt. Permanently messed up one of my teeth too, but it's okay. So there's another weird thing that my church did, and I think this is one of those Englishy moments. You know, they like show movies and stuff, right? In the daycare, the Sunday schools. Well, I don't know who the hell was picking the movies, but they picked the wrong ones. So they would show, like, Friday the 13th and, like horror movies. They were showing horror movies, and they were kids, like, I was, like, 8 at the time, okay? And, like, again, under 12, but, like, some of the kids were, like, 6, 8, you know, and we're literally watching people get cut up with chainsaws and shit, so somebody picked the wrong damn movies is what I'm saying. So just stuff like that, you know? Not even corruption per se, just, like, really weird, not so great experiences at church. But yeah, if you can find a good church, though, like, for the love of God, like, support them, because it's so rare these days, especially these days, but they're out there, you just have to look for them. And if not, you can always just be a good Christian, Jewish, Muslim, whoever, in your own home. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, freedom of religion is... I think that's another thing I don't like about religious groups is, like, they make it really, like, you gotta convert to us. I'm like, dude, it should be a choice, right? Like, it's literally your relationship with God. You should be able to choose that. I'm not object to having children, right? So part of the reason is I never got married, so I didn't find the right person to marry. So, I mean, yes, I could have just had kids, or I could have just married somebody and had kids, but, you know, to me, I'd rather find the right person to do that with And if I can't, then fine, I'll be single and not have kids. But if I have kids, I want to make sure I can properly take care of them and I have them with the right person, so. Which, I don't know, maybe that'll happen one day. I think it will. But for now, I don't have kids. But again, it was a conscious decision. Because I say it's conscious decision because actually people were pressuring me to have kids and I was like, no. So I could have definitely had them and I was supposed to, but... Ah, jeez. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying there aren't good churches out there, but again, like, there's a lot of them that are not great either, which is sad. She's my bodyguard, sweetie. Yeah, everything in life happens for a reason, right, Ron? I mean, good and bad. The good stuff is to give you hope, and the bad stuff is learning experience. Learning experience. Yeah, like I said, the churches have been unusually corrupt. They're actually getting involved in politics now. Like, they're not even trying to fucking hide it at this point. But there are still good churches out there. And there's still good, like, religious organizations that are not necessarily churches, but they do good work. For instance, there's a... I'm not going to mention their name because I'm not trying to do a plug, but there's a very good healthcare clinic in Atlanta that I used to volunteer at. And it's Christian-based, but, I mean, obviously it's healthcare, so... but they provide very, very affordable healthcare to people who don't have insurance or can't afford, you know, certain procedures like surgeries and stuff. And they do very, very good work. Like, totally support them. I donate. Our family donates to them and stuff. It was actually started by the father of somebody I went to school with, so I know the doctor who started it. But anyway, but like organizations like that. Yeah, wonderful, excellent, hallelujah. But the rest of them, you're gonna have to earn my trust, you know? That's kind of how I'm cautious at first, but again, usually if it's a genuine church, you'll know pretty soon. If it's not, then it's just like all the other churches. Yeah, well, I know churches rely heavily on donations too, but again, like, it's one of those things, like, he should have known better than to ask for more. That's good, truly, because it's, like I said, it's hard to find a good church. And sometimes you find a good church and then, like, you know, shit happens and they can't stay around, or, like, something changes, like the pastor changes or something, and then, you know, you have to start over again. I mean, like, so, Ron, like I said, I don't mind I'm not totally object to having kids. It's just that I don't want to have kids unless I'm with the right person, and I can raise the kids properly, right? That's my thing. I'm trying to be a responsible parent here, okay? God damn it. But I'm not like actually like more, I don't have like a, no, I'm absolutely not having kids, I hate them or whatever. Like, that's not the case. It's just, if I have them, I want to be the best, like I said, try to be the best parent I can be and the best spouse, right? And I need somebody's help to do that too. I'm not raising the kids by myself. So, if I find the right guy though, and I think I can handle it, there'll be little Esters maybe. Maybe. So we gotta have more crazy people in this fucking world. Okay, so that's actually unusual these days. I think a lot of pastors, like, their children are kind of, like, getting out of the, I think they're getting out of the bit, like, it used to be, like, you would be whatever your parents were, and that's phasing out, which is not necessarily a bad thing, mind you, but, just different. It's just different. Talk to me. Oh, God. Now I'm confused. Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. Little Esters. I don't know if Little Esters is a good thing or a bad thing for this world, but it's okay. If it happens, it happens. You're just gonna deal with it. Family cult. God. There's no way I'm letting my kid play Call of Duty unless they're extremely mature and at least 12 years old. I know firsthand the shit that people talk about in multiplayer. I'm trying to protect my women a little bit. My children a little bit. I mean, I'm all for equal parenting too, Ron. Like, I don't think I don't think it's healthy for the kid if only the mother raises the kids. I mean, I understand the man usually is doing the work too, so, you know, it's about balance. But I kind of under the impression if you marry the right person and they want children, they will naturally want to be involved in their children's lives. So that's one of those problems. Like, again, you pick the right person in the first place, it should not be an issue. Hopefully. I'm hoping. I'm banking on that. One turn gay and went furry. Okay, well that's interesting. That's interesting. You know, I'm not gonna lie. So the furry thing is something that kind of... I'm totally not judging. It's just, the furry thing is something that I don't understand. And I probably shouldn't, like, be asking questions, and this might sound slightly insensitive, but I don't understand how that works. So, they wear costumes, right? Like, that's their thing? But they also are aroused in the costumes, right? I don't know if I'm saying this right. So, what I'm saying is, doesn't the costume kind of get in the way of, the, end result of being hot and bothered? Well, I'm gonna try. I know it's really tempting to give your tablet to a baby. It does work for a little bit. I'm gonna try not to do that, but I don't even use tablets for AI babies. I'm not gonna lie, if I have a kid, I'm probably gonna have a dog, or at least a cat. Have some sort of pet. That helps a lot. It really does. You just need to get a pet that's, like, child-friendly. It has a sense of humor. Well, I mean, I'm just being straight, because, you know, some guys don't want to have kids, but they just kind of have them because societal pressures or whatever. And you can kind of tell, because they don't really like being around their kids. But, you know. That's something I'll work out with my hubby, okay? Don't worry about that. Oh, goodness. Yeah, so... They have zippers. Okay, so, yeah, that would work. I'm guessing that would work. So, are they like... Okay, so this is gonna sound extra stupid, but... Are those zippers, like... They're not like the ones you have in your jeans in, like, a normal zipper, right? Because... So, I'm not a guy, but I've had guys tell me that they got their wee-wee caught in the zipper, like, just by accident, like, when they're peeing. Like, not even, like, aroused mode, right? And they said it hurt like a motherfucker, so... Which I totally believe them, right? So... If the zippers don't have some sort of... I'm genuinely curious. I'm just wondering how this would work from a practical perspective. Okay, so I mean, obviously, if you're, if you're going at it, you're creating friction, and that increases the chances of you rubbing up against the zipper, right? So I'm assuming they have some sort of protective layer, for lack of a better word, around them in the suits. Because I mean, surely these people who make the suits know what's going on, right? Even I know, and I don't actually know much about this. So, yes, right. I completely agree. Pets are family for me. I know some people are not into that, double believe that, but my pets are always live inside, and I treat them just like family. They get some of my food sometimes, but yeah. But yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, there are some fathers, and the same thing with moms, by the way. There's some mothers, like, you can tell they just don't give three shits. They're just like, they treat it like their job. They don't treat their kids like, their family, which is sad. I think that's really sad. But it does happen. I mean, I'm just... I'm just worried. I shouldn't say this, but I'm just like trying to picture how this would work, because you're literally in a suit, and my understanding is they do it in the suit. So you got that, and like, don't they get hot as hell? Or is that part of it? Yeah, I think I just triggered an instant reflex in all of y'all. I'm sorry. I mean, I didn't know how else to describe it. Look, I'm trying to learn more about something that I'm not familiar with, okay? Not judging. I'm just really curious, because obviously they get this to work. They obviously get this to work, but like, I don't want to like... So I don't actually know anyone who furries in real life, so I couldn't ask that, and then I feel like it'd be kind of weird to ask them online. So since I just this is kind of an indirect way of to learn about stuff, you know? I don't have to elaborate, okay? It can be taken multiple ways, okay? So, so, and also like, so I was about to say, how does that work if only one person's a furry? Because, yeah, I was about to say, I'm not sure how that would work. Clip-on. Okay, clip-ons would work. You don't have to be full furry, right? You can just be honorary furry. I can't believe I'm talking about this. Okay, so leave the run. Oh my god, where am I? Exit. Shit, I forgot what I was doing. Leave the Royal Hall. Okay, I did that. Wait, where? Wait, I'm so confused. Oh, I didn't talk to... Oh. I didn't talk to, Hopefully this doesn't mess up my recruitment later. It's okay, I have a safety save just in case, but... I don't think this messes you up. Okay, alright. Okay, hold on. So I'm in the wrong part of the fact. This is what happens when I blab. It's okay. I don't think it's gonna be an issue, but we'll find out. And da 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 da. See, I'm completely okay. Lindsay, downstairs on the way to the throat. Okay. I'm heading the right way, I'm just being very slow. I mean, I'm trying to understand stuff, okay? Trying to understand stuff, damn it. So, Oh. I didn't know getting choked was a thing, too. I mean, well, I guess that falls under... That technically falls under SBDM. Did I get that acronym right? Yeah, it sounds like y'all were sexually incompatible, which that's real difficult to deal with. True. That's really difficult to deal with, because, sex is a big part of romantic relationships, and yeah. But, anyway. Okay, it's BDSM. I'm a little bit dyslexic, so sometimes I get the letters mixed up. I don't actually know what it stands for exactly. What is it? Is it bondage, domination, sadism, masochism? I'm not even sure what. I think I just made that up. I mean, you were very patient with her, True. I applaud you. No half-assing, huh? But you didn't put on the furry suit. Okay. Ah, okay. Well, I am under the impression it's okay as long as you don't have two people trying to dominate at the same time. I think that gets a little awkward, or I guess if you take turns it works, but... Yeah, this just went full M-rated, but it's okay. Like, fuck my chat at this point. It doesn't even matter. Yeah, I was under the impression as long as you're... as long as you guys have a balanced relationship, it's cool, but you don't have two dominant people. It gets a little awkward if you have two submissive people, too, from what I was told. But anyway, I don't know. Yee. Okay, so... Oh, God. This is why I don't encourage little children in my chat, because... To be fair, I think most of this will be flying over a lot of their heads, but... Oh, sorry. So, go down the stairs. Okay, hold on. the finest princess this land has ever done. I don't know if Sir George. A dominant girl. Well, I mean, it kind of depends. The approach depends. I don't know if you're specifically talking about in the bedroom or not either, so we'll just leave it at that. He's talked to over 5 that... who keeps track of that, man? Like, I think people have journals about their sexual escapades, because... I mean, I'm pretty sure people do. I wouldn't even think to keep a track one, like... And yeah, after a certain point, I'd be like, you know, maybe if I have to write it down to remember, maybe I shouldn't be having this many encounters, but... whatever. That's just me. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Chat just goes wherever. It's fine. $300 an hour for consult. Damn, that's expensive! I think that's more than what most surgeons charge you for surgery. I mean, just in general, and I'm not even talking about in bed, true, like, you have 2 dominant personalities. In general, they're not gonna get along. That's just facts, right? They say that two tigers can't live on the same mountaintop. Same thing. One of them's always gonna have to be on top. Pardon the pun. So, yeah. Or if you got 2 flexible people, you know, you can alternate, which is actually probably the healthiest thing to do, but if you're just like one of those types that's always dominant and you have to always be dominant and you're dating somebody who's like that, that's definitely, you're asking for a lot of trouble. I wouldn't say you couldn't get it to work, but it would be very, very, very difficult. Yeah, it's the compromise part that gets tricky, right? If you have 2 dominant people, but they both value the relationship more than their dominance, then you can get it to work. But they have to work together on that, so... that's kind of difficult. Not impossible, but difficult. Let's see, now you're making things complicated, true, but... okay, so that's kind of... I see that sort of more of a... I see that more of a trust issue, or more so than a dominance preference thing, but maybe I'm just reading into that wrong. I mean... I personally think that if couples are in love, Ron, that... yeah, lifelong sex is a thing. And it should be. But, you know, again, that's... very, very few relationships are actually founded on not necessarily just true love, but, like, true love that's long-lasting, because you can be truly in love with somebody and then you change or they change, right? You don't necessarily grow in the same direction, and that causes rifts. But if you can find somebody that you truly love and you both grow in the same direction, then yes, hey, lifelong sex, why not? I mean, there are people in nursing homes that are hooking up all the time and they're not in love with each other necessarily. Yeah, the length of the relationship depends greatly on like the definitions and stuff. Like, I have people tell me, "Oh yeah, we've been dating for a long time," and then I ask them how long, and they're like 6 months, and I'm like, is that a long time for you? Because I don't personally think that's a long time. I personally don't think I personally think you need about I mean, it depends on the situation, but I personally think about a year. You need to know somebody for at least a year to get to know them pretty well. But again, it's kind of tricky because again, people do change over time too. So even if you knew them at one point in their life, that doesn't mean they're going to stay the same. It doesn't mean they should stay the same either, right? Like I said, ideally people should be trying to improve and be the best version of themselves, but you know, if they hit the best version of themselves early on, then, you know, they don't have to change, but that's kind of rare. I don't know that many people in their 20s who actually got their shit together. They're there, but God, they're definitely rare, and it certainly was not me. Certainly was not me. What is that? Well, I mean, the rise of, like, dating apps and, like, casual dating, which I'm not necessarily saying it's a bad thing, but it's definitely changed people's, like, perception of relationships and how to approach them. I hate to be an old fuddy-duddy, but I do think that having too much casual sex is kind of bad, because I think people kind of get the idea that instead of trying to work through a relationship with somebody, they're just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna find somebody else. And that, I don't think that's always a good option. You're never gonna find a perfect person that you're gonna have no problems with, right? That person doesn't exist. And you're not that person either. So you have to be willing to find somebody who's got most of the things that you're looking for, right? But there's gonna be some things that are not there. Like, you know, 80% right, but then 20% you gotta work with them, right? And then you work with them. But that's better than trying to waste your time trying to find somebody that's 100% match, who doesn't exist, by the way, right? But I think the casual dating culture just kind of like, oh, I have options. Well, you may have options, but you may also not have options, and you might waste your time looking for somebody. You might waste your entire life doing that, right? Well, there's no perfect people out there. There's nobody who's perfect for you. That's the thing, right? Like, I think that's the thing. Like, people, like, they literally think there's an actual absolute perfect person out there, and there's not. There's not. And you're not a perfect person either, right? I'm not perfect. Nobody's perfect, right? So that's where the compromise part comes in. And relationships are darn work. Like, I don't know why people think, like, they just, like, magically come together and, like, yeah, we're gonna fall in love, and then a hanky-dory, we're gonna be happy for the rest of our lives, and, like, smooth sailing. No, okay, it's hard as fuck to keep a relationship going, even when you're truly in love and you're compatible with each other. You gotta work at it, damn it. I mean, so you do need some feelings in a relationship, right? True, like, but again, you need a lot of things. You need commitment, you need respect, you need communication, and you need to be willing to put work in. Again, people like just like falling in love once you get that part out of the way, you're good, but no, okay? Mm-mm. Yeah, well, so I know people who've been married a really long time, and I wouldn't say they're happily married. Especially, unfortunately, this is very common in Asian culture, too, like, because the divorce is kind of super taboo-ish. Well, it's not as bad now, but the older generations, like, the taboos, like, you're not supposed to divorce your husband or whatever. But, yeah, it just depends. But, I mean, I don't know if make it perfect's quite the right way. You can, I think you can make, I mean, I don't know how you define a perfect relationship, right? It kind of depends on how you define the perfect relationship, so I don't know if I can answer that, so it just kind of depends on your perfect. But, again, like, if you have two people that are in love with each other, and you guys have the same goals, and the same, like, core values, and, like, the stuff that's really important, like, those are the big things, right? You have feelings for each other, you have the same motivations, the same dreams, the same outlook on life. If you have those basic building blocks in place, you can get everything else to work. Like, if you are one of those people you like to put mayo on your fries, and I'm a ketchup person, it's okay. You can get past that. But, like, if you're, like, one of those people, like, I fucking hate kids, I'm never having them, and you marry a guy who actually wants kids, that's not gonna work, right? So... You gotta pick your battles there. You're never gonna get everything right. Oh, okay. I have no idea who else talks about sex robots except, you know, I hate to say this. There's probably other people who talk about it. I just randomly brought it up. I randomly brought it up. That was not planned. It just happened, okay? Well, you know... a lot of guys mistake people, like, a lot of people mistake a woman paying attention to them as being as kindness and or attraction, and I'm just like, no, y'all, okay, it's not. That's not the case. I'm just gonna, like, get rid of that misconception. It is not true, okay? Especially, like, in real life, like, at work and stuff. A lot of times the lady is just working. She's just working, y'all. She doesn't actually want you to ask for her number and shit. Okay? It's literally her job to be nice to you. Okay? Yeah, I mean, supporting it, like, you know, that's all good stuff in your partner. That's good that you saw some long-term marriages that were good, Trulite, because unfortunately, most of the ones I could think of off the top of my head were, they were long-term alright, but goddamn, they weren't happy. And all different religions, too, not specifically one religion, it just happened. Hi, Muffma! I know. I think she's like, get your ass in bed. Well, there are a lot of guys. Well, I mean, yeah, guys get suckered a lot, but so do women too. I mean, again, this is not a blame one sex or the other type thing. Like, we're all stupid when we fall in love. I mean, shit. It happens. See, I actually don't agree with you on that, Trulite, about it's being obvious if a girl wants you. Girls be sneaky as fuck. I hate to say this. I apologize for that. Girls be sneaky and manipulative as fuck, so it's not immediately obvious if a girl likes you or not. I know plenty of girls who flirt and they just like the attention because it gives them ego boost. And they will totally string you around for it. But they're not interested. So... I apologize, sorry? But, I mean, men do that too. They're meant to do that. It's just... some people just do anything for attention, even if it means hurting people. Which is sad, but... But yeah, women can give some really just... This might just be my personal experience, but I find that guys are a lot easier to read in terms of the, like, getting hit on part than women. And I say this as a woman, so I can see why you guys get confused sometimes. I think guys are a lot easier to tell. But yeah, I have literally seen women be, like, hitting on dudes, and then the dude was, like, not even necessarily flirting back, but being friendly back. And then she's like, ew, why are you talking to me? And I'm just like, what the hell, girl? You were literally, like, flirting with him. Like, hey, I like your shirt or something like that. And, like, touching him on the shoulder and crap. And then you get offended when he responds back. And I'm like, what were you doing, man? So I don't know much about Muslim traditions. I do know that they definitely see women differently. To be fair, I probably wouldn't be. I don't even know if do they allow. I don't know if the strictly traditional Muslims allow streaming for women. I don't know. Maybe I'm just ignorant. But at the same time, I do like to believe that there are at least some Muslim couples where maybe in public, just because of the laws and shit, like, you know, they cover up and stuff, but hopefully in the home they're treating each other with respect. And I mean both ways, not just the man to the woman, but the woman to the man, right? I'd like to think that at least some happy marriages out there. I hope. Like, I really, really hope. I feel like women in general are better at reading body language than men, though. So, maybe... I don't know. I just... It's
Let
just
our
weird.
mercy as deep as the Phaetus, and our authority as powerful as the sun, be revealed to the entire world.
Let our mercy as deep as the Phaetus, and our authority as powerful as the sun, be revealed to the entire world.
So body language is great, True Light. That's true. That's actually one of the best ways to tell whether somebody's fucking with you or not. But the problem is if you're online, that don't work. Right? And people do spend a lot of time interacting with people online these days, so unfortunately you have to go by other cues as well. But yeah, it's funny you should mention the smile thing. So there's something called a Duchenne smile, I believe is the correct term for it. That's what they call a genuine smile, and it's hard for me to describe, but basically when people are actually smiling and laughing, you can see it in their eyes, and I know that sounds really weird, because most people pay attention to the mouth, but if you see their eyes kind of like... How do I describe this? There's this... So, I understand the medical part of it, but I don't know how to explain it at least in layman's terms. There's a special muscle in your face that activates when you laugh and smile, and like it's a genuine reaction, not like smile for the camera, cheesy, that kind of stuff. Not that it doesn't activate for that. It only works. It's a subconscious thing too. People can't control this, so you can see it literally in their eyes. So I want to say to describe it like your eyes scrunch. They kind of scrunch up, like you actually get crow's feet, like near your eyes, and that's how you can kind of tell. But, and yes, you're right, True Light. If somebody, this goes for both sexes, by the way, if somebody really is interested in you, they are going to want to spend time with you, and they will make time for you, too. Like, even if they're busy, they will make time for you, and you will notice they are putting an effort, like, even if they're busy, like, oh, you know, I can't have coffee with you today, but is there some other time I can meet up with you, right? As opposed to, like, if they're not interested, like, no, I'm busy today, go away. No coffee, right? So, if they're making time for you, even though they're busy, that's a good sign, always. Like, not even just romantic relationships, just in general, right? Like, if your friends are like that, too. But yeah, the eyes are good, but again, like, I hate this because, you know, online you can't tell, right? I think that's part of the reason why I think people, like especially younger people, they have a little trouble reading people. It's because they spent so much more time dealing with online interactions, and they never learned how to read body language. It's so important, but again, how do you teach somebody that on the internet, right? Yeah, I mean, yes, there's definitely... Well, she said no. Well, that's based on context, sir. Okay, but yeah, there's so many ways to read a person. But yes, like if you have a face-to-face interaction, yes, body language is definitely one of the best ways, because there's like what 60% of human communication is nonverbal. So, and a lot of it is subconscious again. So you can tell so much about a person that. Just by looking at the way they hold themselves, right? But online too, you can kind of see it. It just takes longer. But yeah, you can Google like pictures of the Shane smile, and you can see the difference between a person like fake smiling and then real smiling, and it literally causes wrinkles in their eyes when you really smile. And then some people have really distinctive laughs, like you can tell that's an actual laugh and they're not like forcing it. Especially when like they start like bending over because their tummy hurts, that's a real laugh. Yeah, I mean, online dating's... Oh, good luck with that. It's fun. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it's just... Ugh. There's just so much going on over there, you know? Oh, Kyle's back for more action, as he says. Good timing, Kyle. This is the perfect time for you to do that. Yeah, like... Ugh, excuse me. I know people, like, a lot of times focus on the romantic relations. They focus on the sex, but, you know, ideally she should love you in and out of bed. Ideally. The sex should just be, like, icing on the top, right? It should still have really good cake. Yeah, some people are really good at bullshitting, I'm not gonna lie, Ron. But there are still ways you can kind of figure out whether they're bullshitting you or not. But it just means you got to work harder. They'd be safer in the jaws of a creeper. That big green thing that ate the shit out of me, that big plant, that's the creeper. Oh yeah, I mean, the acting is still acting. Acting is still acting, but yeah. It's hard to tell people, yeah, just be yourself, because even though that's partially true, like I said, you gotta be the best version of yourself, otherwise people will still not want to be around you. Yeah, that's why I said, you really, minimum of 1 year, and I'm talking about, like, for a serious relationship, or a meaningful relationship, you gotta know them for about a year before you actually see it, because it's very rare for somebody to hide, like, I'm talking about if you have regular contact with them, especially if you live with them, it's kind of hard for them to hide shit for a year successfully. Like, you either have to not be paying attention, or they're really damn good at it, but even then, you know, they're gonna slip up, because it's hard to not be yourself for that long. Traps? What kind of traps? What can't be mentioned at this point? We've mentioned sex robots and furries, sir. And incest. And... Okay, I need to stop before I get flagged. Oh my god. Okay, so I picked up George. The city proper. Okay, so I can actually do game stuff now. Mixed? Do you mean she had one eye of, like, her eyes were different colors? Is that what you mean, Treelight? The heterochromaia? That's really, really rare, by the way. I don't remember what the odds are, but it's rare enough that most people won't see it in their lifetimes. Gracias, buddy. Not all Korean girls are hot and cute. Some of them are, but not all of them. Oh, here you go. Try Nunchaku. There you go. That's the official name of his foldable nunchucks. You know what? I'm trying to get this all out so that this doesn't come up again, okay? Green and blue. Oh. Wait, she was an Asian mix? And she had a green and blue eye? Because that's... Yeah, that literally does sound like Yuna. Okay, because we need another tangent here. I don't know if you guys know, but eye color is linked to several other genes on your chromosomes. It's not one gene, by the way. It's linked to a couple of them. It tends to be linked to your hair color, though, and your skin, like the level of melanin in your skin, right? It's how darkness skin. So, blue is recessive, and so is green in terms of eye color. Brown is dominant, and as you know, Asians have brown eyes. So, what I'm saying is, she must have had at least one ancestor in her family tree that had a blue or green eye besides her parents. Because I think that's how that works genetically. Well, hold on, let me back up. So, okay, so maybe not an see, this is, it's stupidly rare that happened, I'll just put it that way. Especially because, just the heterochromia in general, like just having what they call odd-eyed color, like one eye of each color, that's super rare. And then the fact that she had one green and one blue, which are not naturally occurring in the Asian population, is also super rare. So she's super duper rare. I'm sure her ophthalmologist had fun with that. She should definitely be a Unicos player too. She was born to be one. If she didn't play Final Fantasy X, you need to make her play it. Like, it's required. You know? Tu conozco? No. Tu conoces? ¿Conoces? Tu conoces? Wait, conozco is... Conoces. Yeah. Tu conoces. Okay, so let me tell you something about Korean women in particular. And when I say Korean women, I'm specifically talking about women who are living in South Korea. So I'm technically Korean, but I'm not living in South Korea. Oh shit, I'm running out of money. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to I wasn't paying attention to how much this cost. Oh shit. Yeah, I don't have money to do this. Let's go. I'll do what I can. I po. So plastic surgery is absolutely very, very popular in South Korea. So there's no guarantee that's what she actually looks like, is what I'm telling you. Well, it depends on the lady. You know, some ladies, if you're nice to them, they see that as a good thing, and some of them actually see it as a bad thing, and I think that's a little bit unfair, but, you know, what do I know? Also, cultural differences. That's always fun, trying to figure that crap out. I'm not touching Miakus' stuff, because I'm not gonna have her very long. Okay, we can finally see Jean, if I can figure out how to get my ass back over there. Yeah, well, I'm just saying, so, I just mentioned this because, I have a lot of people, you know, I have a lot of people who tell me, like, they love Asian girls, but then they tell me, like, some of their encounters with them and how they behaved, and I'm just like, I mean, not all Asians are the same, I get it, but personally, I think that they were probably overwhelmed by the way they reacted, because, you know, Asians tend to be a little bit more on the subtle side, a little more conservative. Not always, I'm generalizing, but you know. So if you're like real, like heavy right from the start, and you lay it on real thick, that can make us feel uncomfortable. So I'll give you a personal example. Oops, I'm going the wrong way. Yep, I'm going the wrong way. Oh, no, don't get stuck. I'll give you a personal example. So, there was a guy that I used to play with. This was like years and years and years ago. Like, I'm talking like Black Ops 1. So, like, back in 2010. I played with him for over a year at this point. So, I knew him pretty decently. Not super well, but, you know, we were play buddies, if you will. Not that kind of play buddy. Online. We played online together. Okay. Totally not romantic. It was like we literally would just party out. So anyway, one day he found out I was Asian, and he started saying like really just like, I'm not even kidding. He said this. He said, this is like maybe 10 minutes after I told him I was Asian, because apparently this had never come up before. He's like, oh man, I love Asian girls. And like, he went on for like 10 minutes about he has an Asian fetish, which is fine. I didn't have a problem with that part. But then he says, oh man, I want to just jizz all the way down your back. And I'm just like, I'm not even kidding. Like, he just said that. And I'm just like, you know what? I'm not Asian anymore. I'm good. I lied. I'm sorry. I did it for attention. Like, I was just like, yo. So yeah, again, I don't even know if that was an Asian thing. I think most women would have felt uncomfortable about that, but especially me, I was just like, yo, because I'm like not conservative, but I ain't like that either. So, yeah, please, y'all. If you're dealing with the culture that's typically on the conservative side, don't just go full on confession mode like that right off the bat. Shit, even if they're more liberal, don't say that right off the bat. That really caught me off guard. Really. I didn't delete them or anything after that, but God, it got awkward after that, because there were other people in the group when he said this. So that made things really awkward, but anyway, yeah. Needless to say, I don't play with this guy anymore, by the way. Not anymore. Hey, Jean! Oh, I don't think you see a close-up of her yet. Tee-hee! So, no, it has... No, you guys guessed wrong. It was... No furries or anything. I told you I was learning about furries. I don't know anything about them, okay? I agree. Now I have 9 people in here to listen to me talking about furries. I mean, so that's partially biology, Ron. I mean, women do that too. I mean, if our brains didn't shut off for a little bit when we were, like, having attraction, like, we would never have kids, you know? It's just, gotta keep the species going, right? Avert your eyes. Hussies. Hussies. Wow. I'm dressed quite normally, if you ask me. Teehee. Teehee. Oh wait, I think you get to hear her speak in this game. I guess they couldn't use the word hoe in this game, huh? I mean, Silenes is not bad either in that department, but... she's a Suikoden staple, by the way. She's in every single Suikoden, including 4 that doesn't exist. You actually get to play her in this game. Like, she's a playable character. In most of the other games, she's recruitable, but she's not actually a fighting member. And definitely the fan service character here. She's apparently, there's something about her, though, because they're theorizing she has a true rune, because she's literally in all the Suikodens, and if you go from 1 to 5, I think that's literally the span of a couple hundred years or something like that. So, yeah, she old. So they're not sure if this is the same person, or she got a true rune, or... Yeah, that famous character. No, she is a mage. So, Ron, in the previous Suikodens, she's the person who sells you runes, or puts the runes on and off you, but you don't actually get to play as her. Like, you can't take her into battle. In this game, she can actually be in your fighting formation. She's actually not a bad mage, but that being said, there are better mages. But, fan service. Yes, so in this universe, in Suikoden world, if you have a true rune, you do not age. You do not age. So you get immortal life. No, excuse me. So you don't age, and you don't get like illnesses and stuff. You can still be killed though. You can still be killed, but not through age and not through disease. I mean, to be fair, Limsley is like 12. I think she's 12. She's very young, so I don't. Just give her a couple years, okay? Look at her mom and her aunt. She has potential, all right? I mean, that's the official story run, okay? I'm going by the official Suikoden universe facts, okay? You can look it up, damn it. So I'm poor because I spent all my money. You know what, am I supposed to... It bothers me how many customers come to my shop and don't even look at my runes. Really, Jean? Is that really what's going on? Really? Wonder why? Yeah, I wonder why too, Sileeds. Oh, dude. If there was an actual lady that was like this, she'd be the queen of Pornhub. Even if she wasn't actually on there, she would still manage to be the queen of Pornhub. So I can't afford any of these because I'm po. Do I even have a silencer? No, that's useless because most of the enemies you want to silence, you can't silence. Oh, they don't have a scroll button in this game, I don't think? Okay, yeah. Nope, this is before the scroll button. Okay, just kidding. Alright, so. Slain. Leave town. Okay. Okay, well, the way this is going, I actually have to do shit today, of course. I decide to stream when I have to do something the next day. It's just stupidity. It's just sheer stupidity. But anyway, let me save and then I'll get to the crappy part later. At least we got the Narina part done. I got distracted by other crap. Yeah, I personally think Arstad's prettier, but I can see why people would like Jean. I think I'm going the wrong way. It's so hard to get out of the damn towns in this game. Okay, I think this is an exit. Nope, just kidding. I lied. Ah, God! Too many piers. Oh my God, okay. It was somewhere to the southeast. Ah, God help my directionless soul. Yeah, I like... they did a good job designing the main cast of this game. Some of the other casts, like, it's very generic looking, but... they did a great job with their voice, though, too. Like, she's just a very fitting voice. Third's not bad either, dude. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, that's right. I don't think you can... Oh, yeah, I think I tried this earlier. You can't save on the main map, right? Ah, fuck. Oh, God. Okay, hold on. No, no, no. Okay, there's gotta be a save somewhere, god damn it. Ah, I should have saved while my ass was in there. Actually... Ugh. God. Freaking. Town. Town. That was... Kairi? Isn't Kairi, like... Am I thinking of the wrong Kingdom Hearts person? I thought Kairi was, like, relatively young. You know what? I'm not even gonna... It's interesting you should mention Tifa, though, because the first time... Usually when I ask guys about this, the first women that they mention is Lara Croft. Because I think she was kind of the first... Wait, hold on. When did Tomb Raider come out? A lot of them mentioned Lara Croft. Oh, is Kairi more than... She looks really young. So wait, I think... Oh, you're talking about my... Okay, sure, no, so, that's from... Is this... I almost said Shin... I almost said Soul Color, but that's alright. Oh, shit. Bogard, the Bogard brothers. Final Fight? Fatal Fury? Oh my god, what series is this? Oh shit. I had your brain fart. I know you're talking about. She wears the red dress and she has fans. And she's Andy's girlfriend. How do I know all this? I don't remember the name of the damn That's Mai, right? I'm thinking of the right girl. Yeah, she had a red kind of... I kind of want to say like Ada Wong-ish type dress, but Ada Wong was like way later. I remember her being like the very little bit that I remember. She's a little bit on the immature side, which is why Andy was having trouble with her, but I only know this because I watched the anime for that particular... Is it Fatal Fury? No, I don't know. Anyway, whatever. Oh yeah, a lot of people for some reason Lara Croft and the little triangle boobs is what did it for them, and I'm like, okay, I just saved because I'm a saveaholic. Anyway, so I'm gonna stop here because the sun's freaking coming up, and I have to do stuff. I forgot you had to go to Luna's. I thought like after the arena you went straight to that, and I forgot. I gotta clean up my little sister. That sounded really weird out of context. You have to purify the princess or whatever. Anyway. That's enough. Enough random talk anyway, so. Alright. Thanks for dropping by, y'all. That was a wild ride. Y'all have a good morning. Everyone stay safe. Y'all can think of your favorite, first anime girl crush or whatever. But yeah, that's one thing. The games these days like have really generic. Oh, my mom's awake. I've been up so long. My mom woke up. God damn it. The character designs these days just don't stand out as much, if you ask me. But whatever. Yeah. Anyway, I will catch you guys later. For dropping by, and hopefully next time I actually get to the part where the game actually begins. I lied. Sorry. Do I have to go to Rathfleet too? Jeez. I don't remember having to do all this weird stuff beforehand. Okay, anyway. Take care of that later. We'll catch y'all later. Stay safe. Take care of yourself. Be goods. All that jazz. Go to sleep. Go to sleep if you haven't gone to sleep.